Park End and Castle End.
Park End. So you can follow the game MV play, you know that thing. Right, MV play. You got an MV play. You can follow the game. Now obviously the scoreboard is here, so we have to keep it. And the live score is all. Should be a list of games if you look at fixtures, go back to the top of the fixtures. You send you. You got it? Got the game? And that will help you through the game. Hope you recap. You did a bit of homework yesterday? Good. We're going on in a minute, all right? We're about less than a minute. I'll just message Wes. I'll give him a 30-second minute. Right, so we're going on in 30 seconds. So we're going on in a minute. All right, about 30 seconds.
That's fine. I'm not going to be here, so we'll be as quiet as you manage.
Right, here we go.
Well, a very warm welcome to Arundel. It's not quite so warm, although the sun shines out. It's a little chilly where we are anyway, but I'm sure that will change as the day goes on. We are here because it is the latest women's Tier 1 Metrobank 50 over cup game. It's between Hampshire and Durham. Yes, we're in Sussex, but it's a home game for Hampshire. Work that one out. Durham have won the toss and they are going to bat first. Let me give you the two teams because there is a change in each side from the previous matches they played. We'll go through the Durham side first. Their one change is no Abby Glenn, and in comes Sophia Turner. That's from the side that lost by 4 wickets against Somerset at the Riverside. So Durham are Susie Bates, Emma Marlowe, Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Bess Heath, Leah Dobson, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Turner, Grace Thompson and Katie Levick. The Hampshire side, they've made one change from the side that lost to the Blaze a few days ago, excuse me. And that change is no Poppy Tulloch and in comes Lindsay Smith. So Hampshire line up like this: Ella McGacken, Maya Boucher, Charlie Knott, Georgia Adams, Rihanna Southby, Abby Norgrove, Nancy Harmon, Smith, Freya Davis, Rebecca Tyson and Lauren Bell. Those are your two teams. Your commentary team today. A little later you'll hear from the Hursley Park women's manager Phil Green, but to start us off it's myself, Kevin James, and also from the BBC, Amelia Clark. Amelia, good morning.
Hello, good morning to you.
The two umpires are making their way out onto the middle, so we are just literally minutes away from getting this underway. And both these sides have experienced defeats, Durham a few more times than Hampshire, Durham have lost 3 of their 4. They opened well with a win against Essex at the Riverside, but since then they've lost to the Blaze, Surrey and Somerset, whereas the Hampshire women, well, they opened up with a tie against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. They beat Surrey at the Utilita. They also beat Lancashire at Southport, but they also came a cropper against the Blaze. So that's where we are at. And is this your first time, Arundel, Amelia?
Yes, it's beautiful. What a ground in the castle. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the most picturesque grounds in the country, so we don't mind coming here.
Not at all, especially on a day like this. It's beautiful.
Certainly do. So we are on the Hampshire Cricket website for live pictures and also our commentary. And I presume that's going back to the Durham Cricket website as well. I don't know, but certainly you can pick it up on the Hampshire Cricket website. And we are also on the BBC. We are on the BBC Sport website and app, so there are a couple of ways that you can pick us up. You can also email us if you want to, solentcricket@gmail.com, if you want to get in touch with us here. In fact, we've already had an email from Di Davis, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, unfortunately, illness keeps me away from Arundel today, but fortunately you are loud and clear on the BBC app. Well, that's fortuitous, because we've had to up sticks from where we were,
Yes.
square of the wicket, and we've had to move a little closer to the, well, we're still close to the pavilion, but we are now watching the action from about deep wideish mid-on. Let's hope for a good game, says Di, and of course a Hampshire win. Well, we shall wait and see on that one. Both teams would love to win today, of course, because as I've just mentioned, both teams coming into this game either off a defeat or a series of defeats as well. So Emma Marlowe will face the first. It's a little blowy as well, as you can probably hear. It was nice and warm where we were before. It's actually a little bit colder where we've moved to.
My jumper's gone back on.
Yes, yeah, Amelia's put an extra layer on. I've just refrained from doing that for the moment, but that might have to change. It's going to be Lauren Bell then from the park end. That's the end that we're at. The far end is the castle end. That needs no introduction. It was Arundel Castle, a very famous landmark here, although you can't quite see it because of the trees, because we're actually ground level. There is a bank here. Those of you know the ground, there is a bank, but that's behind us. We're actually in front of the bank and just a little beyond the boundary, but not very much. Here's Lauren Bell to get us underway then. Emma Marlowe to face the first delivery. And she's just edged that short of second slip, but only just. A couple of the fielders, Rhianna Southby and Georgia Adams, just with hands on their head. That's so nearly carried.
Yeah, the umpire did well to stop that. A big diving to her right there, just managing to get her gloves on that. But a good start from Lauren Bell.
Yeah, she's had a good series already, and it's nice to see players like Lauren Bell, regulars in the England side, playing this 50 over game this year. It hasn't always been the case for many of them in previous seasons. Right arm over, comes in and bowls just short of a length, and that's dealt with a little easier by Marlowe as it works its way down to third. First runs of the morning here at a sunny Arundel Castle cricket ground. So just having a look at Lauren Bell's figures. 2 for 44 from 10 in that tied game against Warwickshire, 2 for 43 in the win over Surrey, 2 for 36 in 9 overs in the defeat to Blaze. She's been consistent, she's looked good. This new action of hers, very upright, swinging the ball away from the bat. She's just taking her time here with the new batter. That's Susie Bates, the New Zealander. Forward, very correct defensively. Susie Bates, a bit of a veteran on the circuit now, 37 years of age. She actually was a Hampshire women's player at one stage.
Was she?
Yes, she was. Back in 2017 to 2019, she scored over 1,000 runs for Hampshire, and her average was 112. So to say she might have dominated
It's an
in those
understatement.
games, I think she might just have had an influence on 1 or 2 results.
Just a touch, yes.
Yeah, here's Lauren Bell, runs away from us. Still got the 2 slips in, short of a length, pulled away by Bates, down towards fine leg. And that will be another run to the total. Emma Gacken down there at fine leg. So the scoreboard is right behind us, so we have to turn round. There are some people up on the bank behind us as well, so they think that we're looking at them, but we're not. We're looking at the scoreboard. 2 without loss, it confirms. And that brings Emma Marlowe back on strike. Berlin again then, bowls, and legs ball left alone outside of the off stump. So what do you think to your first visit then? What's your first impressions of the ground, Amelia?
Well, it's beautifully, very well kept. It's really nice how they've got like a bank running around the outside of sort of, well, up this end, the park end, where there's a lot of benches so the spectators can get a really nice view. There's a beautiful gap out to our left where you can see the South Downs. Yeah, it's an absolutely stunning, very historical place. It's beautiful.
It is. Lauren Bell bowls, a little bit fuller this time, and Marlowe with a correct forward defensive pushes up to mid-off. I can tell you now, that's the end of the first over, with Durham having won the toss, elected to bat first, 2 without loss. And the gap in the trees,
Yes.
which is, well, would have been through the covers in that first over. There is a beautiful view of the South Downs, so in the break, it's worth having a wander over there.
shall.
Stand there past those cars and have a look through the trees. Phil, have you looked down there in the past?
Yeah.
It's well worth it, isn't it? Fantastic view. So you've got to do that. When you come to this ground, I'd played here a few times and I'd never done that until I think the last time I was here last year. And I think, what have I missed out? So do that.
I will do. So we've got a change of bowling up at the castle end. I believe it's Freya Davies coming in, going to be bowling towards us. Freya Davies, the 29-year-old, the very experienced Hampshire player there, coming in. She'll be right arm over. Just waiting for a few last fielders to get their final positions. She stands at the top of her mark. She's in. This will be over the wicket. Bowls. Nice straight delivery there, played off on the leg side. And they'll run 4, they're going to run for 2, so a couple of fielders just take the time grabbing that ball.
That's Susie Bates, isn't it, facing?
Yes.
Freya Davies, so far in this competition, has picked up a total of 4 wickets.
And she's at the top of her mark again as she begins again. Over the wicket, past the umpire. Bowls. Fuller delivery this time, plays straight back over to mid-wicket. And they're going to hold them at no runs.
Just the one slip for Freya Davies. Looks like she might be bowling into the wind here. I'm just trying to work out how the wind is. Sometimes it can swirl, especially when we're below a bank.
Yes.
But I think she might be bowling into the wind a bit, I think.
Yeah, looking at the trees, I think it's almost cutting across.
Actually, you're right.
Coming from left to right as we look at it. Davies comes in again. Again, nice full delivery, played in offside, and it stopped at the mid-off there. Well stopped there, well fielded. Holding for another no ball.
Susie Banks has already had 1 innings of note this season in this competition. In the first game, 93 not out in their only win over Essex at the Riverside. 9-wicket win. It's got 9 against the Blaze, 28 against Surrey, and a blob against Somerset.
She remains on strike to Freya Davies as she begins her next ball in. Again, good length delivery there. There's a big shout for LBW, but the umpire is not interested. And another dot ball for Freya Davies. She'll be happy with this start.
Yeah, Susie Banks just signalling there that she thought the ball just nipped in a fraction to her. Freya Davies, that's Freya Davies' stock ball. Just angling the ball a fraction into the right-handers. Oh, it is blowy, isn't
It is very windy here. We're fighting paper from blowing away. Freya Davies begins again. She seems to have just a slightly longer run up this time, so she moves behind a fielder. Good length delivery there, played into leg side, and it's going to be running away. 2 fielders chasing. It's just dipped out of view, so I don't think it's quite gone for 4. The umpire is not signalling, so they've managed to run for 2 there.
Bex Tyson running after that one, picking it up just inside the mid-wicket boundary.
And Susie Bates still on strike here. They've managed to keep her on strike for this over. We'll get her back on as Davies comes in. Good length delivery there. A little bit of a shout as it's played into leg side. And they've just run for one.
Yeah, again, the ball just shaping in a little bit to Susie Bates, an inside edge. That's the end of the second over here at Arundel. And as I crane my neck behind us, the scoreboard is showing 7 without loss. So I think I'm going to get neck ache by the end of this game, Amelia. I'm not sure that's ideal. I might have to do some stretching exercise with my neck to make sure that I don't wake up tomorrow morning with a stiff neck. These sides come into this game, Hampshire in 4th, having 1-2 and that 1 tie, so they have 10 points. And Durham down in 7th with just that 1 win. They have 5 points. The Blaze, who have put together a decent little run, have won 4 out of 5. They sit top of the table with 18. Then comes Somerset, then come Warwickshire, then Hampshire. And here comes Lauren Bell. That little hop at the start of a mark, and then Mamalo thinks about, Susie Bates thinks about a little cut shot and pulls out of it at the end. Kept a little low. A little bit difficult for Rihanna Southby to pick up cleanly. So beautiful tree-lined ground. There are lots of cars parked over towards the left on the bank as we look. Friends of Arundel Castle Cricket Club is a well-known sort of, I wouldn't say it's a supporters club, it's just a way of joining a club and coming up and watching many different matches that Arundel Castle put on throughout the summer. Varied matches as Bell comes in again and bowls. Bates cuts that nicely through the covers. That's 4 runs. Beautifully timed. Don't bother running after that one, although Abby Norgrove is jogging after it. That's nicely played by Susie Bates. And she will move on to 10. Takes the Durham total on to 11. Just watching that again on the picture feed, and yeah, it's a little wide from Lauren Bell. This is a really good wicket here. Traditionally this has been a good batting wicket. And bowling a little wide of the stumps is not advisable here, I think it's fair to say.
No.
You've got to bowl pretty accurate, pretty straight. Very white wicket, as you can see on the picture feeds, and Bates is in behind that one. That's the line. As a bowler, you need to bowl. It's quite an unforgiving wicket here, really, as a pace bowler. Not a lot of bounce. There's a little bit of pace there, but generally it's a good batting wicket.
Yeah, you could tell the rest of the field were quite happy with that one. A bit of a, round of, not a big round of applause, but just an encouraging clap from a few fielders, just saying, yeah, nice one, Lauren. Just keep that line going. We've got to keep making this difficult for Durham.
That's right. She's conceded 6 from 12 from 8 balls so far that she's bowled. Here she bowls again. That's wide of off stump, and was just looking at the umpire. Is she? No, she's not going to signal, fortunately. So the sun is out, as I mentioned, but it is a little chilly here. There are rows of people on the bank with their deck chairs out and their directors' chairs. A few on the boundary, away to our left, down at deep cover and deep extra cover. A few are sitting just beyond the rope. A few at the far end, just under the trees, maybe getting a little shade. Lauren Bell again runs away from us and bowls, and Bates plays off the front foot, hits it to Lindsay Smith at extra cover, and there is no run. Lindsay Smith back in the Hampshire side after missing the game at the Blaze. I think she pulled up a little bit in the warm-ups up at Trent Bridge. Poppy Tullock played in that one, the 19-year-old seam bowler. Only turned 19 last month, Poppy Tullock, but she's made way for this one. Looking at records here, actually, the Vipers, as the Vipers were in the regional era, they played 3 50-over games here. Quite surprised, actually. I thought they played more. I know they played some T20 games, but they played 3 T20 games, 3 50-over games. Here's Bell again, driving his Bates up towards mid-off. They lost one to the Blaze here back in August of last year. They beat the Thunder here in September of 23, and they had a no result against Northern Diamonds. So all 3 results were experienced here in 50-over cricket. Ella McCacken is fielding in just in front of us at the start of the next over.
Yeah, she is. She's just, it seems to be, if they're just going to deliberate her moving slightly to our right, but seem against that. And it looks like Freya Davies is going to come back in from the castle end.
Arundel Castle.
Yeah.
Actually, on the bank, I think you could just see the top of the castle because we're pitch level. We can't see it. The tree has obscured the view.
But we are within a stone's throw of the famous castle.
Yeah. Not that we would throw a stone at it.
We would
obviously.
never. No, you might break a
Well, we might break
window.
something, but I think we also might be getting a severe talking to
Absolutely.
by Heritage England.
Fred Davies in again. Good full length delivery there, just played through. And yeah, mid-off will come and sweep that up.
Emma Marlowe facing the next over. Yes, we certainly wouldn't think of anything like that. They put on a few events as well at the castle, don't they? Have you ever been to? Because I know you're not far from here.
I'm not, no, but I've
Really,
never
are you?
been to an event at here.
Have you not?
No. The closest I've ever got to Arundel Castle was that used to be my house name at junior school. I was in Arundel. That was as close as I've ever come. We never visited. It was just where it was. And Davies in again, shorter this time. Played into leg side.
So I reckon you live about, with no traffic, because we know how bad the
Yeah.
Chichester bypass is around here, but if there was no traffic, what, 20 minutes from here?
20 minutes, yeah, and we
Yeah.
really don't venture down here as much as we should. I think it's one of those that you always think it's further than it is. But yeah, I think I'm definitely going to encourage my family. We should go on a day out. Come to Arundel
Lovely
Castle.
part of the world, and you haven't been here.
Absolutely, it's a disgrace on my part. Davies in again. A much fuller delivery there. Big shout from the wicket keeper, but no movement from the umpire. Yeah, it looked as if it was just going to carry through to the slip.
Yeah, maybe
Umpire's
just going
saying
down a
something.
little bit.
Yeah, just watch the replay. And yeah,
I think that's a pretty good shot.
I
don't
think-
know.
yeah, I don't
It's
know.
angled in.
it's very
Maybe there was
nice.
an inside edge. Maybe there's a little nick on it.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, the picture feed that we're seeing is a little bit behind, so it's like a replay. So that's often what happens at outgrounds. We don't quite get real time, which sometimes can help us.
Marlowe on strike as Davies comes in again this time. Leg side. Mid on collects.
So Emma Marlowe in this competition this year, she has a top score of 27 in the 5-wicket defeat by the Blaze at the Riverside. That was their second match for Durham. Otherwise, 3 single-figure scores around that.
If you can hear on our microphones, it is a rather blustery day. In the shade, it's a little bit cold. In the sun, it's a little bit warmer. So hopefully, all the spectators are having a lovely little warm sunbathe. As Davies is in again, much fuller delivery this time. Played back almost to the opposite stumps. Mid off there to collect. Davies begins a very long walk back to the top of her mark.
Daisy Gibb with the
Yes.
12-person duties.
She wants another GPS box.
Bright lime green fluorescent jersey,
She
which
wanders
they
across.
wear. Now, anybody that's not playing now wears these fluorescent jerseys.
Yeah.
Or bibs, I should say bibs.
Davies in again. Full length
Shot.
delivery. Very good shot, and it's going to go for 4 because the fielder who's diving for it in the offside just couldn't get it. There are 2 fielders chasing, but it won't be any use as that has gone for 4 just past deep cover.
Nicely timed by Emma Marlowe to finish
Yep.
off that over. So we've had, 4 overs, of which...
And it is 15 for no loss. If you're watching on the YouTube picture feed, it is ever so slightly behind. It is 15 with no loss after that 4 has just come through.
So Durham win the toss, elected to bat first. Hampshire did say they would have batted first had they won it. So that, again, that goes back to the adage that I was saying that this is a good wicket.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
was just having a look, when I mentioned those 3 games actually that the Vipers played here, they weren't particularly high scoring games. When they lost to the Blaze by 20 runs, the Blaze made 208 all out. When they beat Thunder by 64, the Vipers, as they were then, 237 all out. So not particularly huge scores for a wicket that suggests that he should be better than that. It's a length ball from Bell to start at the new over. Bates is forward, and there is no run. Sussex used to play here. Sussex now, I don't think they play much here now. I don't think they play here at all. Used to be a regular fixture for them every year. I think the Vipers use it, or the Vipers used it as much as any team in the past. Hampshire now start using it. They're back here again a bit later. Even though we're in Sussex, Hampshire women using this ground. They do enjoy coming here, I know we do as well. There's a length ball which Bates is forward to, goes out towards mid wicket, fielded by Charlie Knott, the Australian. See her off breaks shortly, or at some point I'm sure. So Marlowe has 5, Bates has 10, 15 without lost Durham. Live on the BBC Sport website and app, as well as the Hampshire Cricket website picture feed. Here's Bell again, bowls, and Bates plays that late, just off a thickish outside edge, but along the ground down to third. And Durham moved to 16 without losses. You've been with us for the Hampshire men's games, Amelia. First Hampshire women's game for you.
Absolutely thrilled to be. It's really nice to be able to commentate on both.
Yeah.
But really nice to be able to see the women playing such a high level as well, and really enjoying it so far.
I know you'll be back on Sunday.
Absolutely.
When the Hampshire women play Essex at the Utilita. We'll have live commentary on the BBC Sport website on that one as well. Then we're all going down to Taunton.
We are.
On Tuesday. That'll be on the BBC. Lots of Hampshire women's games on the BBC. Edgethorne has fallen short of first slip, or has it? Has that carried? It was a little low. It was an edge from Emma Marlowe.
Yeah, it didn't look as if the fielding were too excited. The field was too excited by that. We'll watch the live picture feed as it just comes in.
Georgia Adams.
Yeah, I think it would have it bounced before her, so I don't think it was too much of a missed opportunity. But something that she'll still be a little bit of kicking herself for.
She was just moving slightly to her right there, Georgia Adams.
Yes.
The ball she actually stopped the ball in her left hand, so her body weight was just moving away from the ball. But you're right, I think on the whole it probably didn't quite. Good ball!
Oh, what a ball!
Oh, Lauren Bell's done it again through the defences of Emma Marlowe, and she goes for 5. Durham have lost their first wicket in the 5th over with the score on 16.
That was absolutely phenomenal from Bell. It was as if Marlowe actually hadn't even sort of registered it. It was as if she sort of lulled her into a false sense of security, and just completely bails off middle stump. Brilliant bowl there from Bell, just proving why she is in the England squad as well.
Yeah, she's playing her 4th game, Lauren Bell, of this series of matches. It just looked as though Emma Marlowe was playing for perhaps a little bit of movement that wasn't quite there.
Yeah, and
just clipped the off bail.
Absolutely.
And Marlowe's gone for 5. She also looked as though she played slightly across that one, as I say. It looked like she wasn't quite sure what
I think
that
that's
line
exactly
of
it.
the ball was
She
coming.
didn't really know what was coming at her, and she went for the defensive shot, and it managed to just turn in and take that away. And Lauren Bell will be very happy with that indeed. So that's the first wicket after 4.5 overs, taken by Lauren Bell.
It's the 7th wicket of the competition. As I say, playing her 4th match. She's only missed 1 game so far. That was in Lancashire at Southport. And in fact, to be honest, that wicket and the amount of runs scored up there was probably a good game to miss. Really, I think it was hard work for the bowlers. I'm sure Lauren Bell would have found something, obviously, but even so, it was a high run scoring game. And if you're going to miss one, that's probably the one to do. So 16 for 1 in the 5th over. Lauren Bell strikes. She has 1 for 7. She has 1 ball left of her 3rd, and the new batter for Durham is Holly Armitage. Now this girl can play, and she is in good form, and she will be a big wicket for Hampshire if they can get her early. Durham, of course, will hope for otherwise. Here's Bell, bowls, and Armitage is in behind that length ball, and that's played back to Bell, and that's the end of the 5th over here at Arundel. Durham, having won the toss, are 16 for 1. A good start from Hampshire. A watchful start, I guess it has to be said, from Durham. Susie Bates still out there in the middle on 11, and Holly Armitage, the new batter.
Absolutely, I think Hampshire will be really happy with this start. Obviously that wicket coming just at the right time, but even so I think they've been able to be quite economical with the bowling, but also really keep that run score down. There's not too many loose balls coming in, all the bowlers really being quite tight to the stumps. They'll be happy with this start, but they want to be keeping their eye on, as you say, Armitage, quite the force to be reckoned with if she gets going.
Yeah, she's already had 3 scores in the competition already. 64 not out against Essex, 80 against the Blaze, and 80 against Somerset.
Yes, one to watch as Davies comes in again over the wicket, bowls, length delivery, played into the leg side. And two fielding chasers sprinting after that as it does run away. I think they will just get there. I think it may. It's just gone for 4. It was as if they were just going to get there, but I think the wind may have just helped them that ball move along a bit.
Bex Tyson again teased by the ball down at deep mid-wicket. Nice shot by Susie Bates, nicely timed.
It's maybe just a little bit short from Davies and maybe just letting Bates get on top of that, but still a good ball.
As I crane my neck, 20 for 1.
Crane your neck, you moved your entire body around.
I can't turn like I used to.
No, that's all right.
I used to
think
be
I've
able to just turn my head around. Now it's the
I've had
whole
to.
body creaking around.
Davies in again over the wicket. Shorter delivery this time, and it carries through to the umpire who's misfielded it, and McCoven, who is standing in front of us, has had to sprint round but has saved that from hitting the boundary. A little bit of a misfield there from Sotheby, but managing her team managing to pick it up. Sadly, sorry, don't know where I got Sotheby from.
Yeah,
I've got that written down.
Yeah, that's all right. No, that's all right. It's a wicked bounce actually in front of her, and it also moved away. Which is something Freya Davies does from time to time, but generally angles the ball in. But that one actually just swung away a fraction, which made it even more difficult for Southby to gather. That takes the total. What is it now? All shot.
Very nice shot there coming in, managing to be stopped by mid-off.
23 the total is now.
For 1.
23 for 1, yeah. Fortunately, we can see the top half of the scoreboard amongst the tall grass on the bank.
Yeah,
we can't see if there's anything important written on the lower
half. We can't see
we've
it.
got no chance.
And if they let this grass grow too long, we'll be stuck.
Yeah. If it says something like evacuate on the lower
Just
half
be
of
sat
the
here
scoreboard, we've got no chance.
Carrying on chatting away. David just having a chat with the fielder next to her, Georgia, and we're in. And she bowls. Length delivery there, managing to just be played leg side. No run scored. Hard for a dot ball.
Sun's gone in. We don't like the sun going in
No.
because it gets even colder. We are told it's going to warm up during the day, aren't we?
Yes. I bought a coat thinking I won't need that today. Now I'm thinking, oh, I might put my coat on in a minute. Don't know how you're still in a short sleeve shirt.
No, nor do I.
Davies in again. Bowls again. Shorter length delivery, well played into the leg side there. At about deep square wicket, but fielder there managing to come round and collect as they run through. Yeah, really nice shot there. Play by Bates.
Susie Bates already ominously has moved on to 17. 171 one-day internationals and 177 T20 internationals for New Zealand.
Wow.
That is some record.
Absolutely. There's Davies in again. Bowls length delivery, played into leg side.
I mentioned she played for Hampshire those 3 seasons where she averaged 112. She was also a former Southern Vipers player in the old Kia Super League days between 2016 and 2019. She's also played for Southern Brave, so she knows this part of the world.
Yeah, and she probably knows a lot of the people she's playing with now and how they bowl and how they like to bowl and the tactics that they go for. So yeah, she'll be feeling quite confident at the crease there. She's on strike as Davies comes in. Bowls full length delivery there, played back over the head of Davies. A roving fielder at the mid-off will collect. And that brings up the end of the over. It is 26 for 1 as we both spin round to have a look at the score.
Oh dear. So originally, just to put everyone in the picture, we did think we were commentating from square leg, which of course is not absolutely ideal, but there is a semi-permanent marquee that's been erected just to the right of the pavilion, for those of you that know Arundel. And so we set up there thinking, oh, it's the same as last year, no problem. And then due to other technical situation, we had to move to this side of the ground in front of the scoreboard. So we had to do a quick decamp, having got all the technicals up and ready, and There was quite a lot to sort out, so we got there, and it's all working fortunately, but a little bit fraught for a few minutes. Here's Lauren Bell in again, right arm over, bowls, and let's work to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Charlie Knott, and there is no run. So the score remains on 26. We are into the 7th over, one down. That one wicket was Emma Marlowe. In the 5th over was bowled by Lauren Bell. The ball just clipping the off stump. Emma Marlowe just playing fractionally down the wrong line. She was out for 5. 16 for 1 was the score. Durham winning the toss at 10 o'clock this morning. Bell in again. Past the umpire and bowls, length ball, where again he's worked to mid-wicket, where again Charlie Knott fields. And there is no run. So Lauren Bell into her 4th over here, has 1 for 7. Freya Davies has completed 3 overs at the Arundel Castle end, and she has conceded 19 so far. This is one of several matches going on today in the women's Metrobank competition. We'll keep you up to date with those. In fact, we'll keep you up to date with the other 2 that are going on in a moment, as Lauren Bell comes in again and bowls. Another length ball driven through mid-wicket past Charlie Knott's right hand. Let's go for 4.
That is absolutely going for 4.
A little bit more over-pitched there from Lauren Bell. And Susie Bates doesn't miss many of those and hasn't done over her career. The total moves on to 30 for 1. Up at Southport, where we were exactly a week ago, Lancashire are taking on Surrey. Surrey have been the surprise team this year, not in a good way, but I think they've been a little bit disappointing. They are 29 for 2, Surrey, after 7 overs. Bryony Smith has already departed. Kate Cross picking her up, caught by Emma Lamb. Length ball driven by Bates, straight. That'll be more runs. Bex Tyson has already given that one up, and I don't blame her. This will be a fast outfield today, and that's 4 more runs off the bat of Susie Bates, and that takes the total to 34 for 1, and Bates up to 26. Danny White-Hodge is 21 not out. Alice Capsey has gone for 1, bowled by Kate Cross, and Paige Schofield is out there at the moment. She's 2 not out. So Surrey are currently 29 for 2 after 7 overs, and Warwickshire are taking on Somerset at Edgbaston, and Hampshire were there a couple of weeks ago, where Somerset are 46 without loss in the 7th over. Heather Knight is not out, 17. Short, pulled away in the air, caught Charlie Knott.
Nice.
Susie Bates bangs the bat against her pad. That's a mistake. And a simple catch for Charlie Knott. It was straight at her at mid-wicket, and Bates goes for 26. That is a big wicket. 34 for 2.
Yeah, again, well done from Lauren Bell. Just the right delivery, maybe pulling it a little bit short just to tempt Bates into it. A big wicket to get rid of there, as she was already on 26. And yeah, really nice, easy catch from Knott there. Not there. Not. Just realised
Play on
that.
words.
Play on. Absolutely.
So Lauren Bell does it again. She's picked up 2 wickets in each of the games that she's played so far. She's already reached that target of 2 in her 4th over. And a very, very big wicket indeed for Hampshire to take. Susie Bates, of course, as we know, is very much a candidate for a big total if she's allowed to play for any length of time. So Hampshire will be very pleased, as indeed they looked pleased when that ball lodged and stayed in the hands of Charlie Knott.
Yes, Lauren Bell sort of jumped in, punched the air, just not in an over dramatic fashion, but just in it. Yes, I've got Lauren Bell, nicknamed the Shard because of her height.
Yes.
Yes.
What a name.
What a name. It's a brilliant name.
Yeah.
But yeah, she definitely uses that height as she bangs the ball in. It was very well done that time. Sure.
New batter is Maddie Villiers, formerly of the Sunrisers. Currently holds, and of course will forever hold. Well, no, actually that's not strictly true, because I think the final is the Rachel Hayhoe Trophy final, even though it's the Metrobank. They're playing for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. That's right. So she's a current holder with the Sunrisers, who beat the South East Stars in a rain-affected game in the final last year up at Leicester. And very much a Sunrisers stalwart. She played for the whole of the era there. 3 one-day internationals and 19 T20 internationals for England. Maddie Villiers, right-hander. Here she is facing Lauren Bell. Bell bowls. Oh, she's driving into a boot. That could have so easily have gone anywhere. And it's gone out in the end into the covers. End of the over. A little bit of applause for Lauren Bell. Just a smidgen somewhere around behind us. And Bell has completed 4 overs now. She has 2 for 15. And Durham, after 7 overs, are 34 for 2.
And it does look like Freya Davies is going to be staying in the attack here from the castle end. Lauren Bell creating quite the fight now, but she'll be looking for that first wicket. She'll have seen Bell get 2 and thought, right, well, I really want one now. Where's mine? I deserve one as well. So she's up at the castle end with just Georgia Adams, just having a quick chat with her as she takes her position in the gully all the way at the other end. Freya Davies just having a quick chat to, actually I think that's Lauren Bell, she's having a quick chat, maybe just discussing what it's doing. Is it turning, is it nipping, is it, what's it doing out there, what's the plan of attack, as she stands at the top of her mark and begins her hop, skip and a jump run in as she finds full stride, and short length delivery as that's played down and straight into the offside for the short mid wicket to come and collect. Now I'm not sure if it's just my laptop, it does seem to be that the live pitch feed is just having a bit of a moment, so it might just be mine, it's maybe just catching up on itself. So if you are watching on there, do keep, it should catch up with itself on the BBC Sport and webs delivery, length delivery, and it's just played.
It might be the internet a little bit, I think, which
might be
sometimes happens with these grounds.
So good job, it's live in front of me.
Yes. Yes. Fortunately, they're not affected.
Absolutely, can you imagine just buffering?
Just a stop. Jerk.
It's caught up now. Davies in again. Bowls over the wicket. Shorter delivery again, this time played a little bit stronger in the offside, but straight to mid-wicket. Was waiting there as it bounced before her. Offside.
Extra cover. Maya Boucher in the extra cover. She's had a decent start herself in this competition. She's good to see after below par Ashes series, and she admitted that herself. That's not just me saying it.
Davies in again. Length delivery there. Play back to her. An extra cover coming to collect.
So Holly Armitage, lots of Northern Diamonds players or former Northern Diamonds players in this Durham lineup. Holly Armitage, another one that played the whole of the regional era. 48 matches she played. 1,500 runs at 38 in 50 over cricket. 38 average. It's pretty decent. That's what got her into the England setup.
Absolutely. Davies in again. Bowls again, shorter delivery this time in the offside. Cover was waiting.
Played in that unofficial test back in March against Australia. Made 75 in the second innings. Sydney. England A against Australia A. A game in which Charlie Knott was captain for Australia.
Nice. Oh, wow. They play each other again. Davies once more, starting the run-up in again. Bowls, length delivery this time. Played all the way through to mid-off.
Lauren Bell at mid-off, who gives Freya Davies a little round of applause there at the end of that over. Good over there from Freya Davies. So 8 overs gone here at Arundel. And Durham, as I crane my neck backwards once more to see the scoreboard, 34 for 2. So yeah, a maiden for Freya Davies.
Well, she'll be very happy with that.
She's been very steady since she moved from the South East Stars for the start of last season. Just exactly what at that time the Vipers needed, really. Just a seam bowler that was steady, because they were a little bit short in that department. Got another email here from Peter.
What's he saying?
Well, funny you should ask. Here's Lauren Bell. Right on cue, Amelia. It's Bell, bowls, and let's play back to her by Maddie Villiers. Right, Peter says, soloncricket@gmail.com. He didn't say that, but that's the way to get in touch. Hope you have a great day out there in Arundel. Lovely ground to watch a game of cricket. With the England internationals departing in a week or two, with the international setup, do you expect any new Hampshire players to be called up? Ooh. Ella McGacken has looked great for us, so I would hate to see her leave for a few weeks. But in this form, she deserves a call-up. Yeah, big 100 in the win against Lancashire last week at Southport. Here's Lauren Bell, bowls, and Villiers drives pleasantly up to mid-off, but there's no run. And I'm still convinced that Rhianna Southby will be an England keeper at some point. Well, you're not the only person that said that, Peter. I think a few people that follow Hampshire cricket and follow women's cricket would say to you that Rhianna Southby might not be that far away. She played absolutely beautifully up at Edgbaston in that tied game. An innings of 70. I'd never seen her bat better than that. And she's also keeping very well behind the stumps. Here's Lauren Bell, bowls. Villiers clips that away in the air, but safe. Through square on the leg side, and that'll be 4.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Southby bat yet, but I can see, obviously, I watched her from behind the wicket, and she's got very steady, very sure hands. She seems to be able to read the ball as it's coming to her very well. You know, we've only had the one misfill, but that was a tricky ball coming at her, and yeah, she's been sort of a very steady head behind the wicket.
Yeah, she works very hard on the game, both keeping and batting, and the batting certainly has shown already how much of an improvement from last season. And yeah, I don't think she's very far away. Let's put it that way. 38 for 2 are Durham now, and Villiers is off the mark with that boundary. Here's Lauren Bell in again, bowls, length ball, and Maddie Villiers plays that one back to the bowler. Villiers is on 4. Armitage yet to get off the mark, having faced 7 deliveries. I think on the whole, Hampshire will be happy with the way they've bowled. Actually, they've bowled pretty tight.
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't let anyone escape yet. They haven't let anyone run away. There's been the on boundary, but that's absolutely expected in this format. And I think it's a case of just keeping it tight.
Yeah. Emma Marlowe hit 1 boundary in her innings of 5. That's short. That's cut away. Oh, that's going for 4. But as has already been shown, anything slightly short or slightly wide or over pitched, there's a fair chance that the batters are going to find a boundary, and that's a super shot off the back foot there from Maddie Villiers. I was just about to say Susie Bates hit 4 boundaries in her 26, and Villiers has now hit 2 boundaries in her 8 runs to date.
And that brings Durham up to 42 for 2.
Yeah. I worry about Phil having to crane his neck all day looking behind him. Just do a bit of looseness, Phil. Bit of
stretching.
He's going to do a bit of scoring to save him looking behind us. He doesn't fancy swivelling all day. Length ball, Villiers. Nice and tight full defensive shot there from Villiers. Ends that over from Lauren Bell. So that's 9 overs completed here at Arundel. And Durham, having won the toss, selected to bat 42 for 2. If you're just joining us, it's Hampshire against Durham, Tier 1 Metrobank 50 over game. Emma Marlowe out in the 5th over, bowled by Lauren Bell. Beauty, actually. Emma Marlowe perhaps just slightly feeling for it a little bit, maybe not quite sure what the ball was going to do. Just sneaked through the defensive and clipped the off stump. She was bowled for 5 off 12 balls. And Susie Bates got a short ball from Lauren Bell and just pulled it straight to Charlie Knott at mid-wicket. And didn't really time it either. And she was out for 26 from 28 balls. First wicket falling at 16, second wicket falling at 34. Kevin James and Amelia Clark with you.
Freya Davies coming in again, yet to find her first wicket of the morning, but obviously very much in the hunt for it. She comes in, the field creeps with her. Shorter length delivery there, again just pulled through the offside to the cover. Didn't manage to scurry through this time.
That's another dot ball. That's 8 balls Holly Armitage has faced, and is yet to get off the mark. Good bit of fielding from Abby Norgrove. That extra cover, that's a familiar position for her now, in that cover area.
Absolutely, as you say, maybe not finding her first wicket yet this morning, but being very steady is Davies, and maybe just causing a little bit of frustration as she comes in again. Shorter length delivery there, and his played through on leg side, square of the wicket, and they're coming back for 2, and there's a little bit of confusion there as the ball's overthrown. And both batters breathe a sigh of relief. So there was a bit of confusion as to whether they were going to run again. They didn't. And the fielder at square leg managed to just sort of overthrow and maybe just give them a bit of a helping hand as they managed to get back.
Charlie Knott with the field there. Yes, it looked like Villiers was off. Sent back by Armitage. I think Armitage, that was the right call.
Yeah. Yeah, that was far too close a ball to be running again. Especially as the fielder was right on top of it. Davies in again past the umpire. Length delivery this time. Played into the offside. Straight to extra cover.
I mentioned Maddie Villiers with the Sunrisers in the regional era. She played 37 List A matches for them, but only averaged 17. Slightly surprising when you see the way she's playing at the moment.
Absolutely, I mean,
Very
she's
tight defence,
looks
nice
like
technique.
she's going to go way past that. Davies in again, looking to dismiss that as it's played leg side. Stop by extra cover, a brilliant stop there. Played hard and fast, and a good stop.
Good fielding, Abby Norgrove.
Yeah.
Good hands.
Really got her body behind that as it was sort of a slightly dive, but managed to really stop it. As Davies begins her run up again, she's just standing at the top of a mark.
Yeah, what's
And there's just a
Georgia
little bit of a
Adams
pause there,
wants?
yeah. She went to go and then there was a little bit of a movement. Georgia Adams just moving a few fielders. She's moving silly mid off, across to more of a silly mid on. McGovern, who is ahead of us, just at deep third. Just moving to our left slightly, which is actually great because she was originally blocking Davies where she was stood, so I've now got a much clearer view.
Now she's blocking me.
Sorry. Davies in again, full length delivery there. Top ball.
By Rebecca Tyson at mid on. Yeah, I think Georgia Adams has come out from slip. I think she's just trying to reinforce the ring field because Villiers looks quite. It looks as though she's timing most of the shots, even if she's not playing a forceful shot. Even the full defensive, she's timing.
Yeah, she's seeing them really clearly.
Yeah.
Davies in again, past the umpire, bowls. Length delivery there, played leg side. Stop square of the wicket. And that brings about the end of the over. It is 43 for 2. I think we're going to have a change in the commentary. I'm going to depart and make way for Phil.
Phil Green coming in, manager of the Hursley Park Ladies, playing the National League South. Has been doing that job for quite a while. Thank you, Amelia. Just one run off that Freya Davis over. That's really good. Now, the way things are with 2 good batters in there. Not that it hasn't been good batters in before, but now as the ball gets a little softer and doesn't do quite so much, now of course it's very important you keep things tight, and Freya Davis has done her bit as well, as did Lauren Bell. She's taken a break. We're going to have our first bowling change here as well as our commentary change. Lauren Bell, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 23, and for the first time this season Phil Green's in with us. Hello Phil.
Morning Kev, morning everyone.
Let's just get your mic there, so that way. Let's do that. Oh gosh, you always seem to yeah, that'll do.
Yes, I've been introduced at the end of the power play.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith in with her left arm spin, pulled away through square leg, where Ella McGacken has moved further round to the right. Well, she's not deep mid wicket, she's not deep square leg, she's sort of in between. So that is a single for Holly Armitage. That takes the total on 244 for 2. What have you made of things so far, Phil?
Well, it's as you said, Kev, we think this is going to be a really good batting track, but the scores don't.
Pushed out to extra cover, no run.
The scores don't tend to be that high here, as you pointed out. I remember saying in previous years we're quite surprised that the batting doesn't seem as easy as it should. So, and it's following a pattern today.
Flighted, slight inside edge. As Villiers push forward, you're going to single out on the next side. I'm just going to alter your microphone for a minute. Hang on, I'm just going to switch you off for a minute. Hang on, Phil, just give me these for a minute. Just give them for me. That's it. I'm just going to, because I think we got these round the wrong way somehow. Yeah, that's better. Just watching Lindsay Smith. Right, there we are. Okay. Off the back foot there is Armitage. That's a good diving stop by Lindsay Smith on her follow through. Yeah. Is that? Oh, hang on. Now we've got to move you down that way. There we are.
It'll get me sorted.
We got there.
Get me sorted by the end of my 10
Loud and clear. Can't miss all those comments of yours. Smith again round the wicket, and that's driven by Armitage out to extra cover. It looks a good wicket, doesn't it?
It does, but as I was saying, the batsmen don't seem to be that fluent on it ever. Susie Bates was looking so, but a bit too ambitious with the pull shot, really.
It was really. Smith has pushed mid-off in the deep, and that's cut away by Armitage. Now to deep cover at the far end of the ground as we look. Just in front of that break in the trees. Up there is... we've got a substitute fielder on for the... Oh, it's Nancy Hartman, of course it is. With her new look bleach hair, which you haven't seen until today.
I saw it on the stream last week, but didn't recognise her for a while. But of course she's got a cap covering it up at the moment, but when she takes that off, it's a very different hair colouring to what we're used to. I might have to try that myself. I'm getting a bit fed up with the white.
Are you really? You're going to try that, Phil? You don't think you're of a certain vintage that maybe that might not look right?
Yeah, I think I probably am.
Because it wouldn't look right on me either.
So we've got Georgie Adams coming on at the Castle end, placing Freya Davis. So spin at both ends now. She's coming in for her first bowl of the day. And that's pulled by Armitage, short ball, but she can't get it past Charlie Knott mid-wicket. That was probably a bit of a loosener, and Armitage didn't really take advantage. Adams in again, very short run of course. Again it's short, and this time she's getting way through the offside off the back foot. She will get a run out to the sweeper, McCacken on the boundary there. Takes Armitage up to 4.
3 of the 4 games where Georgia Adams has bowled, she hasn't taken a wicket.
No, which is unusual because she's been a bit of a golden arm in the Vipers era, wasn't she? Adams in again, and that's a bit short again. It's forced by Villiers down to mid-on. Harman is fielding.
Yeah, no wickets against Warwickshire. No wickets against Surrey or the Blaze.
And again, Fuller this time. Villiers drives. Nice drive, but she can't get it past Lauren Bell at mid-off.
2 for 52 from 10 in the game against Lancashire.
Yeah, very experienced cricketer, of course, Georgie has, but not that experienced as a bowler, because she only really got into it at this level 2 or 3 years ago. That one's a bit uppish from Villiers, but she's mid-on is now back to long on, so it's a comfortable single. Takes her up to 10.
I'm impressed you're scoring at the same time as commentating.
Well, it's easier than turning around. That's my theory. In again to Armitage. That one beats short extra cover but can't get past Lauren Bell at mid-off. And that's the over. And I make the score 48.
Well, when I turn my head around, your scoring is bang on, Phil. 48 it is.
That's off 12 overs.
Yeah. And currently, Maddie Villiers has 9, and Holly Armitage has just the 5. Slow start from Holly Armitage.
Yeah. When Kevin describes what I'm doing is scoring, I have to point out that what I'm actually doing is putting notches in the old-fashioned way against the name, not actually doing a scorebook.
Like you were scoring a game in the 1850s.
Yeah, exactly.
With the old notches on it. But they used to use a tree bark.
He used feathers at one time.
Was it feathers?
He did, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Lindsay Smith then. And forward wrapped on the pad there. Maddie Villiers called through for a leg by as the ball trickles down towards third. Umpire signals leg bys. Not sure how close that was. Just having a look at the replay. Looks like it was going down the leg side actually.
Yeah, I'm reliably informed that back in the, I think it was the 18th century. Sorry.
Holly Armitage drives powerfully, but only as far as extra cover.
I haven't got time for many stories of slow bowls. But they used to put a feather in a bag every time a run was scored in the first innings. And in the second innings, they took one out every time a run was scored, and when the bag was empty, the second team had won.
Right. Well, that's a great bit of information. I've never heard that before. That's worked on the onside up to Lauren Bell.
I think it's in the days of Hambledon and those sort of things.
Well, those sort of things.
That's what they used to do,
interesting, yeah. And I suppose feathers meaning that the bag never got too heavy.
I'm guessing, yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't want a kid putting big boulders in or something. Here's Lindsay Smith. Scores of 400 plays 398 would have tested a few people, strength-wise. No run there. Holly Armitage hit it back to the bowler.
But I have got a pen and not feathers, so I'm a little bit more up to date.
Smith bowls. Armitage drives past the diving Bush
Oh,
up to
she
mid-off.
dropped her
Throw
bat.
comes in, or she would have been gone.
She didn't have a bat to put in because she dropped that halfway out the wicket.
Wow. Yeah, I just noticed the bat halfway down there. And there was a risky single at the best. She took her time to get going. She dropped the bat. She ran in. She dived with her hands to get over the line.
Yeah.
And the throw coming in from Georgia Adams couldn't hit the stumps at the bowler's end.
That was spectacular.
Wow. Bit of drama here at Arundel. Yes, just Holly Armitage set off for about the second time. The bat just bobbled out of her hand. That's driven back. And this time Lindsay Smith can't pick it up. Lauren Bell again, who's been actually one of the best Vipers, one of the best Hampshire fielders so far at mid-on and mid-off. There's not much got past her in this game so far. 13 overs gone. And only 2 runs off the over from Lindsay Smith. 50 is the total, with Holly Armitage on
6.
5 and Maddie Villiers on 10, according to the scoreboard. Oh no, Phil, your scoring's gone awry.
Well, I was opposite way round to you before that over, and now it seems to have corrected itself. So, in my defence, I'm going to say that they had it wrong before.
You put too many feathers in the
Yeah.
bag.
It's not a feather in my cap that time. So we've got Georgia Adams from the Castle end into Armitage, sweeps there. It's got that on the full, and that's going to beat the deep square leg for 4. So loose ball there from Adams, and picked up well by Armitage, her first boundary. She has been in prolific form this year, though. As you said, Kev, I think third highest run scorer in this competition before today.
Couple of 80s and a 60.
I think it's only Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont above her on the run charts.
Tammy Beaumont's had back-to-back hundreds.
Back hundreds, indeed. Adams in again, shorter, back foot Armitage, but straight to extra cover. Adams, short again and pulled. This is going to find the deep mid-wicket fielder, cover out there, so it'll just be the single. Which Armitage is up to 11.
I can't. Daisy Gibb rather. When she said when she walked past the effects, don't say anything.
Shots off the back foot from Villiers. Again, good cover. There's cover out on the offside, just a single. But runs starting to come this over for Durham.
Very neat writing, Phil.
Very small writing, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's neat.
Thank you. That one's off the back foot, and Adams fields off her own bowling.
Well, it was almost like it's a font. It's a font you can turn your computer to.
I'm not sure it's that good, Kev, but thank you. As long as I can read it.
Well, that's right.
Bit of hesitation. They changed the field here. Just moved one across, and Adams is in, and it's driven by Armitage, and it's past the fielder at mid-on, and they'll pick single down to long on. So fairly productive over there. 7 off it.
So by your calculations and your scoring, what's the score, Phil?
57.
Eh? 54 the scoreboard is showing.
Is it 54?
Yeah,
Okay.
gosh, Phil.
Wow.
Phil, what's going on with your scoring? It's neat writing. Well, actually, that's interesting because
Ruby's
the
got
picture feed
57.
is showing 56. Now the scoreboard.
And the
is
one on
only
my
showing
right is showing 57.
It is 57, isn't it? You're right, Phil. So the scoreboard is wrong. Who would have thought that? Now what is the point? What's the? Oh, it's gone up to 50. Oh, it's gone up to 57 now. It's like they can hear us. Here's Lindsay Smith. As that's driven up to mid-wicket by Holly Armitage, fielded by Charlie Knott, and there's no run. If you're just joining us, the 2 wickets that have fallen. Emma Marlowe in the 5th over, bowled by Lauren Bell for 5. Ball just clipped the off stump. And Susie Bates pulling a short ball from Lauren Bell to mid-wicket, caught by Charlie Knott. She was out for 26. There's another drive by Armitage, but finds Georgia Adams at mid-off this time.
I think what's been good about this first phase of the Tier 1 county system is that no team sort of really got away with it yet.
That's pulled away and along the ground. That's what Susie Bates didn't do when she made her pull shot.
Yeah.
It was in the air, catchable height all the way to mid-wicket. That's along the ground out to Ella McGacken, who's a deep mid-wicket. Armitage moves on to 12.
Yeah, there's no team that's won every game, and there's no team that's lost every game. The results have been very varied, which is.
Nice drive from Villiers, but she finds Maya Boucher at short mid-off. Short extra cover even. I'm just thinking, but you're right. I think the Blaze lost their first game, but actually they've won four
now.
So I think they look the side to beat. That's powerfully driven back, but well stopped by Lindsay Smith.
Yeah, they do, and as you mentioned earlier, Surrey I think was sort of people's pre-season favourites perhaps, but they're struggling a little bit at the moment.
What's going on there? Their star-studded lineup. Lindsay Smith goes again, and that's another drive, powerful drive, but Georgia Adams has dropped herself back to deep mid-off, picks it up, throws it back to Lindsay Smith, and that's the end of another over here in Arundel. 15 overs are gone, and I'm going to ask for the score from Phil Green.
Well, I've got 59 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's right. We've got the analyst as well next to us, so we've got...
Ruby's nodding, so I'm happy.
59 it is. I'm looking back at the scoreboard. Oh, they're back with us. The scoreboard's back in play.
They're listening to the commentary, aren't they?
Yeah,
clearly.
Why wouldn't they? 17 to Maddie Villiers, and just 7 currently to Holly Armitage. Daisy Gibb walking back. She's doing the drinks duties round the ground, round the boundary.
This one's Adams again, just played out on the offside by Villiers for a single. So I don't agree with those individual scores you just read out.
Do you not?
But
oh no, Armitage has got 12.
Yeah,
you're right. Oh no, see now the scoreboard's something. The scoreboard's sticking somewhere.
Yeah,
we're not going to go with that anymore.
Adams in again. This time Armitage drives to mid off, but turns down the single.
Current run rate just under 4 and over for Durham.
Adams in again. Very short run. It's a bit fuller, but whipped away. But I was like bottom hand in that. She turned it behind square on the leg side, wide enough for Tyson to get a single. Yeah, starting to look quite settled now. These two Durham players, both very experienced at this level, of course. And play a miss on the back foot there from Villiers. Villiers played international cricket a few years ago for England. And Holly Armitage must be fairly close now, as Kev said. Played in the A team in the winter. Had a winter in Australia. I think she played in the Big Bash as well.
South Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, South Australia in the Women's National.
In the Women's National. Yeah. Played that one to mid-wicket Villiers for a single. She played in one of the franchises. It might be New Zealand, Leon. She was playing one of the franchise tournaments over there as well. Adams in again. This was just defended by Armitage back down the wicket. Adams half stops it. And that's the end of the over. 3 off that over. After 16 overs, Durham have moved on to 62 for 2. So starting to rebuild after the loss of 2 early wickets. And it's going to be mostly spin bowling, you think, from now on. There's not a lot of seam attack. Not a lot of seamers in the Hampshire side, just the 2 that open the bowling. So be trial by spin from now on. Different types of spin, of course. Lindsay Smith with her flattish, slow left arm, whereas you've got the off spin of Georgia Adams and Charlie Knott, and the leg spin Nancy Harmon.
It's the start of a new over from Lindsay Smith as Maddie Villiers drives back. I'm just looking, I've got a message from Anthony Clapham here, who plays for the Hampshire and England disabled sides. He's listening and watching. Part of our commentary team on the south coast. That's driven back to Lindsay Smith once more. He said he played at Arundel on Sunday.
Right.
The pitch was slow and low, not much turn, but the spinners who bowled into the wicket and straight did very well. Difficult for the seamers, and the outfield was lightning, he says.
Yeah.
Sounds about right, actually. Big boundaries to the side, which they are here.
Yeah, probably bigger the far side from us, I would have thought.
Yeah.
But yeah, quite long.
Lindsay Smith again. Villiers happy just to defend that length ball.
I think, as I say, we're going to see plenty of spin today. Certainly from Hampshire.
Smith again, slightly shorter this time, and Villiers is trying to find a gap but can't. Hits it to extra cover. Abby Norgrove is there.
There's been quite a lot of movement of players in this new county system, hasn't there?
But he still can't find the gap. That's great work. That short extra cover by Maya Boucher. End of the over. Good over there from Lindsay Smith. Sorry, Phil, just to interrupt. That's a maiden, I think.
It was, yeah.
So that score stays on 62 for 2 at the end of the 17th.
Yeah, I was just saying, there's been a few geographical moves of players in this system. Villiers was is an Essex girl. Played most of the time at Sunrisers. It's gone up north to Durham, and of course, although she's not playing today, Emily Windsor, who's well known in this part of the world, has now moved to Durham. Sadly out for a while with a hip, just had a hip operation. And they get a change of bowling at the other end. Becky Tyson, another spinner, left arm spinner, Becky Tyson, coming into the attack from the Castle end.
What I didn't realise was, because she was plucked from Hertfordshire, wasn't she, last year? I didn't realise, I think it was Emily who told me, that she used to be a seam bowler.
She did. She was a seam bowler for Middlesex, I believe, at one point. She's starting in round the wicket here to Armitage, and she got onto the back foot there, and Armitage was a bit late playing it in the end, but managed to get it away to extra cover. No run. Yeah, she was, and then she turned to a slow left armour. Quite a lot of them, but Lindsay Smith was as well. This one's cut away to backward point for no run. Lindsay Smith started out as a left arm seamer.
Was she really?
Yeah, she did. So it's quite a common conversion.
Too much effort bowling seam, isn't it?
Well, you never converted though, Kev, did you?
No.
Spin?
No, I was a sucker for punishment.
Tyson in again, round the wicket, and that one's back foot again from Armitage. I think she's bowling a bit quicker than Armitage is thinking here. She seems to be a little bit hurried on those shots.
Just noticed actually, she played for Sydney Sixers in the Big Bash during the winter.
Armitage,
Armitage.
yeah, I thought she did play. Yeah. Back foot this time, she does find a gap. So it's the first run for a while, about 10 balls to extra cover boundary. And Rihanna Southby has to be quite athletic to take that return from McCacken out there. Tyson in again. This time to Villiers. He's just defending back down the wicket. It's a good spell for Hampshire just at the minute. Kept it tight for the last 2 or 3 overs. Pushing back mid on to long on now, which is quite a common ploy for the last ball of the over, or the later part of the over. Oh, it's a full toss. That's a very loose ball. And Villiers has taken full advantage of that. Smacked it well over mid wicket for 4. That's a poor end to a really good over from Becky Tyson, and that's gone for 4. So the score moves up to 67. 4-2 off 18 overs, and still just below that 4 and over mark.
It is. Email here from Richard Foster, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, nice to hear the commentary. I agree with your last caller. Rihanna Southby, she must be close to an England call-up. Saw an amazing century by Steve Waugh at Arundel. I think he got 150 plus. I was standing by the bar. Best place to watch cricket, always. He hit a flat 6, one bounce right through the open bar door.
Where he was standing.
Yeah, here's Lindsay Smith. Holly Armitage trying to find some room and calmed and drives it off the back foot up to Lauren Bell at mid-on. Right through the open bar door. Here in a crash bang wallop, I looked through the window and saw Ted Dexter standing by the bar. Wow, what it's driven. It's quite full. It's off the bottom of the bat, and again it finds Lauren Bell. Surprised your co-commentator living so close has not been round the castle. This is you, Amelia. Has she been to the Wildfowl Trust? Obviously not. I mean, if you haven't been here, you haven't been there either, I guess. So she's shaking her head saying no. That's driven up to Adams at mid-off. So Richard Foster saying you've got to go to the Wildfowl Trust as well. I think you're going to have to come here and stay a couple of days, Amelia, and just get around it.
The trout farm to stay as well. We saw that on the way in, didn't we?
So Lindsay Smith, that's driven by Armitage, and again Maya Boucher, that's short extra cover, picks it up, and there is no run.
Yeah, going back to the Rihanna Southey thing, I think that's a really good point. I mean, there do seem to be some really good keepers around the circuit.
There is. Well, the Armitage digs that one out, almost a Yorker, and it goes to Boucher.
And the one you could say she's mostly in contention with, if you like, is her opposite number today, of course, isn't it? Because Bess Heath is in the England squad, has been in the squad as the reserve keeper. So they're in sort of direct competition maybe today.
Great stop, Maya Boucher. Saved probably a 4 on that occasion.
And it's another maiden to Lindsay Smith.
This is good. This is good stuff here from Hampshire. Just squeezing the Durham batting here a little bit. So that's 67. I don't need to look over Phil's shoulder to his wonderful scoring. Chris Cook on the email, soundcricket@gmail.com. He just says the sound on the live stream keeps dropping in and out for a reason. I do not know that reason. The technicals are just by us actually, so maybe they're listening. Maybe the wind has something a little bit to do with it.
It is quite windy.
Yeah.
This is going to be Becky Tyson again from the Castle End. That's quite full again, and they do take a single this time. Sharp single, taking on Lindsay Smith to her left hand, which is not necessarily the wisest thing to do, but they're safely home. Since the Villiers.
So Holly Armitage looks like she took off a little late there.
Yeah, at least she kept her bat the whole time this time. she could run in with her bat instead of having to dive. Tyson there into Armitage. He's down the wicket this time, but just defends when she's got there. Yeah, going back to the keepers, you've also got Katie Jones, who was in the Under-19 World Cup. He looked excellent in that England Under-19 side.
Who's she play for?
Playing for Somerset now. Really good keeper, I would say. So Rihanna's very good, but she's got a lot of competition. And of course, Amy Jones, the incumbent one. That one's down the leg side and swept. I think it's off the pad, and it's just gone down to Lauren Bell on the 45, and again they run.
So you're saying, obviously Amy Jones has got the gloves at the moment,
Yeah.
but there's Katie Jones.
There's Katie Jones, there's Bess Heath who's
Bess
playing
Heath,
here for Durham, Rihanna, and there's other good ones actually, like Eddie Threlcold at Lancashire. Tyson in again, and that one's beaten there again. And
She's just getting
Right
done
off
with the
the pad.
changes of pace.
Yeah,
That last one was a quicker one, that was a slower one.
yeah, she's certainly not looking very comfortable at the moment, Armitage, for a player of her talent. Tyson in again. This time she's again sort of hit it into her foot, and it's just trickled out in front of her.
She's struggling with the
timing's
timing,
all
isn't
awry, isn't it?
Is it 45 balls for 14?
But she's looking, she's not middling anything really. Tyson in again, round the wicket. That's short and quicker. And this time she does get the middle of the bat, and it pulls it, but it still wasn't a full shot, I wouldn't say, but she got away for a single. And finishes the over to take the score up to 69 at 20 overs.
Phil Green is staying on, and it's going to be Amelia Clark to take you through the next period.
Thank you, Kev. Yes, so Durham 69 for 2, having been 34 for 2 in the 7th over. We're now 20 overs in at 69 for 2. Durham, of course, won the toss today, decided to bat, as most teams do on this ground. And Amelia's coming back in.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Amelia.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. First time we've been on air together.
It is. Looking forward to it. Looks like we've Smith in again from the park end. Oh, well played back to her there.
Yeah, so good little spell for Hampshire this. Kept it tight for a few overs.
Smith in again. Round the wicket. Full length delivery there. Played leg side. Absolutely. Yeah, I think maybe just causing a little bit of annoyance in a bit of frustration in the Durham
frustration, I
side.
think, particularly with Holly
Yeah.
Armitage, who's not really timed it very well
Absolutely. Shorter delivery there. Played leg side. That's going to go along to deep mid wicket. Yeah, I think you're right. I think she's sort of playing her role perfectly of just creating those dot balls, creating that frustration, causing that just a little bit of maybe every so often a stray shot from Durham, but not quite yet. They haven't let it slip, as it's in again. Full length delivery there, almost Yorker length. Played offside this time. Helpful one.
Of the two, Villiers is timing it much better, but she's picking the fielders quite often, whereas Armitage isn't really timing it at all.
No.
So.
Yeah, I think as you were saying before, she's struggling with that change in pace as it comes in again. Offside delivery this time. Played through to deep extra cover. Yeah, and they're also not giving the bats ladies much time in between. They're keeping it really pacey, really a quick delivery.
Yeah, that's one thing about these two. They do turn around and get in quickly, so the batter hasn't got a lot of time to think. Yeah.
Very full length delivery there this time. Played leg side, but straight to sort of backward square leg.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the over.
Just the two off it.
Absolutely no wasted time there.
No, you're absolutely right. They rattle through the overs, and as a batter, you do feel a little bit hurried.
Yeah. And maybe it's just not giving that time to maybe survey the field.
Yeah, to think about it and plan your next shot. And that is a tactic really. With slow bowlers, some of them they just get back to the mark. And quite often, the batter sometimes could just actually stop them and say, "I'm not quite ready."
Yeah.
But they don't always feel they can do that. So Tyson in again now, and she's turned away by Villiers. She's picked the gap this time. May come back for a second. No, she looked and changed her mind, so it's just going to be the one.
Yeah, Lauren Bell went chasing after that. Just after she came off of her overs in the power play, she actually called for her jumper to be brought on because I can't blame her. It's a little chilly out there.
Well, when the wind gets through the gap of the trees,
and it's fine when the sun's out, but when the mottled cloud cover comes in,
Tyson again, that was driven down.
it's quite cold.
It's a bit of a wind howling now. You're probably picking up on the effects, Mike.
I keep trying to cover my mic just to calm it down a little bit.
So Tyson in again to Armitage, and this time she drives it but straight back to the bowler. So turns around, remakes her mark, just settling herself. And actually, what we were just saying there is she took her time and stopped the bowler just to give herself
a few extra seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, well played there.
That one's off the back foot, and that's a much better shot. She timed that one nicely, but McCacken's out there on the cover boundary, and that's 1-2 Armitage, taking the score to 73. Yeah, the overs will fly through with these bowlers on.
Yeah, when I was off, I thought, goodness me, is that 10 overs already?
Tyson again, just defended. Yeah, I was off for the 10 overs a seam, so I could sit back and have a rest, and you hardly got a break.
Well, I kept moving my chair, I kept putting it in the shade and then in the sun and then half on, half off. By the time I got settled, I was back in again.
Tyson, again, this one's cut away by Villiers. To the fielder out there again, McCacken's busy out there on that boundary out to the right of us. It would have been right in front of us if we'd stayed in our original commentary position.
I do think you're right though. I think this position is a little bit better. You can see a lot more of the field.
It's a better angle to watch the game, I think.
Yeah.
Quite so much cover when the wind comes, but got the well-known photographer Dave Vokes walking in front of us now, getting to the latest position with his classic lens that he carries around.
Looks like Smith's going to come back in from the park end, or is it just the park end?
The park end.
The park end.
Yeah.
Double. And she comes in again around the wicket. Full length delivery there, played offside, straight to cover.
It's interesting when Kev said how he always likes coming to this ground. He didn't like it about an hour before the start, did he? When we got told, oh, this is out.
Oh, what a shot! Absolutely fantastic. That was a great delivery there. And played straight to extra cover and straight out for to Villiers. Yep. He didn't know, just going back to that, he really didn't like it.
No, he wasn't keen on the ground just at that point, was he?
No. He was a touch stressed, but...
Yeah, so Villiers there just playing a little bit early, I think, and just drove it straight back to Lindsay Smith. Lindsay Smith really kept a grip on it from this end and tied both batters down, and perhaps a little bit of frustration, as you said just now, Amelia. And she just... That was fairly tame end, really. She just put it straight back to Lindsay Smith.
Absolutely. So
She's out for 22.
yeah, she goes for 22 after 22 overs. So it's been a little bit of a dry spell there for Hampshire. It's the last over falling for Lauren Bell after 6 overs, and that was after just going for 34 for 2. Durham have since managed to put on another few more at 72 for 3. They now are. As Villiers departs the field, she will be quite irritated by that, as it was, as you say, quite a tame end. Not the moment she would have really wanted to be dismissed.
It was. She was looking the better of the two players. I thought, the more settled, but perhaps getting a bit frustrated that the runs weren't coming from the other end either. I think that shot she was caught between two. She sort of held back on it a bit and ended up just pushing it straight back to Lindsay Smith. So we now got Bess Heath is the new batter.
She'll join Armitage in the middle. Armitage on, have I got it at 17, believe 17 for Armitage?
Don't ask me.
You were just doing the
What have you
scores.
got there, Ruby? 17?
17.
Yeah. 17, yeah.
We're trusting Ruby now. She's she's our new best friend.
Heath
So
off the mark,
played,
first ball. To
absolutely.
mid-wicket. So she's off the mark.
So Smith takes the top of her mark again. In around the wicket, bowls past the umpire. Nice length delivery there. It's played straight back to her, but it's just slight misfield, and it'll be rounded up by Lauren Bell, who was just at mid-on. Lovely vocal encouragement always from the Hampshire girls around the field, encouraging their bowler. And again played a very strong ball all the way out on leg side to deep mid wicket, who just couldn't get there, and that's gone for 4.
That's a very rare loose ball from Lindsay Smith. That was a knee-high full toss, which
might just slipped out of her hand, maybe.
Something's gone wrong. That's not her at all.
No.
But for Holly Armitage, that's maybe
took absolute
maybe
use of
it'll
that.
be the change that she's timed one, and maybe that will be the catalyst for her.
Much better there. Played straight back to Smith. Yeah, much cleaner finish to the over. Durham on. What have you got the score as?
79.
79. Okay. I've got it.
What have we got?
What are we thinking? Yeah, that's right. 79 for 3. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's that one might give Holly Armitage a bit of it's certainly a bit of relief from the problem she's had against Lindsay Smith, but a very rare loose ball. I don't just mean today, very rare for her to bowl a ball like that ever. I mean, she's a very reliable bowler in the middle overs, and in the T20 games she often opens the bowling as well in the power play. So we've got left arm spin at both ends. We've got Bex Tyson coming in from the Castle end, bowling to Heath. It's back foot, and that's turned away mid-wicket, and it's beaten mid-wicket, so it's going to be a single. As fielder comes in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Can't stop a single.
Do you think there's a change in sort of the wickets at either end? I mean, all wickets so far have come from
This end. Yeah.
Heading towards the Castle end. Do you think there's just a difference there?
Could
Or
well be. It's a good point.
is it the wind? Is it just luck? Is it just...
It's probably all of those.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit of luck. Well, I say luck in it, but just coincidence they're all from one end. But I think, you're probably right. There's a difference, and
I mean,
certainly.
Do you think that gap's playing a part in the wind, or it's just maybe...
There's a single there to Armitage on the offside. Yeah, it's a good point. It's hard to tell. I would say that the wickets... The two more senior bowlers have bowled from this end.
Yeah.
The two international bowlers, if you like.
Yeah.
That's not in any way
knocking
showing
anyone else,
disrespect
no.
to the other end, but that's possibly a factor as well.
Yeah.
Tyson in again. That's down the leg side, and that'll be called wide. That's the first wide of the day, I believe. umpire Ben Pevell stretching his arms. But yeah, down the leg side, Heath missed on the sweep. Tyson in again, and that one's driven to mid-on, but can't get past the mid-wicket really. Bouchier, no run. Yes, but it's a good point, Amelia. It could well be that batting is less comfortable from when out the far end. In again, Tyson. This time sweep, she does connect. It's going to come out to deep square leg, but field well set today so far. Most of the aggressive shots since the spin has been on, at least, have found fielders.
Yeah, because you'd almost think that it would be harder to bat from this end as they are currently, because they're looking directly into the sun here. But obviously, I mean, very experienced batsmen can sort of bat anywhere. But
Yeah,
I just think if there was going to be a little bit of lack of concentration, it would come from that end.
Tyson, and Armitage has pulled that away for a single. So end of that over, the 24th over, and that's, by my reckoning, 84.
Yeah, the scoreboard says 84 for 3.
I wouldn't rely on that. That's been wrong most of the time.
That's true. On this occasion, it's right.
Well, on this occasion, it agrees with me, which doesn't necessarily mean it's right. But, yeah, 84 for 3 off 24 overs. So I don't know what Durham will be looking for here. Kevin and I were saying, I don't know if you were listening when we were on media, that the scores here aren't as high as you think they will be.
Right.
You always come here and think it's high scoring ground, but history tells us that it hasn't been in the women's games here.
As Smith comes in again, bowls this time leg side. Blocks well back. Yeah, maybe because the boundary's quite far, it's hard to get those higher scoring ones.
Well,
Is it slower ground?
It's not slow. I wouldn't say the outfield's not slow enough.
No, as in the wicket, is it slow? Again,
probably slower
block
than
back.
they think,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, we've seen when the balls do get to the outfield that they are really skipping through. They're absolutely racing
Yeah, and
through.
of course, with the weather it's been this year so far, all the outfields are dry.
Smith in again, full length delivery this time, taken leg side down to mid off, played back and just overthrown, but she was a bit well in either way. Yeah, so we'll see if Durham can get past the 100 mark.
Well, I think they'd be. You'd sort of think when you set out to bat on this, you'd be looking 250 plus, but they might have to reset that thinking right now.
In again, length delivery, played straight back to Smith. Yeah, I think 250 at the moment is quite steep.
It's looking ambitious, but if you keep wickets in hand, of course, you can score a lot of the last 10 overs.
Absolutely. Smith in again, field creeps with her. Bowls leg side,
So we've got
just goes down to cover.
Some random person walking in front of us.
Honestly, who is that random man? Oh wait, it's Kevin.
just blocking the commentator's view.
Smith stands at the top of her mark again. Just adjusting her fielder slightly, and then she's in. Round the wicket. Oh, shorter delivery this time, pushed straight off, driven through to deep square leg there. He's managed to stop it on the boundary. It did look like it might skip through, but she's doing some great fielding there. Is McGovern. He seems to be running off, maybe.
It's a drinks break.
Drinks break.
Halfway at 25, so we always have a look at halfway, and see what we think the score might be. And I would say 250's probably a bit ambitious now.
Yeah. 175?
I think they'd want more than that.
Yeah.
I think you'd definitely be. You'd definitely say 200's a minimum, I think.
Right.
There always used to be a theory in the 50 over game that you doubled the score at 30 overs.
Okay.
If you had wickets in hand. So if you were like 150 at 30 overs, you were on for 300.
Right.
Rather than at the halfway mark.
Okay.
Because of the natural acceleration later on. But that's only if you got wickets in hand. So if you think they're going to get to about 100 by 30 overs, then 200 would seem to be, and it is quite an old-fashioned way of thinking already now, even though the one-day game's not that old anyway. But yeah, so I would say 200 for here, but we might be able to get some insight from the Durham camp actually, because
Emily Windsor's just kind of crotching over.
hobbling over towards us. You might have a better idea of what they're looking at. But I think they would have looking at 250 when they started, maybe. And one of the things when you go into bat first, the opener's job in a way sometimes is to sort of get the message back to the rest of the team assessing the wicket. And sometimes they'll come back and say, well, actually it's not a 250 wicket, 220 might be enough. It's that sort of the early exchanges lead to that sort of discussion normally.
Yeah, so Durham currently on 87 for 3. Just a quick discussion about what we were looking to sort of what we think they might be getting for a final one. We had last going at 72 for 3.
Yes, so I think the other thing you always look at this stage is who do you think will be happiest with the first 25 overs. I would say probably Hampshire personally, because they've kept control.
They look tight.
They haven't let it get away. They've obviously picked up 3 wickets. So I think they would be the happier at this point. But as I was saying, it's all down. That little 22 yards between the stumps is the most critical part of any cricket match. It's a small area, but that's what decides games. It's what makes it such an. Well, it's one of the things that makes it such an interesting game, that everywhere you play is that 22 yards is different. And it's only the players out there that will know if this is a good score or not. So maybe Durham will be happy with where they are, but I would say Hampshire have had the best of it to date.
Yeah, I would agree. I think all the bowlers have played their part. I mean, there's only ever been like the stray 1 or 2. Everything else has been very straight, very direct, very controlled. And they've been able to sort of rush the batters just slightly, just to keep them uncomfortable, not let them settle in, not them get the kind of build that confidence. All those partnerships either, they've kept those partnerships very short at every time, managing to sort of dismiss someone just as they seem to be getting going.
That's right, you're getting wickets at vital times. And I think also they've only bowled 1 wide. There was a wide just now from Becky Tyson. I believe that was the first one, and that's good discipline. In this modern era where anything down the leg side is a wide, as we know, and the umpires are very strict on it all. So to only bowl 1 in 25 overs is good. So it looks like we're ready to resume, and it's going to be Tyson still bowling from the Castle end. Batter retaking their guard, and the umpires signalling to the scorers just to ensure that they're ready. They've had their drink as well and ready to go. Tyson in round the wicket, left arm round. Armitage just defends that back. So Tyson is varying her pace quite a bit. She's bowled a couple of really slow balls in amongst this, but most of the time she's bowling at that similar sort of pace to Lindsay Smith, sort of quite flat and quick for a spinner. This time Armitage's down the wicket, but can't get it past Bouchier at mid-on.
And do you think she's doing that just to maybe tempt the Durham batsman into, maybe pulling a shot or just driving a little bit further than they should to a fielder and hoping we might get a wicket there, or missing it completely?
Yeah, I mean it's obviously a change of pace.
And she's gone. What a brilliant bowl.
That's the attempted sweep from Armitage, who's, to be honest, has never looked comfortable today. This is a player that we've seen score runs very fluently, and which again suggests a wicket might not be as easy to bat on as we thought. But she's on the sweep there to Tyson, and just got through her defences again a bit quicker, that ball. So as we were saying, Amelia, that's why a bowler would vary their pace to try and change, to confuse the batter. And now we've got going. So Hampshire's made 25, quite a laboured 25.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think she would have been very happy with exactly how she's playing today. I think you're right. She's never quite seemed to be able to just read the ball how she would have liked to, and been able to just get that timing in place.
Yeah, she hasn't really got a time. She hit it into her foot a few times, and that always shows that you're not quite it's not where you're intending to hit it. The new batter, new batter for Durham is Leah Dobson, who's a local girl, I believe.
And it's the first wicket to fall from that end.
Absolutely, well spotted. Yes, it is. First time we've broken the first wicket I've been able to commentate on, because I've been doing all the firing, and Tyson in again, and this one's defended by Dobson.
Yeah, I think really well done from her. I think it was a deserved wicket that's come just at the right time.
And again, this on the back foot, Dobson, just back to the bowler. Yes, I think that's certainly increased Hampshire's advantage in this game, that fourth wicket. This one's driven. It's actually hit the stumps at the bowler's end, and they've appealed, which suggests that she did get a finger on it maybe, but the batter was in the ground anyway, I think. And that's the end of a wicket maiden for Becky Tyson.
Yep.
And after 26 overs, Durham have moved along to 87 for 4.
Yeah, Tyson there just doing 1 for 15, so a very economical inning so far. She's already bowled 5 overs now, she just completed. It looks like Georgia Adams might be coming into the...
No, it's this Charlie Knott.
Charlie Knott, apologies. Georgia Adams just standing there organising.
Yeah, that's right. Georgia Adams is
She was standing there as if she wasn't, but no, she's...
But it's Charlie Knott who's going to bowl.
Having a chat with Charlie Knott. You all right there? You beat the announcer by a mile.
Beat Richard Isaacs. Yeah.
Yeah. So Charlie Knott just warming up with Georgia Adams. He's going to move down to mid-on.
Charlie Knott bowls with a cap on. That's always quite distinctive.
Yeah. Comes in over the wicket. Plays down to square leg side. They'll just hold there on 1. Heath moves on to 5. Durham. What's the score? What's the score on the door, Phil?
88.
88 for 4. They're just making sure the batter was ready. She just held them for a moment there. I think, yeah, maybe just taking her time. Comes in over the wicket. Played it nicely. She got in behind that. Blocked back.
Interesting little bit of trivia about Bess Heath, who's the batter at this end. Should be quite happy today with this tree-lined ground, because she comes from a family of tree surgeons.
Oh, well.
So she's probably identifying what all the trees are around the ground while she's batting out there.
Ins in again. Just played through to mid-off. Yeah, maybe looking at those going, oh, they're a bit tall. Maybe just need to lop off 1 or 2.
Who knows what types of tree they all are.
And again, no wasted time. Full length delivery, played leg side down to mid wicket. They'll only run for 1 because there's 3 fielders around there. Yeah, both batsmen feeling maybe a little bit more comfortable out there at the moment, or just looking a little bit more confident.
Well, obviously Dobson's quite new to the crease, but Heath looked okay since she came in. She's worked singles off, and she does it again. She's managed to work it around most balls. But it's a long time since we've had a boundary.
It is.
Well, I think there was that one loose ball from Lindsay Smith a few overs back, but there haven't been many boundaries in recent times.
No. Hampshire bowlers keeping it very tight as it's bowled in again. Length delivery, played straight to mid wicket.
That's the end of another over. As you say, they rattle through, don't they?
They do.
That's 27 gone, and Durham now 90 for 4, and 2 newish batters at the crease to re-establish the innings here. Bess Heath and Leah Dobson. Lindsay Smith just coming back on the field. I don't know if she was off for. I didn't notice she'd gone off for an over, but she's just come back on.
I think she went to the loo, I'll be honest.
Okay.
She went scampering up the stairs.
Okay, that would make sense.
Just at the drinks break, I saw her run off.
That would make sense. I don't know if they fielded one light there, because I didn't see a sub-fielder come off. I saw Lindsay Smith go on, so Perhaps they fielded with 10 for an over, I'm not sure. Anyway, Tyson in, and that's played by Heath to Lindsay Smith. Refreshed Lindsay Smith. And no run. So yeah, Durham need to, as you said, Amelia, they've lost wickets every time they look to be re-establishing it and having to reset again. And this one's just played off the back foot down to backward point. Freya Davis. And yeah, they haven't really been able to get any momentum into this innings to date. Tyson in again. And that one's played way off the back foot. And they're going to... Oh no, they're not going to come back for 2. Heath was looking for 2.
Thrown there.
And but they could just get away with a single.
It's a beautiful day here at Arundel Castle. The
It
sun
is.
truly out. It's warming
Lovely.
up a little bit. Hopefully the wind's dying down just a touch.
We've been really lucky this for this period of this
We
season,
have.
haven't we? That one's very full, almost Yorked Dobson. In fact, I think it did York and went through to Southby. Couldn't take it cleanly, but
Did well to stop it.
yeah, it was a very full delivery and got through. Mid on now being pushed back to long on, as is customary at the end of the over. Tyson in again, and again she's beaten the bat.
Oh, big
This
shout
time-
there.
This time it's hit her on the pad, I think.
I
But
think that might have been just going down leg side.
yeah, I don't think they were too keen on the appeal. There was a
No.
sort of stifled appeal, but again a dot ball, and Dobson not finding the bat. Tyson again, that's wide of off stump, and is signalled wide. That was a quicker one again, and she just fired it in well wide of the off stump, and that would be an extra. And ball she has to re-bowl. Tyson in again. And that's shorter,
very
and
down.
that's pulled away by Dobson.
Again, finding the fielder very
Yeah, I
quickly.
think- which suggests the field's placed very well.
Yes.
A lot of balls going straight to the fielder. Single to finish the over from Dobson, and Durham, I believe, moved on to 93
Yep.
of 28
I
overs.
trust your scoring now more than anyone. Whatever you say is going.
I wouldn't if I were you.
I would.
But
No, the scoreboard is staying with us at the moment, so 93 for 4.
I just find it easier than turning around all the time.
I don't blame you. So we've got Knott coming in again from the park end. Dobson on strike. The field is set. She comes in over the wicket. Bowls length delivery. Play down to mid-on. Lauren Bell there waiting. Again, directly to her, not finding the gap. Not just standing at the top of her mark. Begins again. Field creeps in with her. Bowls length delivery once more. Blocked down to mid-wicket.
Going back to the wicket and the type of wicket, I think Hampshire, evidence so far would suggest they read it well in terms of their team selection, because they've just gone in with 2 seamers and
Yeah.
a battery of slow bowlers.
This time pulled around to mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket will come out and field that. Hold them at 1.
So yeah, they've brought in a spinner for a seamer today, so
Yep.
they've just gone with 2 seamers and potentially 4 or 5 spinners,
Yeah.
and suggests that that's their reading of the wicket, that's the way to go, that the wicket is more suitable for that. So it'd be interesting to see if Durham do the
This time
same.
played on the offside. Down to square of the wicket. As a big gust of wind comes in and
Yeah.
knocked our papers flying.
Almost blew my score sheet away, and I'd have been lost, wouldn't I?
Lauren Bell's just moved from mid-on to long-on, as you say, customary at the nearing the end of the over. In again, this time down to mid-wicket, held at the dot ball. Very well bowled from Knott. The field resets, not at the top of us mark. Dobson still on strike for this over. Bowled. Length delivery straight back to her. Lauren Bell at long mid-on will be there to collect and hold them at 1. End of the over. No time wasted there from Knott. And Hampshire are on 96 for 4.
Yep.
You got that? Fantastic.
Yeah, so 4 spinners used already, and potentially got Nancy Harmon as well, the leg spin. So 5 spinners in the Hampshire lineup. So, as I say, I think that's how they've read the wicket.
Yeah.
Right from before the toss. But of course, they do have the advantage of having played here in the form of Vipers. But a lot of these girls, same setup really, played here quite a lot. So we've got Tyson coming in again. Oh, again she's beaten Dobson there as she tried to force that away on the leg side. That one's got away from Rihanna Southby. It's going to be a bye, I believe. Leg bye. Okay.
You might be able to hear on the effects, Mike. I think there's a Spitfire just going over the top of us. Lots going over recently because of VE Day, but also
Of course, yeah.
because of Goodwood airspace is not too far away, and they do often fly over.
Sure. A bit of local knowledge there. From
There is.
Lily.
Well, I'm under the normal flight path of the. Yeah, and there's Emily Windsor just going past the effects, Mike. Better local knowledge there for you.
Tyson in the game. Heath pushed that one away on the offside. She's a very busy player, Bess Heath. Always thinks sort of always looking to push singles, run his calls quickly. She's what we'd call a busy batter. Keepers often like that. Actually, they're usually quite loud as well.
Oh.
I think the batter stopped then because the fielder hadn't got into position and going back. So she's waiting. Dobson. So Tyson restarts. Dobson drives that to the fielder that she was waiting for to move.
Absolutely.
And,
It's as if she went, "No, well, I waited for you. Here you go. Have this one."
Exactly. Single down to long on.
I mean, you feel closer over there.
And Heath on strike. Tyson. Heath just defends.
Yeah, well bowled there, nice and tight.
Length ball. Still not really getting away here, Durham. Tyson again. Oh, this time Heath is. Oh, they are going to get a single, are they? Oh, there was a bit of misunderstanding between the batters, and I think they could have been certainly would have run out with a direct hit, but even a straight throw might have worked. But it was one, and that does bring up the 100 at the end of the 30th over. And I think we're going to have the pleasure of.
Yeah, we're going to have Kevin
Emily
James.
Windsor. And Kevin James, of course.
I'm going to change for Kevin first.
I'll just hold on while Emily. It's nice to have Emily here because the only commentator we've got who's less athletic than me at the moment, or less mobile, shall we say, not less athletic. That's a bit harsh.
Feel better, Phil.
Emily coming in on her crutches, but she'll tell you all about that as I hand over to her.
Thank you very much, Phil. So 30 overs gone here at Arundel, and Durham are 100 exactly. Now we haven't got Phil scoring now, so we'll do our best because the scoreboard is still behind us. This is Charlie Knott, and that's worked away behind square on the offside. In fact, it's going down towards third. Looks like Lauren Bell's after that, but she can't quite pick it up. And that has gone for 4, which takes the total into 100 for 4. So former Southern Vipers and now Durham batter, although she hasn't featured yet in this competition because she's still on crutches. Emily Windsor, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Lovely to be here. Beautiful day at Arundel. Obviously played many times here for the Southern Vipers, and what a fabulous ground it is, and good to see a good crowd in on a Wednesday.
Here's Charlie Knott again and bowls, and that's hit in the air, just short. Oh my God, that's a horrible bounce up towards Lauren Bell, who's hit her in probably somewhere around the neck area. Horrible.
Styled that out elegantly.
I think she's okay, isn't she? God, what a wicked bounce that was off the outfield. Bess Heath it is that's batting. She's okay. Fortunately, Lauren Bell's okay.
And the sympathy from the captain and Lindsay Smith, they're both just absolutely creasing up at her. That's how you know she's okay.
That was wicked. I haven't seen a ball bounce like that on the outfield here before. Here's Charlie Knott again. Bowls, flighted, driven but not timed by Heath. Goes out to Lindsay Smith.
You can see what Charlie Knott's trying to do here, can't you? She's floating a few up with mid on up. Charlie Knott's now going to change and drop long on, but Bess Heath's an aggressive player, so they want her to go after her and trying to almost tempt Bess Heath.
She works that up to Lauren Bell, who's just been dropped down to deep mid-on. So it's a nice easy bit of single, nice easy bit of fielding for her as well after that nasty bounce. 105 for 4. Did you get runs here?
Yeah, me and Georgia Adams were having we were reminiscing at the start. It was a boiling hot day.
Leah Dobson works that away on the onside.
Last time we played it, and we had a big partnership, and I told her, I was like, don't bring back those memories, because we were done. It was so hot and both of us could hardly move after. I like playing here though.
Yeah, it's a lovely spot, there's no doubt about it. Dobson works that on the onside into the gap. Lindsay Smith comes round from mid-wicket to field. The score goes on to 107, I think that is, for 4 now. End of Charlie Knott's over. She's bowled 5 overs, none for 13.
Yeah, she's bowled nicely, and to be fair, I think Hampshire have bowled nicely here. They've, on this Arundel wicket, you've got to bowl straight, keep the stumps in play, and then it can be quite hard to score, and I think Hampshire have done that well. They've obviously not let any of the Durham batters get away, but they've also picked up wickets at regular intervals. So from a Durham perspective, Leah Dobson here and Bess Heath need to build a bit of a partnership, but it's about building a partnership, and then once you've got started that, it's going on to get a big one. And I think if you look at our previous games, we probably haven't had that big partnership or regular sufficient partnership, so these two have an opportunity here to go on and do that, and I think from a Durham perspective it's much needed. We've got Bex Tyson from the Castle end, left arm round the wicket, and half cry for LBW, but will be given not out.
I think what the spinners have done well here is they've varied their pace well.
Yeah.
Quicker ones, slower ones,
and
more
kept the
flighty.
stumps in play.
Yeah.
I think that's so key here. It's Tyson in again, that's flatter, and that's worked into the onside. They're going to run the first one hard, but it'll just be a single to Dobson.
I think it's been a plan. It's almost as if it's been spoken about before they went out to the field.
Yeah, well, to be honest, when I've played here as the Southern Vipers, that's all we talked about when we played here. I think it's always a good wicket, but as I said, when it is straight, it doesn't necessarily come on as nice. It's slightly slower than potential traditional pitches. Still, like, no demons in the pitch in terms of up and down or big turn, but so it's still a good pitch, but you just got to look to hit straight. As Tyson in again, that's swept by Heath, didn't get hold of it, and they're going to come through for a quick single. Dobson's quick between the wickets. But yeah, I think if you keep the stumps in play and set a straight field, this sounds really basic, it then is really hard to score. And I actually think I saw Georgia Adams earlier on, and you can see here there's 2 mid wickets in play, and she had 2 extra covers earlier, and I think they're important fielders here. It's Tyson flatter one that's played to one of the mid wickets, and it just builds that dot ball pressure that in one day cricket then a batter's looking for a release shot and you try and get them to play square of the wicket across the line. Tyson round the wicket flatter, and that's dug out by Dobson. Yorker length to Maya Boucher at mid wicket again. But obviously for these Hampshire girls, most of them it's familiar conditions. I've played here a lot, whereas the Durham girls it'll be a new pitch for them. It's quicker, flatter, and that's hit to extra cover, brilliantly fielded by Lindsay Smith. That was hit hard by Dobson, but even there the frustrations, you can see that was a short pitch delivery and that's gone to extra cover, which shows you the pitch is slightly slower, and you've not capitalised in terms of catching the boundary. It's 108 for 4 of 32 overs. Dobson's on 7 and Bess Heath's on 16.
Yeah, and looking at some of the wickets as well. I mean, to take Susie Banks for example, I mean, she just pulled a short delivery from Arundel straight to mid-wicket. Didn't time that at all. Do you think the wicket had something to do with it?
I mean, that one for me is like one of those things, isn't it? She could have hit that everywhere, but she was sort of, well, as you said, didn't time it. But as I said, I've played here many times now, and I said to the Durham girls before, it is slightly slower, so you do have to adjust how you play.
It's Charlie Knott to Bess Heath, full delivery off the bottom of the bat, work to mid-wicket. Holly Armitage just seemed to struggle a little bit with her timing out there, 25 from 66.
And that says a lot for someone like Holly, who's in fine form at the moment. She's an absolute quality player.
Not again to Heath, that's a slower delivery, and that's driven hard up to Lauren Bell. She's done a lot of fielding at mid-off and mid-on today, Lauren Bell.
Again, that's clever bowling from Charlie Knott. Again, playing with her from last year. She's a witty bowler. She varies her pace, and she is trying to get Bess Heath to do something.
She works that back to the bowler. Can't find the gap.
Turner of the ball as well, a traditional off spinner. But Hampshire have a good bowling attack.
Yeah. Good ground to bowl straight on this one. Obviously, now she has found the gap this time into deep cover. She runs the first one, thinks about second. Throw comes in, one bounce to Rihanna Southby from out there in the deep. Nancy Harmon away in the distance. In the foreground to those trees behind her. Lovely backdrop where she's fielding. Total moves on to 109 for 4 then Durham. We're in the 33rd over. Not runs away from us and bowls. In the air, caught dropped! That's square leg by Bex Tyson. It was low down, but it was a chance.
Yeah, it wasn't. Dobson couldn't have picked her out any better, really. It was low down, but that should have been taken.
Is that Bex?
Bex Tyson,
yeah. She's got a different number on the back there. That's hit off the back foot to extra cover. Well stopped Maya Boucher. Not much gets past her. In fact, it's not. It's Abby Norgrove.
They're all moving.
Past her either.
They're all moving to play with you. But lifeline for Dobson, but she needs to capitalise here. These two have come together at a tricky time, but there's so much time left in this innings. You've got 27 overs to bat, and 17 overs to bat, which is a long time. So these two just need to keep, because they're both such good strikers of the ball as well. Like, they will naturally accumulate, and then if they're there at the end, it's party time, and we could see some big shots. But just need to give himself a chance. Bex Tyson will continue from the castle end into Bess Heath. Well, that's worked into the onside. Abby Norgrove at short fine comes round, does the fielding. Quick single for Heath. She moves to 19. 110 for 4 Durham in the first innings of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. There's 2 mid wickets in nice and tight in play to Dobson. Tyson round the wicket, angled into the pads, worked out to deep, backward a square. The fielder has a bit of work to do, so they might come back for 2. They settle for a single. Good bit of work out there from Nancy Harmon. Dobson will move to 8, 111 for 4.
It's interesting because Bex Tyson's normally number 30. She's got a jumper with 35 on it.
Just to wind you up.
Yeah, just to confuse me.
As she bowls, that's shorter, and that's pulled again out to deep cow. Good rotation of the strike this over from these two. Heath to 19, 112 for 4 Durham.
So how's Bess Heath been this year? Because she was quite formidable for the Diamonds, wasn't she?
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen much of her as Tyson's in, and that's defended nicely by Dobson getting forward. In terms of been around the group, I saw her a bit before Christmas, and honestly, she's a great human, I can tell you that much. Great human that works very hard and very good team player. There's Tyson into Dobson. That's hit aerial. That's again another chance. That was a caught and bowled chance. Bex Tyson's right. It would have been a tough chance, but should have been taken. And Dobson has her second lifeline. That's her dropped again on 9.
Poor old Bex. She dropped one in the game against Surrey, but it dropped it onto the stumps, which meant that the batter was run out, and Hampshire won the game by 50 runs. But she dropped a caught and bowled. Tyson
in, that's short and that's down the leg side. It's not given a wide, so she must have got something on that, whether that was pad or bat. But it's the end of the over. 34 overs gone, 113 for 4 Durham. But I think obviously her best, she probably hasn't started as she would have wanted in this season so far.
Just looking, top score of 15 against Surrey.
But she's a quality player, and I think we all know, especially myself and you, that as a professional you go through the highs and lows, and I think for Bess, I have no doubts that it will click and she'll go on to make a big one very soon, because from what I've seen of her in the nets, she hits the ball bloody hard, and she's a super batter, so it will click. It's just, you almost just need that one thing to go your way, and then you go on.
Here's Charlie Knott then to Leah Dobson. It's down the leg side. She's left it alone. It's called a wide. She knew that anyway. Yeah, Dobson, another of the former Northern Diamonds contingent, played 24 matches for the Diamonds in the regional area, but only averaged 20. Here's Charlie Knott, goes for the heave on the leg side, and that's going to be a good shot. There's going to be 4 runs, well to Lauren Bell's right, and it's fielded by Amelia Clark, just to our left. Very good bit of fielding as well it was, Amelia. Amelia used to play a bit of cricket, didn't she, in the Portsmouth area? And decided that she wanted to play a bit of tennis instead, but you can see she's still got it, that bit of fielding just over the rock.
Good shot that by Dobson though. Means mid-on that was in the circle has now come back. Lauren Bell into long on, gives her that one option. Oh no,
She's back to the pad, that looks out, the finger goes up slowly, but it was going up from the moment that it hit the pad, from the moment that they appealed for the leg before, and Leah Dobson goes for 13 LBW to Charlie Knott.
yeah, that's a shame for Durham. Again, a partnership just started to build. These two were playing nicely, and then another wicket's fall. So Hampshire will be very happy with that one. Dobson was striking it well, albeit she had a couple of lifelines, but another breakthrough for Hampshire. Dobson has to go, and she'll be disappointed.
13, that was 31, that partnership. And that partnership, if I can look over the long grass, win the 35th over.
Incoming batter though, Phoebe Turner, for me she's one of the most exciting young players in the game at the moment. I think she's a fabulous all-rounder. We've seen with the ball she's a leading wicket taker in the competition, bowling her seam, which we'll see later, but as a batter, when we were out in Zimbabwe on the first game, she scored the most beautiful 100, and she can properly play. Phoebe Turner, she's going to be a very good all-rounder. She's young at the moment, but today she's got a nice opportunity to bat a period of time with the experience of Bess Heath and build a partnership, but she hasn't necessarily started the competition. She played a crucial knock actually in the last game, but yeah, high potential as Phoebe Turner. I'm excited to see her play here today. A good character as well.
Is she?
A very good character. Loves her TikToks.
Yeah, she's just 21 years of age, Phoebe Turner. She's facing Charlie Knott. Correct full defensive there.
Yeah, she'll play conventionally. That's how Phoebe Turner plays, but I think, yeah, she sets up beautifully, and as she gets more experienced, she'll be one to watch, that's for sure.
35 in that last game against Somerset, as she drives up to extra cover where it's fielded by Abby Norgrove. Yeah, she's another one that was with the Northern Diamonds, played 30 matches, but she only averaged 10, so clearly in a battle that's improving, as you've been pointing out. That's a nice looking drive past Abby Norgrove's left hand at extra cover. Nancy Harmon comes round from deep cover, and they'll complete two.
Yeah, good running from those two, and that's the style, that's what we see from Phoebe Turner, is she likes to drive the ball, she hits through extra cover really nicely. Good shapes, and yeah, as I said, she would have got in that Northern Diamond side as a bowler primarily, and she slowly worked herself up the order. She's worked hard on her batting.
Facing Charlie Knott again, slower delivery and just worked to mid-wicket, fielded by Lindsay Smith. End of the over. So we've had 35 overs here at Arundel, and I nearly said Diamonds. 120 for 5 is the total. So one to watch for. Emily Windsor points out Phoebe Turner, especially with her batting.
Well, she's the leading wicket taker in the comp, so with the bowling, I guess she's one to watch, but she's already established herself. She's hits the pitch hard, she's got a bit of pace, seam bowler, throws in the odd bouncer, which you love to see, Kev. I'm not sure though, on this pitch, we haven't seen many proper short stuff whether it gets through, but yeah, she's a very talented cricketer. It's Tyson into Heath, that's swept down the leg side, knows the call. Abby Norgrove quick to the ball at short fine leg.
Yeah, Bess Heath was terrific for the Diamonds, wasn't she, really, in that regional era? Over 1,000 runs at 38.
Yeah, she is a great cricketer. She's in, and that's swept again, but the same result to Norgrove. I think the challenge, I guess, Bess Heath has had over the previous 2 years is she's England's second keeper. So she's been travelling with England, but obviously behind Amy Jones, who has the gloves. So even in the summer, in the winter, she's in again. There's an appeal for LBW, not given. by umpire Ben, but there could be a run out. They scurry through for a quick single. That'll be signalled as given run, so he feels like there's bat on that, which probably saved Bessie from that line, but big shout that from Hampshire.
I was just watching that on the picture feed. That's close.
But yeah, so the challenge of what Bess has had almost following the England team about is game time. And actually, I get that can be a challenge coming sort of in and out of domestic cricket, as that's in flatter and defended by Turner, to get a bit of rhythm. So to have those numbers for the Diamonds, as well as having to manage that, not necessarily playing loads of cricket, being with the England squad, is impressive as that's in. And that's defended into the onside. Having Allgrove at mid-wicket this time, comes around. And Phoebe Turner will move to 3. 122 for 5, Durham.
Yeah, I guess a lot of cricketers have found that they play well over a number of games, get into the England squad, don't actually get into the final 11, and then find themselves going long periods without actually playing any competitive matches.
Tyson to Heath. She's played nicely off the back foot, but only to Lindsay Smith. He's quick to that extra cover. That's the end of the over. That's 36 overs gone. Or it could be 37, I think.
I've got 36.
36 overs gone, and scores 122 for 5. Phoebe Turner's on 3. Bess Heath's on 20, crucially for Durham. But I think I would not be surprised if we see a change in that with Charlotte Edwards as the head coach. I think she will probably encourage her players when there's not obviously an England game and they don't have to run drinks for those players whilst the series is going on to go back and play domestic cricket. I think Lottie will be very open to that rather than necessarily keeping them in to train.
Not to Turner, flicks that away on the leg side. That's going down towards fine leg. Fielded by Ella McGackin. Looking forward to seeing her bat in the form that she's in.
I'm not.
She's your big mate.
I've been winding her up this morning.
Have you?
Yeah.
What, telling her she's not going to get any runs?
Well,
That's not a very nice thing to say.
That's not what I've said.
It is. That's a cut away by Heath out to Nancy Harmon in the deep on the offside. Total moves on to 123 for 5. Was it 124? It'll be 124, I think.
She went to shadow bat in the middle, and I was out there taking a picture for some of the Durham social media, and I was like, why are you wasting your time shadow batting? You've churned out the run, you don't need to play any more shots.
Turner works that square on the leg side, fielded by Bex Tyson.
I really like this field actually from Georgia Adams, and I think in women's cricket we should see it more, having that square in the ring, and then the deep square is behind, almost like a long leg type position, because it stops that easy single.
That's true. It's actually Freya Davis at square leg, apologies. That's nicely stopped at point. No run. That is Bex Tyson, I think.
And I think that will allow Nott's ability to bowl straight, but she's got the protection out there, but it's stopping Durham from rotating the strike easily. So for me it's a good field, this.
It's flicked away down to McGackin again, a deep backward square leg. Takes the total on to 126 for 5, or is it 125 for 5? 125 for 5 it is.
And it also then, you're going to see the field change obviously to Heath, because they'd rather be bowling at Phoebe Turner at this stage, but it gives the batters the opportunity to do something different.
That is flighted delivery. Work to Lindsay Smith, that's a good stop. Foreman All and Diamonds players in action there with Lindsay Smith and Bess Heath. That's the end of the over. So 37 overs gone here at Arundel. Durham winning the toss, electing to bat first, are 125 for 5.
And I guess it's almost a teaser for Bess Heath, because she plays that reverse sweep so well, so they've left that gap open. And I think from a Durham perspective, obviously Bess needs to bat a bit of time, build a partnership, but it's her strength. It's one of her strengths, so it's like that balance, isn't it? Risk, fee, reward, and Gads is leaving that cherry open to try and get her to play across the line, which, as I said, as I talked about on this pitch, you've got to look to play straight.
So it's interesting, isn't it? Because the Vipers only played in the regional area 3 50 over games here, although one was no result. But the scores weren't that big. Well, you getting, who's that? Is that Freya?
Freya Davies.
Oh, that's nice.
Let's talk about Freya Davies now, and let's say all the bad things about Freya Davies. When are you coming back on?
Above my pay grade.
Lauren Bell then from the Castle end to bowl to Phoebe Turner, and that's worked into the onside. They're going to come through for a quick single. Good running from from Turner. She moves to 6, 126 for 5.
It's nice we can hear her on the effects mic as well, actually, talking.
Oh, here we go. We can have an insightful conversation between Megan Sturge and Freya Davies. So Bell's changed ends. She opened up from the end nearest to us in our commentary position. Moved to the castle end. Bit of a breeze, Kev, isn't there?
It's cold, isn't it?
Just spotted the flag in the distance.
Oh, you can actually see it, can you?
Surely you can see that.
No.
There's Bell in, and that's defended into extra cover.
I can see the weather vane.
Look across. It's obviously quite overgrown. It's green and lush at the moment, but you're looking too square. I want you to look left a bit.
Left
you can
of the
see the
umpire.
red.
Oh, yes, I can.
Flag.
Oh, gosh, you know what? That's been there all the time and I couldn't see it. That's the top of the castle.
That is the top of the castle,
Oh, gosh, there it is, look.
and it's flapping away at the moment because of the breeze. So Kev might have to get his eyes tested in a minute. Right, I'm over the wicket, Bell. That's guided nicely by Bess Heath. Used the extra pace, and Freya Davies comes round, and they're going to come back for a couple. Good running from Heath. She'll move to 25. Score 130 for 5. Durham.
So I wasn't wrong at the start when I said you couldn't see the castle, but you can see the flag on top of the castle. So, but yeah, that's nice. isn't
Maybe it wasn't as breezy, so it was, you just
Yeah.
couldn't. I'm just trying to.
No, you're
figure
right.
excuses
no,
for
you're
you
right.
now.
No, you were totally right. I missed that.
Bell then the tall action bowls. That's down the leg side, played nicely by Heath, but that will be fielded by Nancy Harmon. Fine legs, so will just be a single. Heath on to 25, and that will be 130 for 5. I'm getting heckled by my dad behind.
Are you?
How rude.
Is that him there?
Yeah. Freya Davies has moved slightly finer.
With the little dog. What's the dog's name?
Misty. She hates me. There's Bell in to Turner. That's driven beautifully through the offside. McCacken does the fielding at deep cover. Turner moves to 8.
Now you've moved up north. Does the dog remember you?
She does, but she's really sassy, okay? This has been my life the last 2 weeks. I'm on crutches, aren't I? I can't exactly reach the floor that easily. So Misty will be sat up, and I call her, she won't come to me. So I crutch over to her to try and stroke her, and as I get there, she just plonks on the floor, so I can't reach her and lays down. As Bell to Heath, that's guided nicely down to 3rd. Freya Davies has moved square up, and Bess Heath's playing with her, and they're going to come back for 2 again. Good running from Heath. Good use of the pace of Bell. She'll move to 28, and the score 134 for 5 for Durham, and that is 38 overs gone.
So if you're just joining us, the wickets that fell: Emma Marlowe in the 5th over, bowled by Bell for 5. Susie Bates in the 7th over, pulling Lauren Boyle to mid-wicket. She was out for 26. Maddie Villiers caught and bowled Lindsay Smith for 22. Holly Armitage bowled by Rebecca Tyson for 25, and Leah Dobson LBW to Charlie Knott for 13. That's what's happened so far. The bowling figures. Lauren Bell's completed 6 overs now. I think that's 2 for 29. It's just updating as I'm talking. 5 overs, none for 20 for Freya Davies, so we might see back, but she said it was above her pay grade. I don't know when it was. You
Shot.
heard that in the mic. That's a nice shot out towards deep extra cover from Phoebe Turner. And that'll be 2 runs to take the total on to 136 for 5. Durham. Charlie Knott just pushing Lauren Bell back at deep mid-on. Going to Phoebe Turner once more. Phoebe Turner drives and goes up to mid-off.
For me, when we were in Zimbabwe, I spent a bit of time batting with her when she played at 100. That was the most impressive shot that Phoebe Turner had. She had this remarkable ability, especially against seam, to get on top of the bounce and hit it hard straight.
Nicely worked on the leg side for a single. Bess Heath runs the first one quickly as if she's expecting a chance to run 2, but that's Maya Boucher. Don't run 2 to Maya Boucher. She's at deep mid-wicket.
But I think, yeah, for me that's impressive. I think it's quite rare in the women's game that you can see someone get a big stride to the ball and hit so hard down the ground. So, yeah, it's one of her super strengths, I'd say.
Yes, Heath back on strike now. She's on 26 currently. Just gets a length ball, can't do anything with that one. Goes out to extra cover. Abby Norgrove, the fielder there. So yeah, it must be weird for you having your Durham teammates here. And
it's been quite nice, you know.
It's been nice. I know you were sort of re-familiarising yourself with the team and having a chat with them earlier. That's cut to backward a point, no run.
I was actually very nervous coming here today because I haven't seen them for so long, and I was like, how are they going to take to me? Like, what's it going to be like being injured and being around a group on a match day? Because that's not something I've ever experienced.
Well, you did in Zimbabwe.
Next I played.
No, well, see, without playing, yeah. Let's play back to Charlie Knott. 39 overs gone here, and Durham are 135 for 5. So, I see, because you haven't seen them and not play.
Yeah.
Because obviously you were all together and.
Yeah, and I've
Zimbabwe.
never, to be honest, been at a ground and been not fit to play it. So this is a new experience for me to be injured mid-season. But honestly, they're such a great group, such a great laugh, and I mean, I think I had more hugs this morning than I've had in my whole life from both teams. I've been lucky. I've got 2 for the price of 1. But no, it's great to see them, and heading back up north tomorrow to get cracking with my rehab. Had my stitches out yesterday, so things for me are progressing nicely. And I just keep putting pressure on the physios, going, come on then, let's get me back as quickly as you can. They're not going to like me very much, I don't think, by the end of it. Well, which is ironic with me being a physio.
Yeah, I was going to say you could do your own treatment.
Bell to Turner, slower ball, good option. Played to Bex Tyson at mid-on, will be no run. The issue is, Kev, if I was doing my own treatment, I'd be fit today.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's probably not the best option.
No. It's just worked out quite well for you, though, hasn't it? In terms of having Durham men down here this week and now Durham women, it's worked really well for your rehab, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been perfect. I've been very lucky. It's Bell in. Short ball, that's pulled uppishly. There's fielders under it. They're going to call for it. Is it going to land safe? Oh, great diving effort from Charlie Knott coming forward. We've seen her take spectacular catches like that before. But Durham run 2. It's applauded by the crowd for her efforts. And Turner will move to 12, 137 for 5. Good option this from Bell, though. I feel like we're going to see a bit of her deft bowling, which she's always been so skillful at, with the varying of the pace into the pitch and that quicker Yorker length delivery. It'll be a challenge for Turner. She in again, slower ball. That's played nicely through the offside. McCacken does the fielding at deep cover. So Turner will move to 14. But
this new action of hers, she looks so much more in control. She seems to have the confidence to also mix the bowling up as well.
She's bowling beautifully at the moment, isn't she? The best she ever has, personally, I think. I think she battled through that tough period where they were changing her action, and potentially got a bit of criticism for that, but at the moment she looks in fine form, which is good signs for England. As Bell in, short ball, that's way above her head, that will be signalled a wide. Heath does try to swat that over the top, but
I have to say, yes, it's a wide, but the bounce she's got from that and pace, that's seriously impressive. I mean, the game when Hampshire played Surrey at the Utility Bowl, there was a bit of pace and bounce in that wicket, and we saw a few bounces. Lauren Bell, Alice Davis and Richards.
She loves a bounce.
Well, she does, but I mean, she got it up there and got it through. On this wicket it's a little harder, so that's actually quite impressive. That
a good carry through to Rhys Southby. As she's in again, another short ball that's pulled out to deep mid wicket. Heath plays that well into the ground. She'll move to 27. Score 140 for 5.
That is really well played as well, and these girls just won't face that type of bowling. I mean, that's she's got that up there hard, quite a good pace, and yet Heath has managed to hit down that hook shot.
But that would be, I guess, a benefit for Bess Heath being around the international setup more, because she would have faced more of that of England's cricket bowler, like Lauren Filer in the nets as Valiant. That's played up to mid-on. She's hit that nicely, but they come through for a single. Georgia Adams, the Hampshire captain, does the fielding there. Turner on to 14, 141 for 5, 40th over. But yeah, that obviously Bess Heath has probably had more exposure to that. But I think generally in the women's game as batters, almost at first it was a struggle to play that, because when I was young, it was front foot. There was no women really that were quick enough to threaten you. As Bell in, slower ball this time, taken well by Rhianna Southby, will be a wide down the leg side. So it's almost something you've had to learn later in I guess my career, to play short bowling, and I guess that's the same for most people, but the youngsters coming through now, they're bowling quicker from younger ages, the academy cricketers now, so they're used to playing off the back foot. So again, also for the bowlers to be running in and bowling the short stuff and having the confidence to do that. There's Bellin, slower ball into the wicket, pulled nicely by Heath. That will probably split the fielders. That's a fantastic diving stop in the deep mid wicket. That's applauded by her teammates. Guess who that is? Maya Bouchier, one of the best fielders in the game at the moment. Score 143 for 5. 40 overs gone. And I'll see you in the second innings. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. You'll get back to get reacquainted with your dog.
I'm not going to the dog, I'll go to the team. My dog doesn't love me.
Thanks, Emily Windsor. She'll be back, as she says, for a little while in the second innings. It's going to be Amelia Clark to come in alongside me. So Durham then 143 for 5 with 10 overs to go in this contest of their innings. Welcome back, Amelia.
Hello, Kev. You alright?
All right, enjoying yourself a bit in the sun?
Fabulous. I was just having a little sunbathe, just watching everyone there. Really impressive from Hampshire. The fielding is so tight. The bowling's been great. Yeah, really putting pressure on Durham.
All right, quick single onto mid-wicket. There's a quick single from Bess Heath there as Lindsay Smith was running in, scrambling to get that ball and have a chance of an underarm throw at the stumps. Couldn't quite get there in time. Total moves on to 144 for 5. Charlie Knott then from the Park End, the end that we're commentating from. Phoebe Turner works that square on the leg side. It's fielded by Freya Davies.
Yeah, I have to admit, you know, you always hear about Maya Bouchier and how good she is, but watching her in person, I mean, there's just no ball gets past her. She's so on top of things, and even the balls that it looks like she's not, she does.
She's brilliant. She really is. I've watched her for quite a while. Let's cut away backward a point. No run there. Phoebe Turner is on strike. Currently, she's 14 not out. Bess Heath is 29 out there at the non-strikers end. Durham trying to make sure that they post a decent score. Phoebe Turner uses a room, works up to mid-on, and Lauren Bell fields at the first time of asking. Sometimes this outfield can be a little bobbly. That was okay.
Yeah, I had to do my part a minute ago.
You did? That was great. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit confused as to who I was throwing it back to, so it wasn't the best throw back, because Lauren Bell was there, and then I think also McGovern came round and sort of just threw it generally in Lauren Bell's direction.
Well, Bess Heath has fallen over there, trying to drive that away on the offside. Yeah, as long as you didn't throw it back in the commentary tent, we were all right.
No, we're all good.
A lot of technical stuff around here. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Mind you, I did have a situation as he just works that back to the bowler at Chelmsford, end of the over, where it was a men's T20 game a few years back now. Michael Carberry.
Yeah.
Now, not Chelmsford, Cheltenham, yeah. You commentate at square leg there on the balcony, first floor balcony, and Michael Carberry clipped this off his legs in the air, and I watched the ball come over towards us, and it kept coming. I thought, this is going to hit us. So myself, and I forget who was commentating with me at the time, dived almost under the table as this ball came over, and then whack like that on the table.
Goodness.
And I looked up, and it had dented my laptop. Gone straight on the laptop.
No.
So it does happen.
Okay, good to know. So we're going to have a change in bowling again. Lauren Bell coming up from the Castle End again this time. Started the innings at the Park End, but it's now changed and will come up from... Oh, no, it seems to be a change. We can have Georgia Adams coming in.
Lauren Bell's taking a break. 7 overs, 2
Sorry,
4
the live picture feed is saying Bell, that's why I was confused.
Yeah, well...
but it's Georgia Adams.
Well, the picture feed, as you probably realise now, for us, it's a fraction behind.
Yes.
Just a fraction behind play. We're not getting real time. We're getting more what's being seen on YouTube, which works for us as like a replay.
Absolutely.
But for people watching the picture feed.
So Georgia Adams in over the wicket this time. That's just played leg side. Diving fielder managed to catch that. Stop for the no ball.
PCA reps have just walked, or one of them has just walked straight in front of us.
Yep.
You know better, wouldn't you?
Georgia Bell Adams in again. Almost an identical bowl that last time, and play to leg side. She'll head to the top of the mark. She doesn't waste any time. She's looking to come in again. Umpire just holding her there as the previous field just through the hit the bails. And again, this time clipped onto the leg side, down to backward square leg, but there is a fielder running around to grab that, so that they'll go for 2, and they will get 2 quite comfortably.
A bit of work there for Nancy Harmon.
Yeah, she did well. That was quite a bit of a run there. But
Yeah. She's been over that far side the whole time, hasn't she?
Yes.
Old Nancy Harmon on her own.
yeah, by herself.
In the deep.
In comes Georgia Adams again. All this time taken on the volley, all the way played down deep mid wicket. There is a fielder there to just hold them at 1, but that was well played. Taken on the volley. Full toss from Georgia Adams.
There's a bit of tennis speak there coming in on the volley.
But
I was thinking, media, this is cricket.
this is cricket. Apologies. Just merging my sports there. Adams in again. Shorter delivery this time. Deep square leg will field that for 1. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That was quite funny. It was quite funny because everybody knows what you mean.
Yeah.
But I know you love your tennis.
Adams in again. Full length delivery this time, played all the way back to mid-on. They'll run for 1 comfortably. No rush there.
That's the end of the over. So what do we got? Got 8 overs to do.
Yep. And Durham are on 150 for 5.
With 8 overs. So the bowlers left with overs to bowl. Lauren Bell's got 3 overs left if Georgia Adams decides that she wants some more of Lauren Bell. Freya Davies still has 5 overs left. Lindsay Smith has a couple left. Rebecca Tyson's bowled out, 10 overs, 1 for 29. And Charlie Knott also has 2 overs left, and one of those is going to be now. She has 1 for 28. Looks like there's a bit of... Rihanna Southby's just had a bit of a drink.
I think she's also had a helmet collection as well. I think it's just been bought on for her.
Yeah. Took the opportunity to have a drink at the same time. So it's going to be Phoebe Turner to face Charlie Knott. She's just moving Ella McGackin a fraction finer down there at deep backward square leg. In front of a lovely chestnut coloured tree. Down the wicket comes Turner, drives it up to deep mid-on. Lauren Bell will pick that up.
She has been busy today, is Lauren Bell.
She has,
She's
hasn't
not
she?
bowling, she seems to be being fielded to.
Well, we were saying earlier with Emily Windsor that a lot of the balls have been hit straight here, which tends to be a feature, and Lauren Bell's tended to be at deep mid-off or deep mid-on or around that area. That's a lovely sweep shot there from Heath. Goes out to McGackin. Deep backward square. And Bess Heath moves on to 31 now. 152 for 5. Durham winning the toss, selecting to bat first. Spoke to Paul Pritchard, the Hampshire women's head coach. He said they would have batted had they won the toss as well. Quicker ball, whipped away on the leg side. I don't think Maya Boucher's going to get there. Desperate dive, couldn't quite get there in time.
No, and I can't say I blame her for sort of being beaten by that one. I mean, she was on top of it, but it was just skimming through just a little too quickly, and it felt like she may have just hurt her right hip there. I think she might have landed on the rope or something, or landed on her hip a little hard. She's almost holding her hip almost the bottom of her ribs, but she seems all right. Shake it off.
Turner again, driving. Oh, it's hit Bess Heath. Oh, she's down the wicket, Phoebe Turner. Don't think Lindsay Smith quite realised. Just hit Bess Heath at the non-striker's end. Phoebe Turner was running, suddenly realised that the ball wasn't going up to deep mid-on and had to turn back.
Yeah, it got caught up in her feet, it almost looked like it kind of hit her pad.
Couldn't get out of the way. Bess Heath, flighted, driven. This time it does go past Bess Heath and makes its way all the way up to Lauren Bell at deep mid-on.
You were just watching the replay there, and actually as it came to Bess Heath, she kind of hit it with the inside of her left foot and knocked it to the fielder, just as she sort of turned to try and get out of the way of it.
Bit of football.
It
so
was
we've had
a
a bit of tennis
a bit of football.
the last few balls. Now we've got a bit of football. That's driven straight to Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket. Another over completed. 43 gone here. And Durham are 157 for 5. Might have to call Phil in a moment because I've got to disappear. In fact, he's talking. Might just call him over. I might.
Durham are 157 for 5. We've got Turner and Heath on in the middle. Looks like Georgia Adams is going to come in for another bowl at the castle end. And she's in over the wicket. This time taken well all the way down to deep cover there. They run for 2. Really well done there from Turner. She moved right down the wicket, drove it down to mid-off. And Georgia Adams will stand at the top of her mark. They're wasting no time. Straight in again. Bowled. Full length delivery. This time played straight all the way down to mid-on. And they've run for 1. Hiya, Phil.
Hello.
Enjoying the match?
Seemed to have been off for a while.
Yeah.
Emily Windsor standing in there. Was good to listen to her.
Absolutely. And Georgia Adams comes in again. Bowls. Length delivery played all the way back to her. And they'll hold again for a dot ball.
So hasn't been a wicket since I was off air actually for 15 overs.
No, there hasn't. The last was at 118 for 4.
Yeah.
So they've moved on quite a bit since
I
then.
think there's going to be another
This
one.
is going to be a catch.
Yeah.
Lovely, well taken there just as we came in. Georgia Adams got her first one, and it will be Heath who will depart the field. It was just square of the wicket on the offside. Point coming in to collect just as it
Freya
came. Sort of-
Davis took the catch.
yeah, absolutely well, brilliantly taken from her. Sort of floated in there from Davies. I'm just watching the. Yeah, and it was just picked up and very well taken there from Freya Davies. And so that is 160
For 5.
for 5.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was a good partnership. They needed that, Durham.
Yes. Probably the longest we've gone without a wicket in some time.
The announcer's saying that was caught by Bex Tyson, but I'm pretty sure it was Freya Davis.
Okay. We'll I'll watch the replay and have a look, see if we can see this. That was after 43 overs, so it's almost been about 20 overs just under since the last wicket. Also bowled by Tyson there. And the players are just having a drink as the incoming batsman just has a quick chat with the current Heath. Turner.
Phoebe Turner is the
Remaining.
incoming batter.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner's already there. She's on 28.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Phoebe's already out there, yeah. Who's coming in? Sorry, I'm out of sync here.
That's all right. It looks to be. I'm just going to try and work out. I can't quite see the number. That's played well down to mid on there. Just will go for 1. And it's Fraser.
Okay.
Fraser's coming
Catherine Fraser.
Catherine Fraser. Georgia Adams again, bowls. Length delivery this time played in the leg side. Square of the wicket, all the way down. They'll just run for 1. Yeah, good over there from Adams. And she'll be happy to get first wicket in quite a few games, I think. So, yeah, she'll be happy with that.
It'll be her first one of the season, actually.
Yeah.
Is it? Possibly.
I think earlier we said it was her. She hasn't had one in 3 of the last 4.
Okay, so she's got one in the first game.
Yeah. So Durham are 162 for 6. Hampshire on top here. We'll be we're happy with the way things are going. Just adjusting the field.
Brilliant, thank you.
Looks like we can have a change in bowling. Smith will come back in. Lindsay Smith is coming back in.
It's got 1 for 16 so far off 8 overs, so just 2 to go.
Yeah, we've had 44 overs so far, so only, as I said, only 6 left.
Smith in from the park end, and that one's just played back. She does a lot of field out for own bowling, which tells you that she bowls very straight, but a lot of balls go straight back to her, and there again that was just driven straight back down the wicket. This one's cut away by Turner. That's going to get through. That's going to be a boundary, I think.
That is.
There's actually nobody back on the offside, and that's gone through for 4.
No, there'll be
4 to Turner.
Disappointed by that. Nancy Harmon just letting that diving attempt. Unfortunately, the ball just went past her. She's at mid wicket there.
So Turner is up to 32, did we say? 33. This one's driven, and again Smith fields
Yep.
off her own bowling. This time turns down the wicket and lofted drive, but it's going to mid-on. There's a bit of a fumble, and they're going to come back for 2.
Well done there from Lauren Bell. She
Lauren
managed
Bell,
to
she sort of
save it.
recovered to save the 4, but did fumble it in the first place, which let them come in for a second run for turn.
Better come in for a second than go for 4.
Absolutely. Smith in again. Turn this off the back foot this time, and this is hit straight to cover. Can't get it through. So the score stays on 168. Smith in again. Quickly through her overs, as we were saying. Someone's tripping down to long one. To Bell again. This time it will just be 1.
Easy field there for her. She did have an earlier field in the similar position at mid-on, where mid-off, where it kind of came up and actually hit her sort of in the neck, shoulder area.
Yeah.
So it was almost maybe caught the similar point in the field and just popped up in a way she wasn't expecting.
Yeah, that's right. They did. There was a bit of a scare for a minute. So it's 169 for 6 at the end of the 45th. And I know when we were on together earlier, Amelia, we were talking about 200 as a sort of target.
Yep.
And that's still looking probably about what we're going to end roughly around that figure.
I think we were right.
Yeah.
Georgia Adams coming in from the castle end again this time over the wicket. Bowls, length delivery, played onto the leg side, square of the wicket, just they'll go for 1. There is a fielder, again, they're playing straight to the fielder, which just demonstrates, I know it's been said a lot before, but that Georgia Adams has really set this field well and exactly as expected to how it's going to play. And she comes in again, length delivery, it was straight back to her, well stopped. Get a very straight delivery and straight play back. Yeah, she'll just stand at the top of her mark. Happy with the field as they creep in with her. This one a shorter one, maybe just enticing them in. Well stopped
Good
there at mid wicket.
Yeah, it's a good stop. Norgrove.
And she's in again. Georgia Adams bowls again, slightly shorter. Well, tried to stop for her, but it will be mid-on who will go around and field that from the boundary as they run for 1. Yeah, I think she couldn't quite stop that one as it just scampered through past the waiting batsman of Turner. And she's at the top of her mark again. Wasted no time. There's Georgia Adams as she's in. Length delivery. Again, back down to mid-on. Go for 1, almost identical as the delivery before.
I think Phoebe Turner must be somebody that Ian selectors might start to be looking at. She's the leading wicket taker in this year's competition, and she was also the leading wicket taker. That's a good shot down there.
Absolutely, yeah, well dealt with by mid-on. Just driven right back over the head of Georgia Adams, who's going to bowl her. She's going to be run out there. They came back for 2, and unfortunately just couldn't get there. And yeah, it was a good bat. It was straight over the head of Georgia Adams, all the way down to mid-on. And I'm not really sure why they ran for 1, because mid-on was all over that. It was coming back quite quickly, but they turned and ran for it. And unfortunately, Durham are going to have to lose another wicket.
I think they've got to take risk at this stage in some respects, but that was the batter who set. So it seemed a bit of a strange decision, as you say, Amelia.
Yeah.
It just needed a good throw, and that's what they got. And straight over the top on the bounce to Georgia Adams. Hard to tell from how far she was out, but it looked a pretty straightforward run out, to be honest.
I mean, do you think that just shows slightly from a Durham perspective that there is that desperation to move the scoreboard on?
Yeah, you're getting down to the last 5 overs. You do take risks, but it's a little bit early to be going there. I think, as I say, particularly when it's the set batter that's in. So you've now got 2 new batters at the crease again now. I was just saying about Phoebe Turner, again, commentator's curse really, wasn't it, how the English selectors must be looking at her, but she was leading wicket taker in the RHF trophy last year, and she's the leading wicket taker in this competition this year, and she bats in the middle order.
So Turner's still in. It was Fraser who was run out on the back end of that last over after 46 overs. They are on as that comes in again.
This
It's Thompson.
It's just my over.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's all right. Thompson
so
on strike.
Lindsay Smith bowling to Grace Thompson, the England under-19 seamer. This one's gone through mid-on. Charlie Knotts missed that, but it's gone through for a single down to long on to Lauren Bell. Yeah, Grace Thompson was in the under-19 World Cup in Malaysia earlier this year. She's off the mark there with a single down to long on. Smith in again. This is Smith's last over. This one is just played to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I think with just under 4 overs left, I think Hampshire will be really happy with the way that this innings has gone.
I think they'll be very, very happy with the situation here. Driven down the ground again, Bell busy down here at long on. That'll be a single.
I think it's also a great sign for how well the team is together, that they've come off that loss at the Blaze at the Oval, and they've come back with a really commanding, response to Durham, and just said, you know what, we may have had a loss.
Thompson with a long reach. She's got a tall girl.
But we still want to win.
Yeah, they've come back well today. That one's just played back to Smith again, fielding off her own bowling. And again,
that was a good stop.
She will be fielding off her own bowling. As I say, she's
works hard.
She seems to feel a lot off her own bowling, which is a testament to the line that she bowls. That's the end of the over. You might have heard those figures. Lindsay Smith finished with 10 overs, 1 for 25. Another economical spell from her, and the score is 175 with 3 overs remaining.
175 for 7 to Durham. That last wicket falling at the hands of Georgia Adams, and the run out that she created there at mid-on. She's going to come back into the attack here from the castle end. See if she can pick up another wicket in these last few overs of the Hampshire innings. The Hampshire innings that's been very commanding. She comes in over the wicket, slightly slower ball, but full length. Played leg side down to mid-wicket.
Yes, so these Durham batters need to try and find another 20 odd runs from somewhere.
Full length delivery this time, played square of the wicket, all the way down, but there is a fielder there, and they'll only run for 1. Yeah, I think maybe that was just, as I said, testament to that last wicket, that just the desperation to get another one was definitely on their minds, and that's maybe what caused the mistake, just the wrong moment to go for 2.
Yeah.
Adams is in again, shorter ball this time, played into the offside. We have had a message from Joe at solentcricket@gmail.com. She says, hi all, listening in during my lunchtime walk in Tymeford. Plenty of fielders at the cow corner, and one is even taking a drink. She sent us a beautiful photo of some beautiful white cows all amongst the trees. So yeah, a great field there.
That
on
was
the offside.
Single to Grace Thompson through the offside. So where was that from, that message?
That was from Jo, one of our listeners. She sent that into solentcricket@gmail.com. She was in Tyneford.
I don't know where that is. Do you know where that is?
Yeah, I think it's out sort of that way.
That way, okay. It's very helpful for radio listeners.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I know you know when you know of a place, but I'm not 100% sure where it is. I'll have a Google. Sorry to anyone in Tymeford.
I've got no idea. That one's just played back down the wicket of Adams. So just the 3 off that over. We've gone to 178 off.
Yeah, so it's just above. It's out toward above Southampton, above Eastleigh and below Winchester.
Really? I live near there.
There you
What's
go.
it called?
TWY.
Oh, Twyford.
Twyford. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Sorry.
I know where Twyford is. Sorry.
Twyford. There you go.
Yeah, okay,
Twyford.
yes.
I've learnt something new today.
Yeah, when you said where it was, I thought, well, I must live very close to that.
Apologies. That's my dyslexia kicking in there.
Okay.
The W and the Y was truly confusing.
Yeah,
Twyford.
very nice part of the world, Twyford.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Joe.
Charlie Knott coming on for the last over from this end, and that's driven to Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket, no run. So still no real acceleration from the Durham batters at this stage. Not with her off spin. Down the wicket and bowled.
Fabulous bowl there.
She's given her the charge there, but actually ended up playing a defensive shot. And well, I'm not sure. She's trying to force it a bit on the offside, but it's gone through anyway and bowled. That is
Thompson, who got bowled there? Yeah, Thompson.
No, Thompson's the one. Thompson's the taller of the two. I think Thompson's the non-striker. That's. You've got Thompson.
The analysts aren't sure either. Yeah.
I think Thompson is the non-striker.
I think you're right. Yeah. So
that's Fraser, isn't it?
Fraser's just going there.
Yeah.
Yeah, bowled well there by Knott.
New batter is Sophia Turner, who's come into the side today as the only change in the Durham lineup. She's come in today instead of Abby Glenn. No relation to Phoebe Turner, I believe, who batted earlier.
So Durham on 179 for 8.
For 8. So yeah, they've never had, as we were saying earlier, they've never had a really established partnership.
No.
There was one for the 6th wicket, which was reasonable, but
yes,
they never got to the stage where they can really feel comfortable. But they're two comfortable set batters. This one's off the back foot and sort of slapped to extra cover, but no run.
Between the 4th and the 5th wicket, there really was a bit of a partnership, because the 4th wicket was 118 for 4, and then the 5th was 160. But not as big as we would have they would have wanted.
42, is the highest partnership of the day. There's a single down to long on there for Sophia Turner, the new batter, and gets the tall Thompson back on strike. Quite an expansive shot at that, but only a inside or sort of thickish inside edge, and it's trickled out to on the leg side for a single. So still runs hard to come by for the Durham, for the tail here. Not in again.
Well struck.
Turner, and that's a nice shot, but straight too long off. They're only going to get a single.
Yeah. I think again it's just once again testament to just
over.
how well Georgia Adams knows this field, knows what to expect, knows how she wanted to attack and bowl this game, and testament to her bowlers as well to be able to bowl so straight. So it's Knott's final over there, finishing on 2 for 37, and it will be Georgia Adams, the captain, to come in for the final over of this game. Durham currently on 181 for 8. 182 for 8, apologies.
So as we were saying earlier about the slow bowling, Hampshire only had 2 seamers, but they haven't even bowled
them fully.
No.
At
all. So it's very much a trial by spin here for the Durham girls.
Georgia Adams, a very full delivery there, straight back to her. She'll be happy with the way her team's played today. Couple of missed opportunities early on, but they've managed to keep it tight since. A couple of drop catches, as that one's played very deep and passed over the heads of mid-off, and that'll be running away for 4. That was great, driven through mid-off on the offside, and just gone all the way
it's
through.
sort of inside out shot, as we call
Yeah.
it. Good, nice shot from a number 10. To be honest.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
maybe she's been told just go out and give it a whack.
Well, it's the last over. You think that, but it wasn't like a tail ender's whack really. It was just a very cultured shot over the top.
This time much fuller delivery, played leg side. They're going to go for the run out, but the ball's just missed the stumps, and it'll be picked up.
Would have been well out if it would hit.
Yeah.
But you've got to take those runs on at this stage.
Absolutely, and she was kind of coming at it from sort of almost side on, so she only had one stump to aim at, so quite a tricky shot.
Exactly right, yeah.
And she was almost sort of diving anyway, so it would have been quite a miraculous run out. This time round the wicket for Georgia Adams, played back over her head, down to mid-off. Lauren Bell had a busy day. Drizzle hits that all the way back to Georgia Adams, who only has a few balls left. I think she's going to stay
it's interesting.
around the wicket.
Right at the end she's gone around the wicket.
Yep, this time played again over her head. Back to Lauren Bell. Busy day once more for her, as she fields that well on the boundary and just holds them for one.
Yeah, so they're going to fall short of the 200 by the looks
They
of it.
are. I said 175, I wasn't far off.
Yeah, you did. That was a good prediction.
Adams in again, full delivery, this time back, not quite over the heads, but along the floor, back to Lauren Bell. It seems to just be the three of them playing this over. This time getting the wicket keeper involved.
Got back for two that time.
They have, yeah.
So that concludes the Durham innings, and
it does, and the fielders will walk off, batsmen off together. It seems that they have finished on 190 for 8 at the end of the 50 overs.
As we always say, we don't know how good a wicket is until both teams have batted on it, but I would say that Hampshire will be the happier of the two sides as they come off.
Absolutely. A similar score to what they put down when they batted first against the Blaze, and they were beaten in their last match, so they'll be hoping to...
Almost exactly the same score, you're absolutely right. I think it was 189. So
they'll be thinking, well, we got beaten on that score, we should be able to beat on that score.
Different wickets, of course, as we keep saying, but I think Hampshire will come off the happier of the two sides.
They're definitely coming off with a spring in their step compared to the batsmen, who look a little downtrodden, we could say, but that is lunch at the end of the first innings.
Well, it's particularly the openers that are coming off the spring in their step. Looks like they're rushing off to get padded up.
Yeah, that is true.
The two openers are sprinted off the pitch.
So we'll have a short break here as the ground staff come and we'll just prep the wicket again, and the teams will come off to change over. Durham on 190 for 8 at the end of their innings, and we will join you back as Hampshire come in to bat.
Georgia Adams, 8 overs, no base, 1 wicket for 38. So 10 extras, 2 leg byes, 8 wide, 190 for 8 in 50 overs. The Hampshire will require 191 in their 50 overs, so we restart at 150. For a half an hour break, and opportunity to go and have a wander, switch the legs, and visit the tea bar, which is very much open for business behind the main scoreboard, with its fine array of hot, cold food and drinks, and much more into lovely stuff. So, people belong to the tea bar, open all day today, and for all your refreshment needs. Hampshire's next fixture in the Metro Bank One Day Cup comes on Sunday, and that's at Utility Bowl in Southampton. Hampshire taking on Essex at the 10:30 start. Then they have a couple of away matches at Somerset and Surrey before returning here to Arundel Castle on Monday the 19th of May, where we will play Warwickshire Bears in a 10:30 start, 50 overs again, right here at Arundel. Hampshire delighted to return to Arundel, and we'll be back again on Saturday the 7th of June, taking on Durham again, this time in the Vitality Blast competition. That game starts at 2:30. And the date for the diary and the final match of the season for Hampshire on Saturday the 13th of September Right here again at Arundel Castle, back again in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Saturday the 13th of September, starting at 10:30. With 4 opportunities to view Hampshire in Tier 1 women's cricket here at Arundel. Always a delight to return back to this fantastic ground. 4 opportunities to do so watching Hampshire cricket this summer.
Right, you go and get lunch because where it's after the innings, it becomes a bit more difficult than after the match. Is that alright? Hello, you okay? So because this innings is finished, obviously I can't do the video. So I've got the video here. Oh no, I can. It was being strange. Oh, I've got it. Sorry. Yeah, I've done that and then I'm just restarting them now. No, that'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to... What now? Yeah. We're well ahead. But I think, I reckon par was about 220. Everywhere else seems to be pretty difficult. Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I know. Oh, I need to go and put their phones in charge, but I was really quickly just doing this. She just... I mean, I know what I'm doing with this, so I need to go and check this. That's the issue. No, I'm just going to go and do that.
Do you know, I think it's colder down here than it is up there. I think it's like whipping around it. Put mine in terminology at the back.
Good, no, I mean, you're right, you won't get it overnight, but what you'll do is the percentage of you getting it right to not getting it right will get smaller.
Yeah.
But
It's
that's
just
fine.
my terminology thing. Some of these are older, but then like some of them are just like the way they hit them I quite like. And then when I hear you say something, I'm like, right, I'll take that one.
Yeah, I'll put it into whatever. It's
It is.
like when you play sport, you take little bits from people, don't you?
Yeah.
You think, I remember when I played, I used to think, shit, the way they drive. And then, you know, and the coach will say something to you, and then a different coach will say something else, and you just take the opposite. It's like that as well. You know, as I say, you'll work out the shit commentators. You think, I don't want to sound like them.
Yeah.
And you'll work out the good ones, and you'll say, right, that's good, I want to cut that. But it's all done. So what we'll do at the end of the game, because Wes is, there's no need for us to do a tour. And because, yeah, I don't know.
Just a little blood drop. Not too bad.
I'm half into it. So there's no point in us doing a film because it also takes longer to go back. So we'll let him film because they'll take it, and then we'll just do a normal. We'll send that back, and because it's a small show, it's not happening. So we're covered. And then what I'll do is we'll get you to do another. Go quickly over there. There. Don't have a look. Get right behind those, get beyond the cars.
Everything okay your end? Hopefully. side, JMO go the other. I was, yeah, I could. Anyone else would have done it? Way! Better off in the hands, I reckon.
Amazing view, isn't it? Food is so close to it.
I don't really know what's happened. I don't really know. I'm gonna. Do you know what? I always have my head just so much further away, and I'm not really sure why. And then when I look down, it's this way, isn't it? So much my parents and think, "Look at that triangle." What was doing, right? Oh, look at it. Yeah, a friend of mine lives in Hampshire as well, so I might go. Oh, look good there.
Arundel too, you know, the main street.
Yeah.
There's lovely little places.
Yeah.
Nice couple of pubs, couple of restaurants. It's actually quite. Because I stayed there. Hampshire men played there during COVID.
Right.
Because they couldn't use the ground. Because they still brought over. And they used Old Trafford. Utility traffic. They used the two grounds because they were
Yeah.
but within the ground there was a golf course obviously and the hotel. So everybody felt inside.
Yeah.
Old Trafford was the same because they've got a hotel so they could keep everybody inside. So they used those two grounds for the test matches. This meant that Hampshire, when this eventually started,
You haven't had to move it.
but they used this ground for home games. They took the ground to use utility. So we played back 2 or 3 games there. And we commentated on there. And I stayed. Oh yeah, it was a nightmare. We did fine. And I didn't stay every night, but I was keep going back 4 days as I worked. So a couple of yeah, but a couple of times I stayed in Arundel, right in the town.
Yeah.
Especially
Sometimes you can get.
I was in uni school, I was in Arundel.
Does hurt.
House name. And then it was only when I left that they started doing visits to the house that you were in. But while we were there, we were just called Arundel. We had no real idea of where on earth it was. It was just some random place that we were told, yep, you're Arundel, you know. And it's really competitive over it. Just sort of have, I mean, one was carriage book, that changed later on because it's miles. I mean, it's Wales.
Where's that? No, that's Isle of Wight, isn't it? Carrisbrook? Well, there's not been Carrisbrook Castle Summit, but Carrisbrook on the Isle of Wight.
Maybe it is on the other one. There was another one we were. There was whatever was yellow was definitely somewhere up in Wales, miles away. So they changed.
Interesting shout.
Yeah. They changed it to Portsmouth. I think the other one was Southsea. As soon as I left, it lost its sort of.
One update at 16:37, so hopefully it sort of works.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
First forward.
Yeah, so what, 50 over takes about 3 hours, just under. Depending on how quick it's been.
What time
I
do
mean, we
they
had a lot of
what time do they stop? About 1:15? No. half 10 till 1:15. So what was that? That was. So just 2, 3, 2.
But we did have a lot of spinning, so we rapid through.
They usually finish at 2. Theirs is about not disruptive.
So they put down 192. But they did offer me both. Good heavy.
Adam's put you on the.
Yeah,
I messaged you earlier.
Yeah.
I said, now you're working.
Yeah, it was while you were on air and I saw it come through and I went, oh okay, just to not distract you.
No, it's good. No, he said he messaged that.
I'm on.
Yeah, sorry. I emailed him. It's all stuff. So that's that job done.
I'll go back.
Well, that's right. You'll find. That's right. So the numbers are on.
Yeah, and they send so much stuff back into it, like even when I'm in studio or on it.
So you're on Teams as well, aren't you? So you'll like for instance, like if day like today, you'll see who's on producing the sports show tonight. And I think it's maybe so. Just be You're right there.
Yeah, feel very good.
Well, I'll set it up.
Set it up in Filter and then seeing it here, it's like, okay, yeah, that's cool.
You're the one that worked out that I had to go to USB.
Well, you went, oh, there's a USB, and I was like, we'll just try it. What's the worst? It's not going to blow up. So they're not going to work, or it's going to work.
We've got to send those back in now because Nick's asked for a recall on these because these have been converted because they were just ID now they're converted to this. But there's something else now that we send in.
Yeah, over there, someone with a dog.
Yeah, I did send him an email and said I don't know stuff. And he did. I'm sure, and I copied them.
Well, they're going to need to pretty quickly because so what I'm going to do is
So this Sunday,
you and Nikki, but
but that's you, Philippa.
and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to email them all and I'll copy you in. I'll say you need somebody to come over and sort windows out for the game and somebody couldn't do that because that's the law.
Yeah. And then Tuesday 13th is
Somerset. So you'll have to come over to me. I'm quite worked out of time yet, but well, you have to come from Portsmouth, won't you? So we won't. No, we'll meet near me because what I'll do is where I live right at the top of the avenue, but I live in a bit of a cul-de-sac, and so what I would tend to do is I will park just off the avenue, and I'll leave the car there, just walk round. It's easy to walk round to it because if you leave your car near us, it's a bit. So I will send you a picture of where I'll park the sofa, just round the corner where it's a bit more of the main road up the avenue. And then we'll meet there. You can leave your car there safely.
fine, and then you'll take it.
And then we'll go from there.
That's fine, yeah.
And I'll have the solar car there. Yeah, no, it's better than go to base because it's a pain for me to go to base because I've got to come out again.
And then
I have to go up the avenue back.
when
You wouldn't feel I go to Beckham. So you need to work that. We'll chat about that. I'll be down in Somerset.
and then Monday the 19th.
Sounds What was the other one you said?
So we've got the 11th is home,
Essex, yeah.
and that's the women's game.
Yeah.
Women's like this.
Yeah.
Then I've got
13th.
the 13th is the Orleans Southampton
That's Somerset, yeah.
women. Then the 17th
Is you
Hill
to
and I,
Beckenham.
Beckenham.
That's only T26. Oh yeah, then 19th is here.
Here again. Cool.
Yeah. And you've got you, Phil and Nikki.
So it's just me again. Cool.
Well, it's you, Phil and Nikki.
Yeah, but not you.
Not me, because I'm at Edgbaston. And you know how to set up here, because I can leave you, I will give you all this, and you know how to do it, and you'll be back here. It won't be me next time, it'll be Amelia, so between you, I know you'll work it out.
That's fine. As long as we can do,
We'll just give it to Wes.
Yeah. I'll just walk in and go, where am I setting up?
Well, no, I think this is perfect, isn't it, for
You
you
reckon
guys?
this is
Were
better?
you happy with it?
I'm happy here, but I'd be happy wherever.
Sure.
Yeah,
I
this
think-
is good for us. I mean, it's
I
quite a
think
nice.
this is better for me,
Yeah.
just for it's more straight on. So like the stuff I do, like pitching up and passing the bat, it's harder to do from square up.
Well, let's just say we need this and just keep it.
Yeah, happy with it. Yeah,
You
okay.
are.
And then the 23rd and 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th.
That's the Sussex home game.
Fine. Cool. That's all I need to know.
And then you're away on the 29th anyway.
So I need to work out, car for the 17th.
Yes.
The 9th.
Now, now, if you want a car for the Beckenham game, you'll have to go to Arundel Castle. So what's going on the 19th? There should be. So you guys, but I would do the cars through Adam.
Well, if there's already going to be one for Arundel, there's going to be one for the 19th.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. You go on Wolf. You're on Wolf Tech, aren't you? Right. Okay. Right. That's pretty good. So Wolf Tech.
It's one of those that it keeps insurance not really properly.
It does what?
Well, people keep showing me like bits.
Right, I tell you what, there's only a couple of bits you need to worry about. Even I don't know to it properly, but there are a couple of bits that... The only bits you need to worry about, I don't fill in all these jobs to waste of my time.
Yes.
Starting off really well.
Really well, and then it's gone really slow. Really slow. Done that.
Have a look at this. Right, this is defaulting to a different page. When I got a new computer, this came up. So I didn't even know. So literally, you go to home,
Yeah.
booking.
Yeah.
There's your cards.
Oh, okay, cool.
And that's all you have to worry about.
So I just need to find out.
So
which
if you
one's
go,
got
when you
the
go to
19th.
date, or is it the 19th?
19th.
At the moment, there's nothing. Oh, I've got BD66.
Is that the electric car?
No, that's the van. Yeah, I've got that booked out because Adam said to me that they were using it for the 17th.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, whatever's on the 19th.
You might be able to just take something for the 19th, so I would get you in there. Then if I go to 17th,
Do you think I'll be able to take it for the 17th, 18th and 19th?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So straight away, give it a
One so
So the electric car's not being taken, it's up to you whether you want to risk it. To Beckenham and back.
and then
Yeah. But it's up to you. If you want to get to a point, and it looks like you could have the electric car for those 3 days. See, I'm using the van because Adam wants the
You have got it. Okay, can I give it back?
MV18.
Are you sure?
that's fine. I'll take it.
That one?
You should be able to do it. If you want to remind remind me at the end of the game. We'll book it for you. We'll sort it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Alright.
I'll remind you at the end.
You've got that. Remind me at the end. We'll do it. And get you booked. And then you won't have to worry about.
Yeah, because then I'm thinking. I
Because to
know
be
they're
honest,
not.
are you at work on the Friday?
No.
You might have to go in on the Saturday.
That's fine. I can go.
Well, you've got to pick up Phil.
Yeah.
So you might as well go in by the fire.
Fielders are going after it. They will get there before it reaches. Point and cover manages to collect. They run through.
I start my Boucher. Nice looking shot. Just eased into the gap. She's also started well this year. Didn't get any runs up at Warwickshire at Edgbaston, but came back well with 61 against Surrey and 77 against Lancashire.
Yeah, it's definitely a credit to this Hampshire team, as they seem to be able to come back well after everything that they go through. They manage just a very good full length delivery carry through to the keeper there.
Wide.
That was a wide. It's very hard from this angle just to see always. But yeah.
Well, the umpire signalled. Yeah. Even I wouldn't be able to tell if it was wide or not.
You've
from
got
this
a keen
angle.
eye if you can see that. Yeah, Thompson just being given a wide there.
Don't forget there are several ways that you can watch and listen. The Hampshire Cricket website with the live picture feed.
And she's in, and that plays into the offside. That will be held at nothing. There's a much better bowl there.
And we're also on the BBC Sport website and app. Live picture feed going out on YouTube. Hampshire Cricket website is the place to be, where you can pick up our commentary as well.
Absolutely. Thompson, top of the mark, begin to run up again. Towards Boucher. In, bowls. Full delivery there. Played right through past the keeper, down to long off. Keeper goes chasing after it, and they'll be held at one. That was quite nice. Just clipped round the corner. Sort of pushed on by Boucher. And McGachan back on strike.
I think a few more cars have arrived since this game
Oh,
has
I think
been
they
done.
have.
You look at
There's
the
a
bank
lot-
away to our left.
A
There's
lot
a lot
busier.
Yeah.
Good to see. Good turnout. That's what we want. More people at the women's game.
A few
A
rows of
beautiful
cars.
sunny day.
Yeah.
Thompson in again. Bowls. Slightly shorter delivery this time. Played into the offside.
I think that's another reason why Hampshire like using this ground, because you get a good crowd.
Absolutely.
It's a members sort of, you can be friends of Arundel Castle and sort of sign up, and it allows you to watch any game that's here.
It's amazing. It's
Few
a
have
great
taken
venue.
advantage of
Yeah.
that. It is.
It seems to be wherever you are around the ground, you've got quite a good vantage point.
Yeah.
And it's quite nice and sunny. It's a lovely ground. There's good facilities, and as Thompson comes in again, slightly shorter delivery this time, pushed through the cover, but stopped well at cover there. Yeah, good strike there from McGachan, but yeah, just straight to the fielder.
So, McGachan still only 22 years of age. That 100 I mentioned against Lancashire at Southport, her first 100 in 50 over cricket. And not only that, but she batted all the way through on the run chase to remain not out.
Thompson in again. Final ball of the over. Bowls, much fuller delivery this time. Or a bit of a call for the umpire, but no interest there. I think it was just caught the bottom of her bat as it played through. And that's the end of the over. Currently Hampshire on 10 for no loss.
I think it's always a bit disconcerting. Well, it isn't always. I mean, this is unusual because we are pitch level
Yes.
and there's a bank behind us, which is, I guess they've deliberately not mowed it.
Yes. I feel like the grass has grown in the time that we've been sat here.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's quite long grass up until the bank, and then of course it goes into some nice grass again. And you see a row of people behind us, so they're sort of looking down at us. A bit disconcerting.
And we're normally hidden away
Yeah.
above everyone.
We are. We're normally above them.
Yeah. Normally about 3 stories above them.
We are, especially the utility bar. We're high. Sophia Turner will continue from the Arundel Castle end. Now Bess Heath, the keeper, has decided to stand up. So Maya Boucher. So 10 without loss, 191 is the victory target for Hampshire. As Turner comes in and bowls, it's very full, almost Yorks. Boucher, who just works it off the bottom of the bat out on the leg side. So Boucher has 2, McGachan has 5.
If anyone's doing the maths there has been a couple of leg buys that makes it up to 10.
Ah, yes, thank you. Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, everybody's looking, thinking, what's going on? That doesn't add up. Turner bowls, right arm medium pace, driven pleasantly out towards extra cover, fielded by Phoebe Turner. Both these teams playing in very similar coloured kits.
They are. They're almost identical, actually, in their inverse, the fielding and the batting. Hampshire a little bit more yellow with the pads, but...
Oh, that's right. Yellow numbers on the back of the Durham shirts and names, and white numbers and names on the back of the Hampshire shirts. That's the only discernible colour difference. That's played out into the covers. Grace Thompson fields that one. But yes, it's bright yellow pads of Hampshire to match their training tops, which are incredibly yellow.
Incredibly yellow.
One of which is very near us. And they certainly won't not get seen in the dark in those.
Absolutely.
I didn't see the Durham. Oh, the Durham coloured tops or training tops are a little bit light, not light blue, but Boucher for the back foot works that to mid wicket.
Yeah, they were sort of a darker blue and white, sort of similar pattern actually as the Hampshire ones, but not quite as standout. Let's say.
I think Hampshire won the award for the brightest coloured training kit.
Yes.
This season.
Probably an award they didn't know they were going for, but they knew they would. They found they've now won.
An award we've just made up.
Yeah. There's no prize, just the honour.
Turner runs towards us then, bowls. McGacken tries to cut that away. That's wide, well taken by Heath, but called a wide by the umpire. Just to repeat, it's Ben Peverell and Rose. Rose? Dovey.
Dovey with a V, D-O-V-E.
Dovey, thank you. I couldn't even read my own writing there. Thank you to Phil, who knows a lot of these umpires. They rescued me there, as that's driven. Good stop from Thompson at point. It was driven on the up by Ella McGacken. Let's have a quick look at the other games, because it's been a little while since we've gone through the two other games that have taken place today. Lancashire-Surrey. Looks like a bit of a return to form with the bat for Surrey. They made 296 for 8 off their 50 overs. Alice Davidson-Richards with 100 exactly. Paige Schofield made 87 as McGacken just quietly plays that away on the offside. So 296 for 8. 3 wickets there for Kate Cross, 3 for 55 from her 10. The pick of the bowlers for Lancashire. And Somerset against Warwickshire. Somerset 297 for 6. That's the end of the over here, by the way. And 100 there for Sophie Luff. Not out 111. Heather Knight made 70 at the top of the order.
Wow. Well, if you are listening or watching on the YouTube stream or listening on the BBC app, please do get in touch. solentcricket@gmail.com. We'd love to hear where you're watching, what your thoughts are of the match so far. We're going to have Thompson again from the park end. She begins her stride towards Maya Boucher. Past the umpire and bowls. Shorter delivery this time, worked to leg side. Gone through, that'll go absolutely for 4, through the covers. Split the fielders, and absolutely no chance for either. And they went chasing, but I think it was a bit of a half-hearted chase. Yeah, a great strike there as it's driven through offside from Maya Boucher. Good start.
Yeah, don't bowl it there to Maya.
No.
Well, perhaps don't bowl it there to anybody, really. A little bit wide.
Yeah, a little bit too short, a little bit too wide.
Yeah.
Thompson starts at the top of her mark. She won't be looking to repeat that bowl as she comes in again. Past the umpire. Bowls. Much fuller this time. Again down the leg offside, but straight to mid-off. I'd be happy with that one.
Yeah, well, I've said it before in previous matches when Maya's got some runs that I think it's nice to see her back in the groove. We all know how such a good player she is, and she's proved it at international level, but she had not a great Ashes trip where she averaged a 6, which is not her at all.
No.
But I did speak to her after she picked up 60 in the first one.
Just worked again offside, straight to cover there.
And she did say that it was nice to, see the ball go to the boundary again off the bat.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It'd been a while since she'd felt that. Yeah, 61 against Surrey. She played beautifully, and I spoke to her after that.
Do you know, maybe sometimes you need those times when you're just not playing well to really make you appreciate the times when you are, and really sort of, when you are started playing well, it gives you that confidence boost, and it gives you that time to work on. Your career can't always be on a high, Oh, and Thompson began her run up, and then I think Maya Boucher just stopped her there.
Well, no, I think she lost her run up a little bit, Grace
Yeah.
Thompson.
Oh,
actually.
yeah.
I think she just looked stuttered about halfway through. I noticed it a couple of balls ago, actually, a little bit at the start of her run up. She just looked as though she was just
Out of rhythm.
struggling. Yeah.
She's got she keeps her knees very high the whole time, so maybe she just didn't get that pace as she comes in, full delivery there, carries through all the way to the umpire, and there was a bit of a half chance they thought it was an outside edge. It seemed that, is the slip okay? Yeah, I think,
it was an edge.
I think it was a half chance, but also I think, I'm not sure who is in slip, but they went for a catch to their left, and I think they've just hurt their knee. They're really limping as they came in. I'm just watching the replay or the live stream, and she went down to block like a normal cricket block to stop the ball, and I think she just went too hard down on her knee, and she's still holding it as Thompson comes in again. Full length delivery, carries through to the keeper. It's carrying through on this ground as well, quite well. It's not dying before it gets to the keeper. It is carrying well, so there's a decent bounce on the ground.
I think she might have just got a knock on the knee from the ball, actually.
Yeah, maybe hit it at the same time.
Same time.
Yeah. Yeah, Thompson also, mid run up, she starts with the really high knees, and then she doubles her pace as she comes in, so maybe she just mistimed that a little bit. Just there, she absolutely increased her speed. Bowls, shorter delivery this time, worked up in the air, on the leg side, all the way through deep mid-wicket. There's no one there, so it'll run away for 4, and a great strike there, driven through, leg side by Maya Boucher.
Good way to finish the over. Bit of a mixed over there from Grace Thompson, the 17-year-old. Yeah, you're right. It's about halfway through her run-up. She just picks the pace up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite weird, really. But that's what works for her. But it does look as though around that time when she does look to kick on, that's where a couple of times that she's
just not felt it.
Loses just loses the momentum. Hence why she pulled up during that over. So good start from Hampshire here.
20 without loss.
Yeah.
And they'll both be happy with this start. Solid partnership here.
20 from the first 5 overs. At this stage, Durham had 16. Early days, of course, but I'll give you a little bit of an idea that Hampshire have started slightly better of the two teams. Phoebe Turner's to continue from the Arundel Castle end. Bowls. McGacken quietly plays that to backward a point where Maddie Villiers fields. Maddie Villiers hit 22 today before she was caught and bowled by Lindsay Smith. She was the third batter out at 74. In the 23rd over. Phoebe Turner has a very much open action, angling the ball into the right-hander. Off the back foot there, hit to short extra cover. It's fielded by Holly Armitage, who made 25 off 66 deliveries. Didn't really get going at all, Holly Armitage. Took a while to get off the mark and never really timed her shots. She was bowled by Rebecca Tyson. She was the next wicket after Maddie Villiers to fall. Phoebe Turner in then with the keeper standing up. Gone over the top there, McGacken. It's going to be caught at mid-off.
Oh, it's been dropped.
Oh my word, that's a bad drop.
That was a lifeline for McGacken. She had no right to be getting away from that. It was directly at mid-off there. In the air, quite a slow ball really coming to her, and it just slipped through the fingers, and I imagine McGacken will be taking a huge sigh of relief as she has been given a huge lifeline there.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, 19 times out of 20 that'd be taken.
Yeah.
Turner bowl, slightly shorter this time, it's worked into the covers, and there is no run, but that is a regulation chance that has been put down. And that was Katie Levick who dropped that one at mid-off. What a life.
Absolutely. But then, saying that, Hampshire did give Durham quite a few lifelines similar to that. Not quite as easy, but yeah.
Nice drive along the ground. That's well stopped. A short extra cover. That was drilled by Boucher. It didn't look drilled because the way she plays, it's very easy, but the power.
And the stop, you could really say that took a lot of effort to get her body weight behind that and stop that from going through.
If you've got cold hands, it's one of those that does warm them up very quickly.
Yeah, a bit of a sting on the hands.
So we're in the 6th over here as Phoebe Turner comes in and bowls left alone. outside of the off stump, and that is the end of the 6th over, with Hampshire on 21. They're actually slightly behind now. They were slightly in front, but there was a big over for Durham at the corresponding stage. Phoebe Turner has bowled she has 0 for 8 from her 3 overs to date.
Yeah, I think although Hampshire are slightly behind, as you say, compared, but I think they'll be just quite happy that they haven't got a loss.
Oh, I know.
Because I think McGacken won't forget that one quickly. I think she went for the big drive downfield, and it's just very lucky that it unfortunately got dropped. Durham won't see it so lucky, but a huge chance missed for them.
Now, the umpires are in a chat here. What are they having a chat about? They're just asking Holly Armitage, the captain, about something.
There seemed to be a bit of paper coming out from the pocket and a note being taken, maybe about how many overs
I don't know.
someone's done. I'm not sure. We're very early into this game. We've only had 6 overs. Doesn't seem to be a long conversation though, and it's quickly dispersed.
I must admit, I don't know. I can't quite work out what that was about. But
No.
both umpires and Holly Armitage, you're right, a brief conversation, but a deliberate conversation.
Yeah,
but it didn't seem to
absolutely.
be anybody saying, well, no, or whatever. It was
Yeah.
just an acknowledgement from whatever the umpire was saying.
Perhaps, yeah.
Don't know what it was.
No.
Doesn't matter, hopefully.
Hopefully not. Thompson to take up the attack again from the park end. She wastes no time. Begins a run up. Doubles the speed there. Past the umpire. In. Bowls. Nice good length there. Carries through to the umpire. Not the umpire. The wicket keeper.
Yeah. So if the umpire was standing there, we'd be in trouble.
We'd be in trouble.
Maybe that's what that conversation
Maybe
was
it
about.
was. I want to come and stand by the wicket keeper. I think that's why I said it. I had them on my mind, trying to still work out what that conversation was.
I'd love to see that ball again, 'cause I think there was a bit of shape on that. Just watching it now from Grace Thompson. Yeah, that's swung away. Nice delivery, good shape.
And again, ball slightly shorter this time. Played leg side down to mid wicket.
She's very upright, isn't she, Grace Thompson? She's
Very.
tall. She needs to use that height. That will always be an advantage for her. It will, yeah.
Yeah, she needs to kind of watch Lauren Bell and how she uses that height and bangs the ball in and really uses that pace
Yeah.
that she's been given. But I'm sure it'll be one of those things that she's still young at the moment. She'll be learning, still honing her craft as she comes in. And begins that long run up. Bowls. Much fuller this time. Oh, carries through past the wicket keeper. That was again a chance, but it's going to go down. And it was a wide.
Yep.
Down leg side.
There's the umpire. Look. It's
There he
almost
is.
like they were signalling to us because the scorers are right over our heads.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think McGacken did look to play it, but then decided to leave it alone.
Yeah, that's very wide indeed. It's quite interesting watching Thompson bowl. Well, she fell over as well, actually, in her follow through. She's obviously been well coached to sort of stay nice and high and use her height. You can see that.
She comes in again. Past the umpire. Bowls. Good length delivery this time. And it's going to go all the way through the covers. I think that's just going to stop before it hits the boundary. Yes, it has. Down past mid-off. And they'll come back for 2.
As well, the third one was pushed hard for by McGacken, actually running to the danger end. She was the one that wanted 3.
She's living dangerously in this match today.
Well, no, it's good. It's
Yeah.
just good attacking running. It's just making
Absolutely.
sure it keeps the pressure off you. You know, you're right. You don't want to be running suicidal third runs, but
Yeah.
she looked like she was determined.
She is running at nearly double the speed of Maya Boucher. Not any knock to Boucher, but obviously McGacken just saw something she liked as that's played onto the offside and that'd be held enough. No runs there.
So Thompson's conceded 15 from 3.5 overs. Just a bit more actually. Got 2 balls left of her 4th.
Hampshire 26 for no loss. Thompson heading to the top of her mark. Turns, waits, and off she goes. Field creeps with her. Bowls. Length delivery there. Left alone. That was a wide as well, down leg side.
Yep, look at that.
Umpire
Rose
looking
Dovey.
directly at us.
Yeah, Rose Dovey with her arms stretched as if she's signalling to us.
Yeah. Maybe just a few of these, few too many wides coming from the Thompson arm. Just down leg side.
If you're watching a picture feed, you can see somebody kneeling down in the distance at the boundary. I'm just wondering if it was somebody from Durham who's actually filming Thompson.
Perhaps, yeah.
Giving us a wide.
Another wide, down leg side.
Just struggling a little bit. Just needs
Yeah.
to get through her action a little bit more and stay in it.
Yeah, because she's had
Stay
some
tall.
brilliant bowls where she's really got the ball moving, she's attacked the stumps,
Yeah.
and it feels like she's maybe just come off the pace a little bit. She's just lost her line slightly. You know, that's two in a row, 3 for the over. Just sort of handing Hampshire runs that they can't afford to at the moment. As she begins again, she'll be looking just to keep it on the offside. Better this time. Runs all the way through, and that will be going for 4.
Wow, that's missed everybody.
That's missed everyone. That missed that missed the wicketkeeper. That missed slip. That missed. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I don't think they were kind of almost expecting that.
Let's have a look at this. Because we're not quite in line, so we're relying on the picture feed. Let's have a look. Oh, wasn't it back? It's gone over the top of the stumps.
It has, yeah. So she's getting some movement when she's getting it in the right line. She's really getting some movement on that.
Yeah, she's clearly, I mean, she's only 17. She's clearly working on an action. She's working on stuff that her coach has been told her, but, you know, she obviously doesn't quite get it right every ball. But when she gets it right, there's something there. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. And again, bowls. Length delivery played into the offside. We've got 2 fielding chasers pointing an extra cover, and they won't get there as it hits the boundary. A beautiful shot from McGacken. Yeah, Hampshire really on form here. 30 for nothing. No loss.
Yeah, she's just lost her rhythm now a little bit. She's probably thinking about the wides and thinking about her action and what her coaches have told her, and she's just lost a little bit of rhythm. That's a half volley, beautifully put away by McGacken.
Yeah, in any sport, it's incredibly hard not to focus on the previous ball, point, whatever, you know, that moment before, especially in a mistake moment. And yeah, I think as time comes along, she'll massively hone that craft of just putting it behind her. Right, focus on the next one. In the words of a great TV show, have you ever seen? I've totally slipped my mind there. Ted Lasso.
No, I haven't.
Be a goldfish, he says. Be a goldfish, and it just means forget. Only have a 3-second memory. Forget what's just happened.
Here's Phoebe Turner then. Length ball to Maya Boucher, who pushes that out towards extra cover, and there is no one. Be a goldfish. Have no memory.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? The only thing is, you probably need a bitter one, because if you've been coached
True.
to do a certain, you need selective memory.
Absolutely, selective memory. Yeah. It was more about, you know, in that kind of situation, just forget about the last point. Just try and put it out of your mind.
Well, as you know, that's very important. Professional sport. Don't think back, think forward. That's down the leg side. That's another wide. A few wides coming here from
That's
Durham.
probably a better sentence. Don't think back, think forward. I like that.
Well, it's true. I mean,
it is.
Professional sport is all about not worrying about what's happened.
Yeah.
Whether you've done brilliantly or whether you've done poorly, because you want to stay level.
Yeah.
It's about looking forward, and a lot of people struggle with that. A lot of professionals do struggle with that, and that's why a lot of them are sort of riddled with self-doubt, because of when they're thinking backwards. All right, let's play it away square on the leg side. Boucher. She's going to take 2. There is a deep square leg.
No.
Doesn't risk.
No, square leg got there really quickly.
Yeah, and they don't need to worry about it at the moment because the runs are flowing. 37 without loss now are Hampshire in the 8th over. 191, remember, is the victory target for Hampshire. That's Phoebe Turner in again. Bowls to McGacken this time. McGacken just works that length ball to short extra cover. And there is no run. So Maya Boucher currently has 15 and McGacken has 10. Been a good opening partnership, these two so far this season for Hampshire. Twice they've put on 100 for the first wicket out of the 4 games so far. Phoebe Turner comes in again down the leg side and half stopped
by
Bess Heath, but that, you're right, that's going to be
slowing down right in the outfield. Go.
Now, I think that's going to be 4 wides. Yes, it is. There's the umpire.
There it is.
Well, the umpires have certainly been worked a little bit with the wides count. There's already been 8 wides.
It does feel that square of the wicket, the outfield is very quick, but actually behind either end, it does feel a little slower. I mean, watching that, it scurried through the mid outfield, and then right near the boundary, it really slowed down. And Yeah, they were almost catching it.
Teased the fielders again, didn't it? That's better line and a better length from Phoebe Turner. McGacken quietly playing defensively to that one. Both these batters have hit a couple of boundaries each in their innings so far. And Durham's total of 190 for 8. Top scorer was Phoebe Turner with 38 before she was run out. She was the 7th wicket down. One of the spectators walking in front of us, which is nice. It's a lovely drive, and it's well stopped at point by Catherine Fraser. He's recently been playing for Scotland in World Cup qualifiers in Lahore last month. They lost to Ireland in their last game, so they didn't qualify. But they beat the West Indies in their first one. That's right, Phil's nodding, yeah, which was a big upset.
Yeah, that's a huge achievement.
But they just fell at the final hurdle against Ireland in that series of qualifiers. Lovely shot,
That's
Ella
a great
McGacken,
shot.
but there is a deep cover fielder, which is Grace Thompson.
She's had to work hard today.
Yes. Throw goes in at the bowler's end of the over. So
43 for no loss, Hampshire. McGacken and Boucher putting out a really nice partnership here. Just solid, taking their chances where they can, but also not being too over the top with some shots, playing nice and defensively when they need to.
yeah, well, they haven't really had to work too hard, have they? Really, they've been gifted a few wides.
So we're going to have a change at the park end to Catherine Fraser for Durham.
Catherine Fraser's on, yeah, she'll be bowling some off breaks. As I was saying, recently back from Lahore, those series of World Cup qualifiers.
Just a slight change in the field for her. And they're just deciding, yep, they're happy with that now. Ms Armitage, she's just, she's moving a deep square leg round to slightly deeper. As the ball comes in, no run scored. They looked for it, but no, they decided against. A bit of encouragement from the captain. She comes in again. Length delivery, played square of the wicket. They won't run for anything.
Catherine Fraser, also formerly of Northern Diamonds. Most of this team are. The last couple of years, played 9 matches in List A cricket for the Diamonds.
Fraser in again, doesn't waste any time. Oh, and she's been bowled. McGacken's out. A great line there from Fraser. And unfortunately just got the better of, nips right back in towards Fraser and towards McGacken, and she didn't really have a chance.
Well, that's a little bit disappointing.
Yes.
Because they're ahead of the rate. But that did turn, you're right. She was trying to pull that away on the leg side with a ball that probably pitched around, maybe just outside off stump. It did come back at her, but I think she'll be slightly disappointed playing a shot like that with the start that they've had. They didn't really need to take too many chances. But yet again, we've seen when spin comes on, it does alter the course of partnerships, and it's done that.
Absolutely. I think maybe McGacken just saw a potential opportunity, a big sweep out to leg side, and unfortunately it just got the better of her. As I say, it nipped in just behind her, and it was a great ball from Fraser. Yeah, unfortunately broke up the first opening partnership for Hampshire.
Yeah, 44 they put on this time. Yeah, Charlie Knott is the new batter. Top scorer of 47 this year. That came in the game at Lancashire, the run chase where Hampshire chased down 292, one with 3 overs to spare there. Charlie Knott's top score of 47 came in that one. Got her maiden List A 100 last year for the Southern Vipers. Down at Bristol, I think it was.
Just adjusting, just deciding if she's going to adjust her field, and I don't think she is, or she might just be moving point to more of a deep point gully. Not quite gully, but yeah, deeper point there. As Fraser comes in again over the wicket. This time just a nice solid drive back from Knott, just blocked back.
32 balls with 2 fours, Ella McGacken's 11.
In again comes Fraser, doesn't waste any time. Got behind that one from the back foot. It's not. Just blocked back to cover. Really doesn't waste any time as Fraser. There's moments in between the ball. Maybe just trying to rush the batsman a little bit. This time back to cover. They look for one, but they don't go. And that's the end of the over. A successful over from Fraser.
So 9 overs, and the total is 44. It's a good over, yeah, wicket and 1 run off that Catherine Fraser's over. Clearly, an experienced player, only 20 years old though. But she's played 41 T20 internationals for Scotland, 11 and 1 day ODIs. So even at such a young age, it's clearly. I mean, she'll bowl accurately. She'll put the batters under pressure by just getting the ball in the right areas and hoping that the batters will make a mistake, and Ella McGacken already has. So Katie Levick, so we've got a double change.
Yes.
And we've got some leg breaks from Katie Levick. Another former Northern Diamonds player. Played 51 matches over the 5 years of the regional era. Here we are. Stops a little bit at the crease as she lets the ball go. It's cut away by Bouchier. Out to point, and there's no run. Start of over
number 9.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, no, over number 10.
Over number 10.
Boucher again is off the back foot, finds the gap through the covers this time, and it moves on to 16:45 for 1. Yeah, Katie Levick, isn't it? It really sort of pivots over the front foot and then sort of just stops. Initially, then there's a bit more of a follow through, but it's very much bowl and a bit of a stop in her delivery. She's bowling from the Arundel Castle end. Flagstall flying from left to right as we look, and there's a nice sweep shot there from Charlie Knott round towards deep backward square leg. And Knott is off the mark. It's interesting to watch Katie Levick bowl actually. It's got a very open action. That's nicely played through extra cover off the back foot. May look for 2.
Oh,
I think Charlie Knott was thinking about it. Maya Boucher said no, we won't risk that, as it went out to Grace Thompson. If you watch Katie Levick's action, leg spinner, her front foot is very out towards, pointing towards sort of cover.
Oh yes, it is. She sort of falls over it.
Yeah. So what's not happening is she's not a classical leg spinner coming over her front hip, because her front hip's already out of the way. That's played.
Yeah, she has to do a lot of work in her sort of upper torso with her right hip to really get that movement through.
That's right. So she's not pivoting over her front hip.
No.
Because the front hip's already gone
stopped
way to the left. Yeah. But very open. Forward is, but as we've seen from that over, quite accurate actually. That was a good start from her.
Absolutely.
That's 10 overs gone. Amelia, going to take a break.
Lovely. Okay, and I'll make way for Phil Green.
Thank you very much. So 10 overs, Durham worth 43 for 2, and Durham here are 47 for 1, and he's got his scoring book underneath him, has Phil. You haven't been scoring with that, so I hope the scorebook's going to be all right that you're using, because it was very good in the first innings. So it's going to be Catherine Fraser to continue. So we've got off break at one end, which is Catherine Fraser. We've got leg break at the far end in Katie Levick, and as we saw, and we have seen a lot in women's cricket, that spinners do change things, Phil, don't they?
They do, particularly here.
Yeah.
Arundel, traditionally
so it's played
spinner's
out.
ground.
Yeah, that's played out to extra cover, and there's no run. Interesting. I don't know if you noted Katie Levick's action there. For a leg spinner, it's very open, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I looked particularly once she pointed it out. That's following you, but yeah, it is. She's yes. I don't know if I picked up on that over before, because you've seen her a lot over the years, but
I must admit I'd not noticed too much. Maybe it's. But now that's over the top. That's a beautiful shot there from Maya Boucher. One pace down the wicket, just lifted it over mid-on, over Susie Bates, and fielded once more by Amelia Clark, who was quickly out of her chair to her left. Picked up as a better throw. It was a better throw, much more accurate from Amelia, and that's applause is for the 50 up for Hampshire, 51 for 1 in the 11th. Catherine Fraser down the wicket, but this time she blocks it back to the bowler, does Maya Boucher.
Yeah, Katie Levick's actually the leading wicket taker in domestic women's cricket ever.
Is that right?
In England, yeah.
Was turned around behind square by Boucher for a single, 52 for one. Well, she's 33 years old, which, still young, but I guess she'd be in the top 10% of age cricketers playing women's cricket, wouldn't she?
Possibly.
In the professional era.
Played for Yorkshire for years,
Yeah.
and then Northern Diamonds.
That's right. Played the whole 5 years in the regional era. That's played out into the covers.
I think that stat that she's a leading domestic wicket taker, I think includes the county era pre-region as well, I think, but in all domestic cricket she is a leading wicket taker. So are we 52 off 11, I think?
We are, as I crane my neck backwards, 52 for one, yes, yes we are. So your scoreboard is now, your scorebook is up to date now?
Looks like it, yeah.
Still neat.
And it's going to be Levick again, is it? Or is it not? They're changing it after
no, I think that just a couple of them are having a chat with her. Looks like Susie Bates and Holly Armitage having a chat with.
Did we ever find out what the umpires were conferring with earlier?
No, I didn't.
'Cause they spoke to the captain and then wrote something down, didn't they?
Yeah, I've no idea.
Interesting to find that out maybe afterwards. So it is Katie Levick again. Going to bowl to Boucher. Levick from the castle end. And that's accurate again. Forces Boucher onto the back foot, but through, no run there. One thing I did notice that I thought was a bit unusual, in the first 10 overs in the power play, most of the time they only had one fielder out, Durham.
Right.
Usually it's sort of standard you have two out, which
isn't it?
Which you're allowed, of course. This one's hit away by Boucher, half stopped at cover point, but they get through for a single.
Leah Dobson there, good bit of fielding.
Yeah. They only had one fielder out. It's not as if they had a lot of catches in either. It wasn't like an all-out attack. It was like a ring field with just one out. It's quite unusual because you normally have two, don't you, in that spell. This time, knocks down the wicket, drives it hard into the ground. Back to Levick on the bounce. No run. Levick in again, and this is on the back foot. Not, she gets that through. That's a nice shot. Forced away through extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4.
Oh, the power in that.
That was, it didn't look like she was. It really hit it, did she? And then it just flew away.
Great power.
Top class shot on that from.
Because there was a short extra cover, and there is an standard extra cover, and a mid off, so there can't have been too much room to thread that through.
No, but now sent that fielder back to long off. Yeah, that was a very classy shot. Levick in again. It's the same sort of shot again, this time a bit squarer. So she will find the fielder on the point boundary. Comes through for a single.
Just dropped the last two, a bit too short really.
Yeah, just
standing up.
You've got to get them on the front foot, haven't you? Got to get them on the front foot. Levick again. This is Fuller, driven by McCacken, but they've now got the long off back, so it's a comfortable single. So runs coming well off this over, or that over's now finished, but 7 off that over, taking the score up to 59 for 1. Hampshire chasing 190.
Doesn't seem to be getting any turn, does she, Levick?
No, she's not a sort of flighty leg spinner, really, is she? She's more, and as you said, she's not going to get that rotation through from that open action so much.
Yeah.
But
she seems to be relying on a lot of wrist, isn't it?
Yeah,
just turning the wrist around.
And top spin, maybe.
Yeah.
That's maybe the main aim there.
But she's going to lose a little bit. Well, she obviously has lost a little bit, I guess, because she can't pivot over that front hip. Here's Catherine Fraser-Bowles, that's short as well. Boucher driving that off the back foot through extra cover. She's found the gap, although I think it was half stopped by Holly Armitage. Picked up just inside the boundary rope by Emma Marlowe. And the batters pick up 2. And the Hampshire total moves on to 61 for 1. In the 13th over here, that's still a blustery Arundel Castle cricket ground. Good crowd here today. dotted around the boundary edge that we can see, and behind us it's driven back to the bowler. And, there's no run.
I was thinking you come here, I think I said last year, it looks like there's more cars than there are people, but I guess a lot of them sit in their car and watch, that's maybe why. But
Maybe it's a cheap car park, so if
or
there's
is-
anything
is-
down the road
it's
you
not
can
park and
it.
ride for Sainsbury's or something, is it?
Other supermarkets available, of
Yes,
course,
of course, yeah.
as that's pulled away on the leg side. But you're right. Yes, it could be park. Could be. Actually, there's a way of making money. If ever there was short of money here, just make it into a park and ride
Yeah.
into Arundel. Because I tell you what, parking in Arundel is a nightmare. Hang on, I might go and have a word at the end of this, as that's pushed back to the bowler, and I'm sure, like every other cricket club, they're always looking at ways of making some extra cash.
Kev
James here,
entrepreneurial side coming out
yeah,
here.
James Ruffy, who runs the club here, I might go and have a word with him afterwards and just say, "Do you know, I've got a money-making idea for you guys." So cut away, well fielded at point by Sophia Turner. Yeah, ideal, isn't it? When there's no cricket, park up on the bank, bring the old big bus round the back of the bank, around the other side of the ground, and
I'm surprised the
bus
Duke and
them in.
Duchess of Norfolk haven't thought of that over the years.
Oh, it's in the air! Oh, almost carried to mid-wicket. Fantastic effort from Maddie Villiers, diving to her right. I'm not sure she got fingertips to it, but she gave herself the best chance to get as close to the ball as she could.
She's always been considered one of the best fielders on the circuit, Maddie Villiers, particularly a boundary fielder, always an outstanding boundary fielder. But yeah, great effort there in mid-wicket ring.
Yeah, I just watched it on the picture feed, and you could see Charlie Knott, as soon as she realised that she just pushed at that ball and it was in the air, you could just see her thinking, oh no, please let it be just wide of the fielder. Yeah, well, that's it. Arundel Castle Cricket Club, a park and ride. I think people that know this ground would be horrified if they ever thought that would happen.
I think we would. So we've got Levick again. No, we haven't actually. We've got a change of bowling. Sorry, this is Maddie Villiers, who we were just talking about.
Yeah.
As a fielder, now coming on to bowl off spin from the castle end. That was a dot ball, just played into mid-wicket.
Ooh.
By Knott, and that one's a full toss, which could even be a no ball. I would have thought maybe for height, but she's sort of swatted it to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, just for one, and it is a no ball. Yeah. So that's going to be a free hit, as well as the extra run for the no ball. It's a free hit now, which Bouchier will face, and of course they can change the field because it's a different striker, and they are doing so. In fact, quite a few changes in the field.
Not surprised. Either one of these two batters could smack it.
Yeah, but they've actually packed the offside field as if she's going to bowl it out there, and she's actually gone down the wicket and then swept at it, and it's probably come off her leg, I think, maybe, or has it come off? No, she's got to run for it. It must be bat and pad. It just ran away down to short fine leg for a single to Bouchier. She actually went a long way across that side off stump, looking at the replay there as well. Villiers in again, this time not drives, but can't get it past Holly Armitage at short extra cover. No run. So, and again it's the same, almost an action replay, driven again to extra cover.
Great cricket.
Yeah.
Two lovely drives and two great stops at extra cover
Absolutely.
by Armitage.
Yeah. Durham realised the way that Hampshire went and turned to spin fairly early in the piece. This one's turned away by Knott, and she looks to her partner, who is coming from the other end, so they got through for the single. Just turned away, just wide of the short fine leg fielder. So runs still coming at a steady rate for Hampshire. There's Villiers in again, and that's a full toss, which is slapped by Bouchier, and a good stop again by Armitage. She's been busy this over, but this time can only parry it, and they get through for a single, which takes the score to 68. 68, I think.
Yeah, your scoring's still keeping up, Phil.
68.
Yeah, the old
For
book
one.
there's doing well.
Well, the old-fashioned methods.
Yeah, mate, it's the best. Old-fashioned methods are the best, aren't they?
If I'd known that we had to do this, I'd have bought my abacus.
Well, next time, the feathers. Yeah, buy a bag of feathers.
Buy a bag of feathers, yeah.
68 Hampshire have after 14s. Durham were 57 for 2 at this stage after 14. Yeah. I think. I think actually the Christmas present for you, Phil, is a bag of feathers to score with. But then what you're doing now in the book is works fine. Why would you change?
Well, that's it. There's,
why carry a box of feathers around with you?
when you've got a pen and paper, yeah.
It's going to be Phoebe Turner with her medium paces. The 21-year-old comes in and bowls. Short cut away brilliantly by Maya Boucher. Wow, what a statement shot that is. Just hammered away with the least amount of fuss. She plays that shot so well. She plays lots of shots so well.
She does. She looks a really class player. Again this season.
Yeah, she does. 29 she moves on to. Actually, it might be 30. To the right.
Phoebe Turner, who's just come into the attack, is actually the leading wicket taker in this competition this season, and also was the leading wicket taker in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy last season.
Comes in and bowls, length ball. Charlie Knott works that to mid wicket.
I was saying when I was on the media earlier that with if you back up that with the fact that she gets runs in the middle order, she must be somebody you'd have thought that the selectors were starting to look at. A lot of wickets and middle order runs.
Well, I think when Emily Windsor was on commentary earlier, she was saying just that. Actually,
was she? Yeah.
Just 21 years of age, Phoebe Turner. Comes in and bowls again, and that's worked away down to fine leg by Charlie Knott. Well, they look for 2. I think they will actually, because it's split the fielders down there in the deep at the far end as we look. And Charlie Knott moves on to 11. Yeah, got 28 wickets in her 3-year Northern Diamond stint up till the end of last year when they were no more.
I think most of
6 for 20, best figures.
Yeah.
Comes in again and bowls. Tries to cut that one, not misses. So clearly an improving player all round. Top scorer in the Durham innings. Nearly said Derbyshire. Top scorer in the Durham innings with 38 before she was run out.
Ran herself out going for a second.
Yeah. 173 for 7 when she went in the 46th. Yeah. Trying to push the score along, perhaps a little too much. Comes in and bowls, and that's a length ball. Charlie Knott is forward there. And as we mentioned in the first innings, she did get 100 for Durham in their pre-season tour, during their pre-season tour of Zimbabwe. That was nice, wasn't it, really, where both men and women went out there. Durham. I think they overlapped by a week. They both went out for 2 weeks and they overlapped by a week.
Unfortunately, it's where Emily Windsor got injured, though.
Yes, that's right.
The injury reoccurred.
But she got a trip out of it. She got an overseas trip out of it before she got injured. Well, she was injured during it, I think.
Yeah, that's in the warm-up over there.
It's played out to extra cover, and that's the end of the over. So 15 overs gone here.
71.
Yeah, 71 for 1. Phil's scoring book is still working. And the one batter out, Ella McGacken trying to slog sweep. Catherine Fraser was bowled with one. It did actually turn a fraction. She went for 11 from 32 balls with 2 fours. It was 44 for 1 in the 9th when McGacken lost her wicket.
It'll be interesting to see when the first England squad's announced how many. I mean, you always think with a new coach and new management that there'll be changes, but sometimes there aren't. But because of what's happened in the last series or two tournaments, you'd think there are going to be some changes.
Have to, don't they?
You'd hope so, in a way.
Have to.
And it'd be interesting to see who Charlotte Edwards looks to.
Yeah.
Obviously, she's more familiar with the players in this side in some ways, but knowing her, she's probably very familiar with all the players. She would keep her eye on everyone, wouldn't she? This is Villiers bowling again to Boucher, and that's a dot ball. She'd have pretty good knowledge of all of them, but it'd be interesting to see who she introduces.
Yeah, she's got to introduce 2 or 3.
Yeah, you'd think so. Boucher down the wicket, and again she's picked that over the top. There's nobody back there, and that's going to run away for 4 to the far end of the ground from us.
Super shot.
Looking good again, Boucher here. Yeah, and it might not be. They always talk about bringing youngsters in. That's always the way the media seems to go, isn't it? But I don't think it necessarily will be that, because I wouldn't be surprised if Paige Schofield gets a call. And she's not, with all due respect, a youngster, but I think she'd be be high up on the list. Villiers in again, Boucher off the back foot to Armitage, who seems to been doing a lot of fielding there in that position. This prevents any run. So yeah, I think Schofield's one who I wouldn't be surprised getting the call. Performed well for the England A side in the winter. This time Boucher does find that gap on the offside, picks up an easy single out to deep extra cover.
Just wondered about Lauren Filer, because of course she's moved up here, hasn't she? Well, up to Durham.
Yeah.
From the West Country. I don't know if she's injured or she's been given a bit of time off. I don't know, but she's not playing today.
She's not playing today, no. She's already sort of in and around the squad,
Yeah,
isn't
she
she?
is, isn't she?
But of the younger ones, I think Davina Perrin's got very high ratings, and I know you liked her fielding in that first game at
Well, no, I'll
Warwickshire.
tell you what, she
Yeah.
looks as though her batting has come on a bit. Looks
Yeah.
more confident at
Yeah.
the crease. Yeah.
This time that's a full toss and not taking full advantage of that. Hit it over deep mid wicket. That's a bit of a gimme, really, to be honest, to end the over with. But another 4 to not, and that takes the score up to 80 at the end of the 16th over. 80 for Hampshire, 80 for 1.
36 these two have put on already.
And so far, I have to say, Hampshire approaching this chase fairly comfortably. And these two, of course, in form. Both of them got runs in the bag already this season. I see that Southport produced quite a few runs again today, Kev. Sorry, got 296.
Yes. I'll have a look at that.
Hampshire chased down a high score there very comfortably, didn't they?
Yes,
Last week.
Yeah, and I was going to say Lancashire probably will look at that and say, well, that's actually the score we got
Yeah.
against Hampshire, and yet they won with 3 overs to spare, and reasonably easy as well. Only two down, I think it was. I have to double check that.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
think
just
it was.
check.
Yeah. McCacken was out near the end, wasn't she? But
Yeah, 2 down. Yeah. No, and McCacken played all the way through.
oh, she was all through.
Yeah,
So
she
Knock
went
was
all
out
through.
near the end. The second wicket only fell right near the end, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it's Charlie Knott. I think you're right.
Yeah.
So yeah, Surrey made 296 for 8 against Lancashire. Lancashire in reply are 55 for 1 after 11 overs. One of the batters in form has already gone, Emma Lamb,
Okay.
who was out for 20. Eve Jones is 31 not out. Katie Mack, who looked a good player actually up there last week, is 1 not out. She's just gone to the crease. And Somerset against Warwickshire. Oh, are they checking the ball here? Are they looking for the ball?
They're looking for the ball over there. But Tom's run out to see the umpire about something, or was he taking out a spare?
Taking out some
Okay.
I guess over the trees at the far end, the land runs away
Yes.
downhill, doesn't it? So. Somerset 297 for 6 against Warwickshire, who in reply, Warwickshire are 36 without loss in the 7th over. Stir Callis is 30 not out, 30 out of that 36, on loan from Yorkshire.
Yes, he seems to play a lot of cricket still, Callis. Lots of different teams.
Phoebe Turner then, with her right arm medium pacers, bowls to Boucher, who works that to extra cover, where inevitably Holly Armitage fields. Holly Armitage one side, Maya Boucher the other, mid-wicket and extra cover. Wouldn't be too much to get past those two, would it?
Back in the early Vipers days, it used to be Boucher and Schofield did that job.
They were like brick walls.
One
those
each
two.
side, yeah.
Oh,
It
gosh.
made a massive difference.
I used to enjoy watching them field as much as I watched people bat and bowl. It's played back to the bowler by Boucher. Good accurate start to this over from Phoebe Turner. So those are the 3 games, if you include this one, that are going on in Tier 1 today.
Because the other two played yesterday, didn't they?
Essex and
Blaze.
the Blaze, which
Just-
Blaze won.
Yeah. Beaumont got another 100.
Yes, right. 200s in 2 for Terry Beaumont. I imagine she'll be in the England squad without much of a worry. Quick single out on the offside from Maya Boucher. Takes the Hampshire total on to 81 for 1 in the 17th over. Remember, 191 is the victory target.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont's been in, obviously, in the longer version game, but she hasn't been in the T20 squad in recent times, so it'd be interesting to see if she gets a recall for that format.
Turner runs away from us, bowls. It's cut away by Charlie Knott. There is nobody in the deep. Now, is that ball going to run away? It does. Nicely timed by Charlie Knott. using the pace of Phoebe Turner and just making sure the ball hits the middle of the bat, finding the gap, and 4 runs no problem for the Australian. 85 for 1 then. Yeah, well, I suppose she's nailed on selection for the 50 over stuff, which starts towards the end of this month, doesn't it?
It does, I believe.
Against the West Indies, I think, the first lot for England. First test for Charlotte Edwards. Is Phoebe Turner again, wrapped at the pads. That looks close. Oh, not out, says the umpire. Oh, now that kept a little low. May have jagged back a fraction. Difficult to tell on our angle. Have to watch the picture.
Replay.
Look close.
It's funny, we both said it looks close, and we're at like wide long. Sort of one of those people that appeal from square leg, you know. I think it's gone too far. It nipped back quite a way.
Yeah, it did nip back.
Gone too far. Yeah.
In again, Turner. That's Fuller. Edge, no first slip. So it's racing away down to third. Oh, it's gone for 4.
Yeah.
My word, that did race away off the outside edge. She was playing a full-blooded drive, so that would have increased the pace of the ball, but there was a fielder down there, and the ball seemed to reach the rope in absolutely no time at all. Another boundary for Hampshire, takes them on to 89 for 1, and we've had 17 overs, and they are now well ahead of Durham, who at this stage were 62 for 2.
Yeah, around this part of the innings, in the first innings, the runs dried up for about 10 overs, so Hampshire are going to go well ahead on the comparative score rate here, and I think we've got another change, haven't we? Or is it still Villiers? It's hard to tell sometimes because 3 of them sort of converge at the far end. And
So she's taking over from who's bowling?
It was Villiers.
Oh, Villiers,
Maybe
yeah.
Villiers. So Katie Levick, who was bowling at that end, only been off for a couple of overs. She's back on.
She bowled 2 overs for 10. Villiers 2 overs for 14.
So Levick bowls, and that's cut away, but not going to get past point. Bouchier. So yeah, Hampshire looking comfortable, you'd have to say at this point. They're reinforcing that field now, so you've got 2 fielders at just behind square on the off, quite close together. Bouchier down the wicket, struck on the pad. We've also got an extra cover, a long off and a deep cover, and on the leg side we have a deep square, a mid wicket and a mid on, so I'm missing a fielder somewhere. That's when he got 10 out there. No, there's two at cover, sorry. So Levick's cut that away. Sorry, Bouchier's cut that away off Levick for a single.
This is one of those times when lots of times Maya Bouchier has looked comfortable and just got out for whatever reason.
Yeah.
This is the one where you think,
certainly
just
a couple
play
of
like
years
this,
ago
Maya.
it happened, yeah.
Just play like this, Maya, and don't do anything different, and it's a comfortable win.
That one's cut away by Knott for a single. Down to Thompson. Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, Kev, she's sort of. It's good to see that she's recovered from the winter where it didn't all go her way.
No. Well, nothing went away.
No,
Really.
no, exactly. Yeah, that one's. She's found the gap between those 2 fielders backward point as Bouchier, and it was a half stop, but it's run away far enough for them to come back for 2.
Phoebe Turner got a good hand on that. Actually,
Yeah.
She stopped the fall.
But they've got 2 fielders sort of almost to prevent that shot, and she managed to get it between them. Levick, and again that's a full toss, and she's got away with that because it's only gone for 1. Boucher's swept it out to deep square, but she almost could have hit that anyway.
50 partnership.
I think that's the first 50 partnership of the day, probably.
I think you're right.
I don't remember one in the first innings.
No, Richard Isaacs, he don't miss any of them, and we haven't heard him say 50 partnership until just now.
So 94 for 1 Hampshire at the end of 18,
Yeah.
and Bouchier on 40, not on 24.
Scoring at over 5 and over.
I haven't got those individual scores in my book, by the way. I've just seen
Have
them
you
on
not?
screen. No,
Oh.
so I'm cheating on that one.
That 50 partnership came off just 58 balls in a fraction over half an hour. Here's Phoebe Turner again from the park end, and it's a lovely straight bat. defensive shot from Boucher as it goes out to Holly Armitage, whose hands, I'm so imagine, will be very warm with the amount of times
She's fielding the
it's
ball.
been hit to her.
I suppose when you're captain, you put yourself in the position when you think the ball's going. Well, some captains did the opposite actually, but backing herself certainly, and she's been very good in that position.
Certainly has. She stopped a few in there already. Phoebe Turner in again, right arm over and bowls. Walking into that shot is Maya Boucher.
Yeah, she was coming out the ball hard then, wasn't she?
Wasn't she? Yeah, she's looking for runs, Maya Boucher, which I think sometimes is her little downfall, or her downfall. So I just hope that she continues and just plays. She bats 45 overs. They won't look to win it in 50, obviously, if they are batting well, but just bat the 45 overs. Slower ball, cut away by Boucher down to third.
Of course, something that comes into this, I'm sure they've got it in the back of their mind, is that they get a bonus point if they win within 40 overs, don't they? So
You're right.
I don't know if they'll be thinking along those lines. I mean, your first priority obviously is to win the game, but if you get a few more overs, it ticks along like this, they might suddenly look at trying to win in 40 overs.
True. Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah, that might be a consideration, but yeah, you'd hope that they weren't necessarily playing for that solely.
Well, no, you think...
Length ball.
I would always be saying to any team, if you think about the win first, you only think about the bonus point if you get to a stage where the win's fairly obvious, let's go for it. Because it doesn't matter how many wickets you've got down. So almost like a new target then, isn't it?
Win the game.
Yeah, win the game first. Always.
Don't leave it too late, but just win. Turn it again. Bowls. That's pulled away on the leg side. Good looking shot. Will be fielded on the deep square leg boundary. Brilliantly stopped.
Yeah, well fielded.
By, I think Abby Glenn's on there as a substitute fielder.
Yes, I think, yeah, you're right, yeah.
Did well there, very athletic on the boundary there.
Yeah.
In front of the semi-permanent marquee, which has been erected there for about a year or so now, which we were originally there.
It's vacant today.
Before we were forced out. There comes Phoebe Turner. Slow ball. Driven up to mid-on.
It's a very underpopulated marquee.
Well, some members are still down there watching the game at Square, which is fine. It's quite a nice little different angle. A little bit closer to the... I don't know, are they closer to the action? Might not be, actually. End of the over, 19 gone. And the score for Hampshire is 97 for 1. Thank you for it's been a great... I'll tell you what, even if you don't do any commentary, I'm going to employ you as a scorer.
Absolutely no way.
You're spot on.
I sometimes get roped into doing that at club games, and it's one facet of the game that I don't really enjoy doing.
Do you not?
No, not really. Not. I mean, this is just notching, but the full scoring thing, I'm not a big fan of. I must admit.
Another change of bowling.
It is. It's going back to the seam. I think it's Sophia Turner back on the opening bowler here. Getting a nod from Tom.
Four overs for 16 from that far end, actually.
Bowled a few wides. There was certainly a 5 wides in that.
4. Well, I've got 4 written down.
4 was it? Okay.
When I look at your scorebook, I feel I should go with yours.
I wasn't even scoring at the time, but I thought there was a 5 wides down the leg side at one point. But yeah, I'm sure you're right. So Turner in. Keeper stood up. And that was just defending the leg side by Boucher. So again, we've got these two fielders quite close together at backward point. We've got a deep square offside fielder, Holly Armitage in a normal short extra cover position, a mid off. We've got a long on, a mid wicket, and a deep square leg. Turner in again. Quite a long run. This time's cut away by Boucher. It's wide enough of point to get a single.
Kathleen Fraser out there did well, actually.
Fraser,
that cleanly.
Fraser at point, the Scottish international. Just back from Pakistan, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, The West Indies didn't qualify either, did they? That was the surprise in that tournament. I think Scotland beat them, but then they looked like they got back on course, but then they lost at the end, and Bangladesh and Pakistan went through in the end to qualify for the World Cup.
Yeah, lost to Ireland in their last game.
Yeah. Turner in again. This one's turned away from knot, but there's a single anywhere they like, virtually on the leg side, and there is one there.
Yeah, plenty of gaps now.
Yeah.
There's rhythm in the innings.
And of course, Pippa Sproul, who I know he did a sort of feature on BBC South today on a call up for Scotland under 19s, then got promoted to the Scotland full side and played in that tournament in Pakistan.
It was a fast elevation, wasn't it?
It was.
For Pippa.
Sophia Turner and again it's pushed into a gap. Singles come in very comfortably for this pair now.
Yes, BBC South Today feature based on your story. 100 up.
There's 100 for Hampshire coming up in the 20th over.
Yeah, all came from a conversation with Phil. That feature on BBC South Today.
Well, it was quite an interesting story. Well, those that aren't aware that she was just playing in a club game last year, and somebody heard her father talking on the side. This one's driven to mid-off and no run, picking up on his Scottish accent, and just inquired who the Scottish girl was playing. And I just pointed out it was the wicket keeper, but she's not Scottish, but her dad is. And anyway, conversation came from there, and about 3 weeks later she was playing for Scotland under 19s in the under 19 World Cup qualifiers. And again, Turner, that one's play and miss from not. Just fumbled a bit by Heath, but no run. End of the over, and the score has progressed to 100 off 20, which is, I can work out it's about 5 and over.
Well done, Phil. You didn't need your scorebook to work that one out, did you? Phil Green is staying on, and he's going to be joined by Amelia Clark.
Thanks, Kev. So yeah, Hampshire well on course here for another 4 points. Durham changing the bowling fairly regularly and trying to make a breakthrough here, and we've got Catherine Fraser coming back on at the park end.
And a change of bowling from the park end, number 17, Catherine Fraser.
Hi, Phil.
Hello, Amelia. Did you enjoy your break?
I loved it.
So you moved your chair out into the sunshine.
Yeah. Yeah. Did a bit of filming as well. Just the one as it trickled over the boundary. Thought I'd help him out.
Yeah, that's second time you fielded today, isn't it?
Yeah. It was a better one, I think, today. The throw was better on the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pickups were both clean, though, weren't they?
Thank you. Yeah, no, they were clean. Yeah. As Turner comes in again, no, won't run on that one. Yeah, 100 for 1, Hampshire. They'll be very pleased with this so far, and I think they should be. I think it's been a patient and watchful, but a very decisive inning so far. As she comes in again over the wicket. This time played off the back foot into the offside. They'll run through for 1.
Yeah, at the moment they're just giving a lot of. The field is allowing a lot of singles, and the Hampshire girls are just taking them and ticking it along at the rate they need. I think they've got to do. They are changing the bowling regularly, Durham, but I think they need to do something a bit different, maybe with the field.
Yeah, ball then again, slightly shorter this time, played slightly off the more front foot. Straight to extra cover. Armitage, the captain, busy day, been in that position.
Yeah, she seems to have fielded about 50% of all the deliveries.
Yeah. Her and Thompson have done it, and then she's done the other half. In again, played off the front foot, a brilliant drive through mid-off, absolutely scorched through the covers there and run away over the boundary. A brilliant shot from Knott, absolutely no qualms on that one. Saw it coming a mile off and thought, yeah, I'm going to go for this.
Well, she came down the wicket at it, met it on the half volley, and just slightly open face over mid-off. So this is Fraser back in the attack, as we said, it's getting some early punishment.
Yeah, absolutely. And that moves Knott onto 31. Bouchier on 44. Fraser in. Slightly length delivery, this time up in the air, but the same drive all the way down through mid-on this time. Runs away for 4. I'm not there to field it, so she's going to have to do the running.
Yeah, you'd have cut that off and saved the 4.
I would.
you know
Oh
what I mean?
yeah, I'd have been across that.
Yeah.
It was a little bit far away from me, but I might have done the run for them.
Yes, it's about 20 yards to our left, but I reckon you could have made it.
Yeah, I would have been there. Yeah, another fantastic shot there.
You were certainly more likely of the 3 commentators to have made it, I can tell you that. Well, the only
In
one.
again, full delivery just carries through to the umpire, well left. It was
It's
a wide.
It's a wide, yeah.
In again comes Fraser. Well blocked front foot by Knott. I think that is the thing as well from Durham, is Durham, if they've just let a few too many wides maybe slip through.
Oh, a lot, yeah, I mean,
leaking-
the difference, from memory, I think Hampshire probably only bowled 2 or 3.
Yeah, if that.
And they've bowled certainly 6, if not
Yeah.
more. One of which went for 4, which of course just compounds the error.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that'll be something they'll be working on maybe in the future, just trying to stop the leakage of those.
Yeah, I mean, it's the extra run, the extra ball. It
Yeah.
just disrupts you as a fielding side.
And it also just gives them opportunities.
Yeah.
Absolutely, as you say.
So Sophia Turner again from the Castle end. This would be her 6th over. Coming into bowl to not Bouchier, sorry. That was just played to mid-wicket, no run. But yeah, there's not a lot of pressure on these Hampshire batters at the moment. You feel they can almost score at their own pace, and they might be eyeing that bonus point we were talking about. In fact, they certainly should be eyeing it at the moment, I think, really.
Yeah.
With there's 19 overs to get these runs, so just under 19. Turner in again, and that's Boucher's flicked that away to the leg side.
That's a brilliant
That's
shot.
between the fielders
That's
again,
gonna
and they're going
just
to come back
slow
for
down.
2.
Yeah.
But comfortably into a gap.
It does definitely feel like the very furthest outfield is slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, you mentioned
this
early on,
innings.
it's a good observation. It does. I can't imagine the grass is cut any different,
No.
but it does seem to. Or maybe it's just that the ball's slowing anyway at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, a couple of times it looked like it was going for 4 and hasn't actually reached. That one's down the leg, so that's going to be another wide to add to the tally that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Leg side wide, and Heath stops it but can't take it cleanly. It's difficult for a keeper when it's down the leg side off a pace bowler when you stood up. It's good to see that she stood up. I like that as an attacking move from the keeper, but
Yeah.
it makes it hard when it's down there. Turner in again. This time outside the off stump. Cut away again, they find the gap.
She's going to be.
And again it was half stopped, but they're going to come back for a second, which could be quite tight, but they're just going to make it okay. There's 2 more to Bouchier. They've got these 2 fielders very close together
They
to try
have.
and start them off, but 2 or 3 times she's hit it perfectly between the 2 of them.
Would you say it's sort of a mid-on and a mid-wicket kind of, but quite close together?
Well, they're point and backward point
Right.
would be the positions,
Yeah.
but yeah, they're close together.
Driven through, that's nice.
That's a nice shot from Boucher for 1 on the offside. So it's obviously a tactic that Durham have, because it's not just for this bowler, they had it for Katie Levick as well. Obviously they've seen a particular strength, perceived strength in the batter, but she's managed to find the gap all the time down there. Luckily, Phoebe Turner's got a hand in it twice and reduced it to 2, where it would have gone away for 4. Turner in again, and that's flicked away by Knott down the leg side. Again, it's a stray ball really. It's going to come back for a second. It's down to fine leg.
Yeah, she's well back in.
2 more to Knott. Good running. Positive running.
Just shows the fitness there of the Hampshire girls.
Yeah,
they're well in.
Very positive running, and
attacking running as well, that they
Yeah.
don't necessarily need to be doing, but they obviously are feeling confident out there, feeling comfortable.
yeah. But again, it's not a great line from Sophie Turner. You
No.
have to say that's leg stump. Again, not really what they should be doing. But this one's short,
yeah.
and Knott's pulled it. Fine. Square leg's going to get there, so it's just for 1. But again, not a great delivery, and runs flowing very easily for Hampshire now, up to 119 at the end of that over. That's the end of the 22nd, 119.41. And closing in already, I think you could say, on the
Yeah,
total
absolutely.
of 190. I certainly think I have the bonus point in their sights now. As I was saying to Kev just now, we were saying you don't set out to look for a bonus point, you set out just to go for the win, but
Yeah.
if it comes in range,
You think, oh, go on then.
well, you might as well you might as well get an extra point. You never know how important
What it
that's
might
going
come
to
down
be at the
to.
end of the season. Yeah.
Yeah. So Thompson, who originally kicked off the Durham innings, has come back into strike at the park end. We've suddenly been surrounded by about 3 sort of flying, I think they're flies, I'm not sure what they were, but I said he could pick them up on the mic. So she takes a few steps back for her run out. Armitage just adjusting the field ever so slightly. Just fine leg going back to a deeper fine leg.
Yeah. So they got 2 out on the leg side and a deep third.
As Thompson begins to run up in. Short ball there, played straight to mid-wicket. Quite lucky that the mid-wicket was
Again, it was
good shot.
it's a loose ball.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
She's
not connected with that well, didn't she?
I don't think she hit it quite where she meant to, but it's one of those balls that you're lucky to get away with a dot ball as a bowler with that one, to be honest.
Thompson in again. Ball's a little bit shorter this time. This time it's in the offside, it's cut through, and deep point will be there to hold them at 2, which they've run through for, again quite comfortably. We've only had 22 overs here. Hampshire are on 121 for 1. The only loss earlier being McGuckin, and that was at 44 for 1. So the partnership of Knott and Bouchier have been fantastic. As Thompson comes in again. Bowls, shorter this time, it's up in the air but it's safe. Straight over the head of mid-wicket, and it's going to run through for 4.
Yeah, that was the same ball as the first one of the over, really,
Yeah.
which we said she got away with, but that time she didn't. And you can't really bowl at that length on this wicket. It's not a quick enough wicket to do that, really.
It seems slower from Thompson as well, or is that just me? Do you think she slowed it down to try and get a line better?
I don't know if she's slowed it down. I mean, she hasn't got the pace of Lauren Bell, for
No.
instance. We're comparing them because they're both tall right-arm bowlers, but she's not that pace, really. And she's only 17.
Played into the offside this time. Deep point will be there, just to hold them at 1. Yeah, I know what you mean.
But there's certain wickets where you could bowl at that length and her pace and it will come through, but
Yeah.
this one it just seems to sit in the wicket and stands up to be hit. So you've got to bowl, someone of her pace and height has got to bowl a lot fuller on this wicket, I think.
Yeah.
There's certain wickets that she could get away with bowling that.
She comes in again. Fuller delivery this
Yeah,
time. That's the one she was probably wanting,
that's
as it's
better, but
played
it's still
down
got-
to cover. It's given them 2.
Still runs for it. And
Yeah.
that's
And that is her 50 for Maya Bouchier. Raises her bat up in thanks for the applause that's headed around the ground. A well-deserved 50. She's played well.
It's when the crowd all start clapping you realise how many there are here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's quite loud, wasn't it?
Yeah. Thompson in again will be looking to create that line once again. A little bit shorter this time, but a length ball down to cover.
It's the end of the over. The score's now on 128 for 1.
Yep.
After
Still
23.
scoring, keeping well.
So if we readjust our sights to the bonus point now for a minute, they need 63 off 17, which sounds pretty comfortable, really. I guess it's 16.5 because you have to do it inside 40 overs, I think.
Yeah.
So it would be 39.5 overs. But yeah. So we've got Katie Levick now back on us. This is her third spell already. Had 2 short spells before. Now back in the attack again. This one's swept by Knott, but she's not going to get past short fine leg. I guess Katie Levick is the go-to bowler. As I was saying earlier, she's certainly an experienced bowler and taken more wickets in women's domestic cricket than anyone else ever.
Wow, that's quite the achievement, isn't it?
Over the years. That was a good shot by Knott, and she's beaten short mid wicket on the pull shot. That's another 4.
I wouldn't say she
Hampshire
connected
score.
with that perfectly.
Well,
but
I
she
thought the
got
field.
enough.
I thought the fielder had got it first.
So did
It went, from our angle, it looked like she got there, but I think actually it was quite wide of her. And it's got to be retrieved, or it's got to be found in the first place down there. They lose a lot of balls over in that part of the field.
You can see why. It's just a forest.
And it just runs away down the hill over there
Yeah.
past the boundary. This one's cut away. Why not? That's going to be an easy single. And that's her 50.
And that's Charlie Knott's 50.
So very quick succession, the two batters reached 50. And yeah, don't seem in too much trouble at the moment. Probably put the commentator's curse on there, but they don't. And this time Bouchier's down the wicket and just defends when she gets there. I think Levick probably saw her coming and bowled that a bit flatter. But she adjusted and realised she hadn't got there. Levick in again. Back foot this time from Bouchier. And again just getting it out to the deep cover boundary where Grace Thompson is. Yeah, it's hard to see what Durham can turn to really now. They've tried most of their bowlers.
They have.
And none of them have been that threatening, in all honesty. This time it's a full length ball, almost a Yorker. In fact, not went down the wicket and Yorked herself really.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And there's 6 of that over. Takes the score up to 1-3-4.
Looks like they're just going to have a quick drinks break. Yeah, I think both the Hampshire batswomen will be happy with the way they played. I know you were sort of saying with Kev before that Maya Bouchier sometimes, especially in the summer, like previous summer, she didn't have the best time sort of during the season. But I think this is really a testament to how well she's come back. I think she's played defensively when she needs to, and it's not been running away from her.
No, she's been very controlled. Yeah, she had a really bad winter.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay with England. But what we were also saying is, previously when she was batting well, she'd often get to this sort of score, 40 or 50, and then throw it away,
right,
rather than go on to score hundreds.
Yeah.
It was very frustrating because she'd often look like $1 million and then get to this sort of score and get out.
Right.
But this year she hasn't been doing that, and hopefully she won't today. She'll go on and see it through to the end, we'd like to think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that we're biased, of course, as commentators, we're neutral, but
We are neutral.
we would sort of quite like to see her do well.
I think we'd like to see them all do well. I think whenever you're, even from a Durham point of view, you want to see bowlers come in and bowl well.
Yeah.
You want to see that you want to see just a good game of cricket is really the main aim there. As our next bowler comes in.
It's Villiers.
Did you say Villiers? Right.
Villiers, yes.
Villiers, thank you, sorry, I missed who it was. Villiers didn't waste any time. She's in for her next ball.
Yeah, she bowled earlier from the other end, now bowling from the park end.
Full delivery there, good length. And they'll run through for 1 as it's played onto the offside. Yeah, maybe been brought in to just try and cause a bit of frustration in the Hampshire bowl. If she can bowl tight here, create a few dot balls, played off the back foot straight to mid wicket. Nearly hit the head of the umpire, but managed to duck out the way. As she begins again, right arm over the over, and this time hit well, strong, driven through the offside down to deep extra cover.
Yeah, Villiers didn't have a great time from the other end, so trying her luck at this end.
In again. Length delivery there, nice and full, but yet again played to mid wicket. who won't throw the ball this time in the fear of hitting the umpire.
Yeah.
I think that was Armitage just thinking, I'll just hand that to you.
There's one person or two people on the field you don't want to upset as the umpires.
Absolutely not.
And that's drinks. That's the drinks into. I thought it was a bit strange they had a drink at the last
Yes,
over. Actually,
think,
I was thinking then there's only an over to go to the drinks
so
into.
did I.
Yeah.
Maybe the fielder running on miscalculated how many. So, Phil, you know, at halfway, what are you thinking of the game so far in a whole?
Well, it's obviously very much in Hampshire's hands. Something very strange has got to happen from here for Durham to get back into it. As I say, the Hampshire side would be refocused now on bonus point because it is exactly what it says. It's a bonus, but they didn't get a bonus point in their win so far.
No.
So.
And if you were coaching Durham at the moment, and you think, right, we've tried all our bowlers, what next would you go to? Is it just a case of keep going?
I think, to be honest, if you were making a change to approach, it's possibly become too late.
Right.
But earlier, I think they could have had the field a bit more attacking. They didn't have many catches in them. If you go right back to the start of the day, Hampshire had like 2 slips in the gully at the start, so they were attacking. Durham needed to get wickets because they're defending a relatively low score, and yet they didn't really attack at the start. They set a sort of ring field, what we call a ring field, saving one rather than catches. And so going right back to that, I would have attacked. I mean, you'd probably say they need to do that now, but it's probably too late now. I mean, anything can happen, as we know, in cricket, in any sport. But I would have liked to see them a bit more attacking early on. But having said that, I don't know their bowlers that well. They know their bowlers better than I do, obviously, and it might be their approach. But I just think they haven't really put Hampshire under any pressure. Sometimes you have to say, that's really good batting. We made it really hard for them, but they batted well. But I would say they haven't really made it very hard for them here. Admittedly, they're 2 top-class batters who can make it look easy, but I don't think they've been put under enough pressure.
And do you think there was a dropped chance very early on of McCubbin that was sort of a lifeline to her? Do you think that was a big sort of opportunity for them that could have swung it in their favour?
Well, in hindsight, it hasn't made a massive difference because McCacken didn't go on and get many more after that anyway. But from a different point of view, it probably made all their heads drop a bit when you drop a catch that simple, especially an experienced player like Levick. It's just one of those moments that she'll want to forget, because it was almost like you throw a catch to somebody to give back to the bowler, and it was that straightforward. And she put it down, and it can happen, as we all know, but it probably had a bit of a demoralising effect on the side for a few minutes. As I say, McCacken didn't really capitalise on it. She was out soon after, but they haven't really created another chance, to be honest. There was a possible one that didn't quite carry to slip, but there hasn't really been. Certainly the last 10 overs or so, the batters have looked as if they can score a run wherever they want.
Absolutely. Because this morning Hampshire had almost the reverse of when they were fielding. They had about 3 or 4 dropped attempts, but they didn't seem to let that affect them too much.
They certainly, as you say, they dropped 3 or 4. But I think if I was trying to just summarise the whole day, I don't think Durham have been very aggressive in the day. They didn't bat very aggressively, and they're not fielding and bowling very aggressively. And I don't. Aggressive is a wide term. It conveys lots of things. I don't mean like shouting at people, and I just mean like aggressive.
As in going
intent. Intent might be a better word.
Competitive edge.
There hasn't been a lot of intent from Durham, I would say. That would be my observation of it, but it's hard to say. It's you can't read the wicket at the start. I mean, I think in hindsight, I think they probably still would have batted, to be honest, because I don't think it's a wicket that you would put a team in necessarily, because it's not that it gets better later on. I just think, as I say, I think there's just been a lack of something all day from Durham.
Well, we are halfway through the Hampshire batting innings at 25 overs. We have 25 overs left. Whether we will need them is yet to be seen.
I think Hampshire would be disappointed if they
If they used
if
them.
they needed the 75 overs from here, to be honest.
Absolutely. With Knott on 50 and Bouchier on 53, they've created a really nice partnership as we begin again.
Two players well set. The umpire's signalling to us. We'll acknowledge, say
Yep.
we're ready. Yes, thank
We'll
you.
give them a wave back.
As I'm scoring, I suppose I ought to acknowledge.
Absolutely.
And we've got Katie Levick again bowling to Knott, and that one was just defended into the offside. So let's see if there's any massive change in field tactics from Durham as a result of the timeout. But
I don't think there is.
I think the field's exactly the same.
Yeah.
That's what I can see. Levick in again. This is off the back foot from Knott and fielded by Armitage. I think we've said that a lot of times today.
Yeah. Hampshire on 136 for 1. The first over was...
Levick. Yeah, Katie Levick into the short ball there, cut away by Knott for 1.
Absolutely. So yeah, the first wicket and only wicket so far today was McGugan at 44 for 1.
This one's just defended to. I don't even need to say who fielded that. I'm sure you can all guess.
Seemingly the only. If you were listening to this, you'd be like, "Is there anyone else on the field?"
Yeah.
Oh, that's up in the air.
That one's hit high by
should
Boucher.
be a
She's
catch,
under it, and it
it's
is a
gone.
catch. So it's again, sort of backing up what Kevin and I was saying. She gets to this sort of score and gets out. It's a bit of a frustration for Boucher. So she's just gone, try to go over the top there, but not really hit it, and taken it mid-off coming in. So it was well short of the boundary, well short of her going over the boundary, if that's what she was aiming for. So the end of a good partnership. Bouchier caught by, can't see who it is right down there. It's the furthest part of the ground from us.
No, I couldn't see the number, but I'm sure I'll have a little look in a moment.
But we do know that Bouchier is out. 53. I couldn't even hear the name when Richard announced it behind us. But it's Georgia Adams that's going in to replace her. Hampshire captain. And I can see Emily Windsor looming to my right. She's coming in to replace as well at some point.
Cool, there'll be a double change at the end of this over.
Okay. Levick in now to the new batter Adams, and she just pushes forward, defends that onto the offside.
And that is the end of the over, so I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
And I'm going to pass over, I'll just hold on until Kevin's in place, and I'm going to hand over to Emily Windsor to get the Durham perspective on this performance.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Amelia. It's just a quick step from Emily Windsor. Doesn't want to be away from her teammates for too long. Her new teammates, who she's getting reacquainted with after being away from the North Coast for quite a while. Right, this is Maddie Villiers again, isn't it? As that's a cutaway out on the offside. And there is no run. Oh my word, what is that?
Someone wants you, J-Mo.
Yeah, they can't have me. Right, we'll get that sorted later on. Right, let's cut away behind point. That'll be a single. So Hampshire move on to 138 for 2. That partnership, that big partnership between Charlie Knott and Maya Boucher broken. It was a surprise.
Yeah, those two were knocking it about pretty comfortably really before drinks, and it's one of those breaking play, and then all of a sudden Maya Boucher gave her wicket away.
That's Georgia Adams, the new batter, driving that up to mid-on, fielded by Susie Bates.
Yeah, it was, from a Hampshire perspective, it's a shame because they were just cruising along effortlessly.
It's driven, and it's half stopped at mid-wicket. They'll come through for a single.
But she did play nicely for her 50, didn't she? She hits all round the ground, so it's really hard to defend, and picked her ball to go after, but I've long on out trying to go over. It's pretty long straight that way. Was a shame for Hampshire and a shame for Maya.
Third half century in this year's competition for Maya Boucher, but she's back in the hutch. It's Charlie Knott who will continue, and hopefully she'll see it home. She's played well. They both played well enough. She moves on to 54, 140 for 2. Remember, they are chasing 191 for victory, so getting close, and also on course for a bonus point here.
Don't say that, Kev.
No. That's a length ball which is pushed up to mid-on by Georgia Adams, and that's the end of the over. So that is 27 overs completed.
Yeah, look, Hampshire are right on top in this game, and I think the only way Durham have any sniff is if we get a couple of breakthroughs quickly and get into Hampshire's middle order. But when you need 2 runs and over for the remaining over, it's obviously way in favour of Hampshire, and that's credit to that partnership and big partnership between Charlie Knott and Maya Boucher. Have set their team up and really built a calmness to their innings. Just seems hard to defend. 2 extra covers in play for Levick against Charlie Knott, which I like to try and restrict, try and stop that easy single. There's Levick in, and that's cut away square of the wicket. Grace Thompson at deep cover does the fielding. Knott moves to 55.
I mean, they did look a point there with both batters going the way they were, that it was difficult to part them. I'm just wondering how much that might have given a little bit of a fillip to Durham, seeing 2 players playing as well as they did, but actually one kind of giving it away, really.
Yeah, look, I think whatever Holly said to her team after the break as well, it's one of those with the drinks, the break in play, Levick in, and that's swept by George Adams. Fielder Phoebe Turner has to do some work at fine leg, so they'll come back for a couple, I think about 3, but they settle for 2. Adams will move to 4. But yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, because it's one of those that she could have really kicked on and gone on to get a big score, and obviously New England head coach Charlotte Edwards has seen a lot of Maya Boucher, but you can really put your name in lights. As Levick in again, that's down the leg side. They think about a quick single, but Charlie Knott says no. Like, if you sort of get an 80 not out to win the game, that's exactly what Charlotte Edwards is going to want to see.
Yeah.
Bring some big scores around the grounds as well. Loads of hundreds in players, Levick in, and that's defended. And I don't know about you, Kev, but to me it feels like there's more hundreds already this year than there's been previous years, just generally across the competition.
Like it. Are they playing on better wickets?
Levick in with her leg spin. Adams advances and plays backward a square for a single.
Is there more games at better grounds already?
Maybe, but I'd say the last few years we've been playing on pretty good tracks, but to me it feels like there's more. I suppose better wickets in terms of we've had very good weather, haven't we? So in early season, groundsmen have been able to produce absolute belters, but or is it the women's game's just developing? There's Levick in again, fired off the back foot by Knott into extra cover. They run well there. Just to Holly Armitage's left. Score will move to 145 for 2.
And they're not just coming from England players, they're coming from elsewhere. Sophie Luff 100 today. Emma McGacken 100 the other day.
Alice Davidson-Richards 100 today. Well, they've obviously played for England, but yeah, look, I think it's credit, isn't it, to the system, and money's been invested, structures are getting better and better. Moving to the counties, generally I'm probably talking less about Hampshire, because Hampshire have had a pretty good setup and not much has changed over this sort of transition from the Southern Vipers to Hampshire in terms of personnel and how it's run, but other domestic teams wouldn't have had the resources that they have now and the backing. For instance, Western Storm were all over the place.
Maddie Villiers to start a new over. Driving is Charlie Nutt up to mid-off. Villiers starting her 5th over, none for 19.
Like, they didn't have a set base, they didn't have, I guess, a home, and now they're with Somerset, they're performing. Obviously there's not too many change of personnel.
Cutting away there, not for a single out to deep cover.
Other than potentially even got Charlie Dean in, and I guess England players are playing, but like, they've got a base. Speaking to Sophie Luff, who's one of my good friends, like, they're having access to the men's batting coaches. So having that county affiliation is probably growing the game in as well.
Forward is Adams, back to the bowler. But I mean, we're only talking early May. I mean, is it really making a difference that quickly?
Well, if you think about a winter block, if someone's had a whole winter working with different coaches.
Adams drives, has gone out towards deep extra cover. May look for 2 here, they turn, they do. Just have to hurry a little bit, Charlie Knott, but she's comfortably home. Total moves on to 148 for 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's made drastic of a difference, and it could literally be simply the weather, but for me, looking across almost every game I look at, there was 100 by Grace Scrivens yesterday in Essex versus, so there's big totals most games.
It's driven out towards mid-wicket, no run.
And I think from different people as well, like as you said, it's not just the England players, it's not just the same players, there's different players are putting their names out there.
Certainly are. It's turned away, that'll be a single down towards fine. Leg, and Adams sort of turned, there's a misfield. But they're not going to take the second, they're not going to take advantage of that. 149 for 2 at the end of the 29th. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, I think you're right. I think it's probably just a little bit of each of what you said. Weather, the fact that it's counties, there's a bit more sense of belonging, perhaps. You've got to remember that there's a lot of England players playing, there's a lot of England bowlers bowling out there, so it's not as if the batters have had it particularly easy, or any easier than when the Rachel Hayhoe-Flynn Trophy was going on, when there was a lot of England bowlers missing. So I think it's quite exciting as to what's happening. And
another theory you throw out there, it shouldn't change motivation levels drastically as Levitt continues from the castle end. Adam sleeps, missed stumping chance. That would have been a tough stumping down the leg side. Don't know whether Adam's foot moved forward, it's hard to see from our position, but Heath didn't take it cleanly. Levick in again. Down the leg side again, she gets hold of this one, does Adams. The ball's racing away, Phoebe Turner's after it. Will it get there? The ball does. 4 runs to Georgia Adams. Just down the leg side from Levick. Adams punishes. And that is the 150 up for Hampshire. Target's 191.
Yeah, well ahead of Durham at this stage. Durham weren't even quite at 100 yet.
2 wickets down, Hampshire's Levick in, that's bold. Yeah, another theory, again, not sure is the evidence behind it, but changing England head coach, England players playing, does some people feel like the door is open to them to get back in international covers as Levick cuts that to Grace Thompson? Adams cuts that off Levick, sorry. Do people think that there's potentially more of an opportunity if you do perform consistently at domestic level that you could, because Lottie openly said in her interview, Levick in again off the back foot, cuts Adams, same result to Grace Thompson, that the door's closed to no one. So people know if they perform they've got chance, they've got opportunity. Has that changed people's motivation? I don't know. Is Levick in and that defended by Adams? I hope it wouldn't, but again, it's that exciting time, isn't it, for domestic cricket, domestic women's cricket. There's a lot of change of counties, change from the top as well.
I think what we can safely say is that 5 rounds, or it would be 5 rounds at the end of tonight. It's been a success for whatever reasons we put on it. However, whatever we discuss, it's a success. It's very difficult to find reasons at the moment to say that the change to the county-based system hasn't worked.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And from my perspective, moving to a county like Durham, it's been nice to be part of their values, fit in with the men's team really well. Like, there's been a real effort to combine us two, like us get to know the men's players and vice versa, with that being socials, or with Marcus North leading from the top. He's overseeing both the men's and women's team from a director of cricket point of view, so the values that we transfer across for the North and all of those things are similar, and it does help with that identity.
Maddie Villiers to continue from the park end, our commentary end, and not drives back to the bowler. But that's fairly unusual, isn't it? Or is it unusual? Because Marcus North is looking after both the men and the women at the top level. But with Hampshire, it's different, isn't it? You've got Giles White looking after... Well, just Giles White sort of director of cricket overall, or is he just the men? If I'm honest, I haven't quite worked that out. That's a cutaway by Charlie Knott. Charlie had George Randall was thinking about a second.
I'm pretty sure it's Giles White does the men, Adam Carty does the women.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Durham are the only county that have got Marcus North overseeing both, so I imagine that's a tough job for him, but it's been really nice starting it up, I guess, from a club point of view.
Yeah.
That he can, and that's part of what they delivered, I guess, in their bid is, it's nice to have that approach where it's overseeing both sides.
One club for sure, as that's turned away to mid-wicket. Score remains on 154. Remember, 191 is the target for Hampshire. Just lost the live picture feed for the moment. There's a lovely shot over the top over mid-wicket. That's a couple of bounces for 4, just to the right of our commentary position. The ball ends up. Nicely fielded by Tom there.
Yeah,
nice
good
pick up one-handed, the throw in.
Good shot that by Adams, wasn't it? Mid-on, Holly has to have mid-on up here for a wicket-taking opportunity, and Adams just effortlessly lofts it over mid-wicket.
Over the head of Holly Armitage, which at the moment, the way she's been fielding, is about the only way to get it past her. That's a player miss outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. So 158 for 2 now, with 58 to Charlie Knott and 15 to the captain, Georgia Adams, and Hampshire closing in on a third victory of the, I think it's the third victory, yes it is, third victory of the competition after the defeat to the Blaze.
You're back.
They're back on. Are they back on? Yeah, the picture feed's back on. Still on the BBC Sport website and app, of course, but we're also on the picture feed on the Hampshire Cricket website. Myself, Kevin James, and Emily Windsor with you for the next couple of overs or so. And then we'll have a change. Emily's going back to her teammates. You've had a long chat with lots of them.
Yeah, no, it's been good. It's been really nice to see the girls again. Obviously, been away basically since the start of the season, just before the first game, having my surgery, and then spending time with some family back here to get able to move, I guess. But yeah, it's been great to see the girls. Made me feel welcome, which is nice. The Northern Way is friendly.
Good.
So looking forward to getting back up there this week. So Phoebe Turner into the attack and bowls. That's wide outside the off stump. Play a miss from Knott.
Well, if this is to be a defeat by Durham, and it does look that way, then that's 4 losses on the trot. So I think the physio will be giving you double sessions each day to try and get you back as quickly as possible.
Might not get in the side, Kev, anyway. No, it's tough watching, and obviously I'd love to be out there contributing to the team, but there's Phoebe Turner bowls, and that's played to mid-on, will be no run. But it's one of those things, isn't it, in sport, injuries, and I tried very hard to play through it, but if I was out there I wouldn't be able to give my 100% to the team, and that's not what I'm about. So hopefully I'll get back fit as quickly as possible and get back out there contributing, but in the meantime supporting the girls all the way. As Turner in, slower delivery, there's an appeal for Abu Dhabi and given. Great innovativeness from Phoebe Turner, and that's LBW Charlie Knott. She's gone for 58. She's played a superb knock, but yet again Phoebe Turner in the wickets. She's been prolific with the ball so far this year for Durham, and that's Hampshire 158 for 3.
Yeah, just watching that again. Full delivery. She's playing that away on the leg side, Charlie Knott. Just got it all wrong. And both Knott and Maya Boucher, who were looking so comfortable not so long ago, have both departed within 6 overs of each other, and both out in the 50s.
Yeah, I think Charlie Knott would be disappointed there to get out of this stage, but I mean, you'd argue that hard work, that one partnership between Maya Boucher and Charlie Knott set this game up with a low total to chase, but Durham have not got to give up here. If they pick up a couple of wickets, they can put Hampshire back under pressure. Rihanna Southby to the crease, who has played nicely so far, in Hampshire colours in that middle order. She'll have a job to do, but that was clever bowling from Phoebe Turner. Nice to see some variations tried and reward for her.
Yeah, 93-run partnership for the second wicket between Maya Boucher and Charlie Knott, which came in 17 overs. Took Boucher out for 53, looking comfortable. Charlie Knott out for 58, also looking comfortable. And yeah, that innings you mentioned about Rihanna Southby, a 70 up at Warwickshire, which was a very, very good innings indeed, because the ball was nipping around a little bit in overcast conditions, and she came out and batted beautifully.
Turner into Southby then. That short wrapped her on the pad. Bess Heath's chasing off that with the gloves, so it will be a leg bye signalled.
Well, going back to your injury, if it's any consolation, because you were with us for 4 days when the Durham men were down at the weekend against Hampshire, and you're with us, I think you're moving much better, even in just 5 days, 6 days.
Yeah, definitely.
I hope that helps.
No, thank you. It's feeling a lot better. I'm getting going. There's Turner into Adams' slower ball again, and that's played up to mid-on for no run. Yeah, it's one of those though that when you start to feel better, it sometimes gets harder because you've still got to be patient and tick the right things off. But it's a very good sports science team up in Durham, so I've got to listen to what they say. I'm already pushing them for an ambitious date that I want to be back for, so it's on the ambitious side, I can tell you that, as Turner in. That's worked into the leg side for a single by Adams. She'll move to 16, 160 for 3.
So now you want to be back before the 100 competition, don't you? Because you've got a contract with that.
Yeah, definitely. But for me, like, I want a bit like there's 2 50 over games at the end of the T20s before the 100 at the end of July, and after this block, obviously there's a break in 50 over cricket. I'd love to be back and put my name in contention for selection for those 2 games. Whether that happens or not, I don't know, but I was sort of saying to the physio then, I'd rather have an ambitious date to try and, I guess, keep me in check, keep me motivated to try and tick off all the right things. But if I get there, I get there. If I don't, there'll be a good reason why I don't. So it's not going to be from the want of not trying, I can tell you that much.
Maddie Villiers from the Park End with her off-spin bowls, and Adams is beaten, wrapped on the pad. Maddie Villiers is shouting for an LBW, sinks to the ground as the ball makes its way down to third.
She needed her teammates to get on board with that appeal, didn't she?
Well, she thought it was close, that's for sure.
I don't know whether she stacked it in the appeal.
Just lost the picture feed for the moment. Hopefully there'll be a replay. Yeah. Well, looking from behind, I don't know if she just got fractionally outside the line, Georgia Adams. I don't know. She did take half a pace down the wicket as well, so maybe either way, maybe the umpire unsure, which I can understand why it was turned down. Nice drive from Southby, fielded at extra cover.
A positive shot that from Southby.
So 161 for 3. Hampshire need exactly 30 from here to win this game. Quicker ball, Southby dabs down on that one, plays it back to the bowler, and we're in over number 33, so plenty of time. I suppose now is whether they get to 191 in 40 overs, which will give them the bonus point. That's basically the game within a game now, as Southby's on the back foot, can't find an angle, goes back to the bowler.
Susie Bates is warming up.
Susie Bates, what does Susie Bates bowl?
Off spin.
Bit of off spin.
She used to bowl lovely seamers, but had shoulder surgery.
It's turn to Bates at mid wicket.
And I actually think Susie Bates would be an interesting matchup to these two. Like a part-time off spinner,
but with
could go one of 2 ways.
A heck of a lot of experience. Southby turns that into the gap to Susie Bates's right. I'll pick up a single. So Southby is off the mark, 162 for 3 at the end of the 33rd over, so 29 needed. Is Susie Bates on too late if she's going to make a difference?
No, I don't think. Look, she's running past. Yeah, maybe it's one of those subtle, come on, Holly, give me the ball, I feel ready. But Phoebe Turner's last over, you're probably not going to... You're not going to take her off picking up that wicket of Charlie Knott.
Well, I was going to say that would be brave, wouldn't it, to take her off, because she's done a good job this afternoon. Did a good job with the bat. Top scored with 38 before she was run out, and her figures so far. where are we? 4 overs, 1 for 16.
Yeah, she's, as I said earlier on air, she's an impressive youngster for me, one to watch. She's just consistently putting up good performances for this Durham side as she's into Southby, who pulls that to the mid-wicket, second mid-wicket that they just brought up. Holly Armitage having to be attacking with her field, so there's no square leg, opting for 2 mid-wickets, which I like, to try and get Southby to play square of the wicket.
Sophia Turner with the field in there.
When that sun goes in, it gets a bit nippy, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Turner in, right arm over, that's
Shot.
cut beautifully, but only to Grace Thompson at cover. Good bit of fielding. That's got to be nothing more frustrating.
You play a shot like that, don't go for any. That's a beautiful shot, wasn't it? I was enjoying that shot.
Not for long enough.
No.
162 for 3 then. 191 the target for Hampshire. There's Turner in short again, this time played exact same result. The extra long levers of Grace Thompson. She's 6'2" nearly. Another exciting young cricketer, age 17. Good diving stop to her right.
She's got some shape on the ball, didn't she, when you show up the bowling? And she looks like she's still a work in progress with her bowling. You know, you could tell some of the bowl, lovely shape on some, but she was just getting the action slightly wrong and it was going down the leg side, but there's something there.
Turner in, and that's cut. This time same result to Grace Thompson. The wall of Grace Thompson, we call it at cover.
That's 3 brilliant
Fielding
shots off the
practice,
back foot. Well,
this,
isn't it? Yeah, 3 brilliant shots. 3 great bits of fielding, but
I feel like something's happening here, Kev.
Well,
Either one's getting through or the stumps are going flying, I think.
agree. How unlucky not to get one boundary out of any of those.
She's in again, slower ball, and she's dug out the Yorker. Clever bowling again from Phoebe Turner. Yeah, Grace she's raw, isn't she? Isn't she? She's 17 years of age. She's got the height on her side. She moves the ball. She can hit the pitch, and I think just as she grows into her bowling action, she's probably still growing it. She's only 17 years old and she's 6'2". She's going to be a force to be reckoned with as Turner in again. This time cut, but fantastic diving stop from Holly Armitage, but they do pick up a single. That's an impressive over of fielding from Durham. Worked hard to restrict Rihanna Southby there. 163 for 3.
That could have been 13 off the last 4 balls, quite easily, isn't it?
And it's
yet
one.
I think Rihanna needs to pick somewhere else in the field to score her runs from. She ain't going to get anything through there. Fantastic masterclass of fielding in that second part of that over.
This is what I like from this Durham side, though. I think you can get to a point in the game, like you look, it's 28 runs off 96 balls. They've got 7 wickets in hand, but you can give up or you can fight to the end and show what Durham are about. And I think that's credit to the girls out there for how hard they're making Hampshire work for these runs.
Paddy Villiers again then. Driving is Rihanna Southby to backward a point. She's going to get some runs there. I think there might have been half a hand on that one from Phoebe Turner, and that's 2 to Rihanna Southby. Takes the total on to 165 for 3, and Southby on to 4.
It's the least convincing shot of the lot. She gets her runs. That's classic cricket, isn't it?
Villiers bowls. She's cut that one away. She's played that nicely, and that's well stopped in the covers as well. That could have been a couple of runs at least. Poor Rihanna Southby has had to work massively hard for her 5 so far. She's probably played.
It's a good 5, isn't it?
It's a brilliant.
Do you know
5.
when people come off and say I played really well, then they say they've got 5 runs? Rihanna Southby could say that.
This is the best 5 I've ever got. It's ice flighted, low full toss, swatted away, square on the leg side, and it's beat the field. Oh, 2 field. Oh my word! Has that guy been hit? Somebody went down to field it, and the ball jumped off the rope. I hope he's all right.
I think hit him in the nose.
Yeah, I think he's got his hand over his head, has he? A couple of people have already looking around, knowing that there might be something wrong. Yeah, he's being looked at, I think. Yeah, I think he might need some attention. The Durham physio is going round.
Should be the Hampshire physio, shouldn't it?
Well, yeah, it jumped off. It's one of those that jumps off the rope. He went down to pick it up, and it was going quickly, so he had no time to react. It's gone straight in the head, and the Durham physio is now looking at him, and he will be getting some attention. Interesting, this ground. I played a game here years ago. As it's turned away, square on the leg side, there's no run, and the ball was hit out towards the car area, and somebody in the deck chairs got hit on the head as well. So you have to be careful when you're playing here. No different than any other ground, of course, but that just reminded me of another horrible
It's the
incident.
rope, isn't it, as well?
Yeah. He's getting some treatment, which is good news, but hopefully he's okay.
Look at that, though.
Quietly out on the leg
The
side.
Durham physio there, straight up,
Yeah.
the home ground.
Durham physio. No, mind you, I don't, because the angle. He's right in between the mound, and not a lot of people. We can see it, but the people sitting on the bank in front of the pavilion, which is basically both the teams and their support staff, wouldn't see it. So we can. Let's play quietly out on the onside. You got to disappear. Or are you all right for a minute?
Do one more.
Do one more, yeah. Emily Windsor's going to stay with us for a little while. 170 for 3, then 21 needed by Hampshire, and we have had 35 overs. So there are 5 overs left in which the Hampshire can chase down those runs to get a bonus point, or of course they can use up a bit more than that just to make sure they win the game. So it'll be interesting to see how they play that. I would say they're at this stage, only being 3 down, they would go for the winning the 40 overs, but I'll be surprised if they don't.
Yeah, I feel like it's worth the risk, isn't it? And
Yeah.
whether that's them having a conversation out there, George Adams is out there saying one of us has a punt, the other bats through as Turner in, and that's played into the onside. There's no one out at deep square, so I imagine that will race away for 4. Yes, it does. That is 4 runs to Rihanna Southby, but on the onside this time. She'll move to 9, 174 for 3.
Well, we did say pick another spot, and she has, and she's picked up the boundary.
Shows you the nick she's in, doesn't it? She can play around the ground. She's a very skillful batter, Rihanna Southby.
Just improving so much since she's come down south from the Stars.
Turner in, and that's an attempted cut shot, but straight into the floor. Will be no run. An opportunity for her this year, isn't it? Though, obviously, some players from the Southern Vipers in that middle order in the batting order have left, so she's had an opportunity up the order to go on and get big scores and take responsibility, and I think she's done that really well. We saw a bit last year opening the batting towards the end, but in this number 5 position as Turner in, that's hit uppishly. That's a beautiful shot through 2 covers. That will race away for 4. That's a brilliant shot from Ree Southby. And a no ball.
As well, yeah.
I thought you were trying to punch me.
Well,
So what? And you did it twice. I thought, oh, is it that bad?
it was catchable height, but of course it wouldn't have mattered with the no ball. I mean, I didn't. She'll say she picked it up, so it didn't matter.
Whether she picked it up or not, that was a good shot. There's Phoebe Turner into Southby, who backs away and smacks that straight over the top. Free hit, and she punishes it with a sitting back in her crease and smacking a 4. She moves to
17, I think.
17.
Wow. She didn't really get hold of that. It was just a swap. It doesn't matter, does it? You've got to go for it.
8 to win, is it, Kev?
Yeah.
8
Could
to
finish it off in this over the way she's playing.
7 wickets in hand. There's Phoebe Turner into Southby, shorter ball, but play a miss outside the off stump.
So 20 to Adams, 17 to Southby. 183 for 3, yeah, 8-2 win. I think they should comfortably do this inside 40 overs. We're in the 36th here.
3 balls remain of this over. It's Phoebe Turner from the Castle end into Southby, bowls, and that's played to extra cover. Holly Armitage, the Durham captain there, does the fielding.
Doesn't matter how hard you hit it, if Holly Armitage is there, it ain't going through.
No, she's a fantastic fielder, isn't she? Leads from the front in that sense. There's Phoebe Turner at the top of her mark. Jogs in past the umpire to Rihanna Southby, who under edge and plays back to Phoebe Turner. 8 runs to win. That's the end of the over.
It's the end of you.
And that'll be the end
Thank
of
you
me.
very much,
Not
Emily.
literally.
No, hopefully
Close
it's
at
only
the
the start.
moment. Hopefully only the start. But thank you for having me.
Thanks, Emily. Emily Windsor there on fast track mode to get back fit and turnout for Durham for the first time in this competition. Hopefully it won't be too long, but as she's been saying, really, I think she's a few weeks away. Anyway, but great to have on commentary, as she was with the Durham men's side and the Hampshire men a few days ago. Amelia Clark was as well. She's back with us.
Hello.
This game is going to be reaching a conclusion shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. Hampshire have just carried on that really confident streak. Adams and Southby just finishing it off here, really.
Maddie Villiers bowls length ball, and that's pushed by Adams up towards mid-on. That'll be a single to the total, 184 for 3. We're in over number 37, so keep your eye on the board.
Yeah, still time to do it.
Yeah, if there is a quiet over, it might get close to the 40 overs.
Oh,
Nice
like
drive
that,
through
they
extra
won't be.
cover, Rhianna Southby. That's game for 4.
She knows what the finals are. She knows she wants that bonus point.
She does, yeah. That's a nice little cameo from Southby. I mean, she could have finished it off already by now if there hadn't been such good fielding a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, I mean, Thompson, absolutely brilliant. I mean, she's been, I know that we said her bowling's still in development, but her fielding has been exceptional throughout the whole innings.
Certainly has. Well, it could be over in one shot. That's worked away on the onside. Not quite one shot on that occasion. The throw comes in at the bowler's end. It's the stumps. That's Grace Thompson. But Rhianna Southby is home.
That was a great direct shot from her. She just threw that from quite a way off there.
189 for 3 are Hampshire. And here's Maddie Villiers bowls. That's quietly played, fine. Rhianna Southby wants a single. She was halfway down. No, said Georgia Adams. I think both these girls want to finish it off. They want to be the ones to hit the winning runs.
They do. They really do.
Yeah.
I think absolutely.
I think that's the biggest contest out there now.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to hit the runs. No,
I want to.
Here's Maddie Villiers. Low full toss in.
very
Well,
nice.
Georgia Adams hits the winning runs with a sweep shot that goes over the boundary, which confirms Hampshire win this game by 7 wickets, 193 for 3 in the 37th over. Not only have they won this game, but they've also picked up a bonus point as well. And Hampshire, a comfortable victory here in Arundel, Amelia.
Yeah, I think comfortable is the word. I think their bowling this morning really put them in that position. It gave them that breathing space to not have to go out and chase a huge score and worry about it. There was always a job to be done, and there was work that needed to be done by good people. But I think the partnership of it was Maya Boucher this morning with I want to say Charlie Knott. And yeah, it was just a brilliant partnership this morning, and it really just set the field. The fielders couldn't really do anything. The bowlers, Durham threw every bowler that they pretty much had in them at that partnership, and they just stood firm and both got a 50 together. And I think, it was a really good testament. And then the bowlers preceding those two have just come in and executed the plan, executed the game structure that they wanted to, and they've reaped the rewards really, and taken that extra bonus point.
So the match details: Durham batting first after winning the toss, 190 for 8. Top scorer for them was Phoebe Turner, batting down the order, run out for 38. There were contributions up the order, but nobody really going on to score a big one. 26 from Susie Bates, 25 from Holly Armitage, 22 Maddie Villiers, and 31 Bess Heath. And wickets for Hampshire: 2 for 38 from 7 Lauren Bell, 2 for 38 from 10 Charlie Knott. But really, Hampshire have made that total look much more easy than perhaps it otherwise would have been. Perhaps it was that easy. We'll find out in the post-match interview. But 193 for 3, coming towards the end of the 37th over, confirms a bonus point win, and that Maya Boucher Charlie Knott partnership worth 93 in 17 overs for the second wicket really allayed any fears that maybe anybody in the crowd, maybe anybody in the Hampshire camp, maybe anybody had that might have proved a bit of a challenging total. In the end, a fairly comfortable win for Hampshire, and they have won 3 from their 5 matches so far, whereas Durham, I'm afraid that is their 4th loss in a row. Amelia, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kev.
Amelia Clark, and thank you to Phil Green as well, your commentary team here at Arundel, and we'll do it all again soon. In fact, the next game is Sunday, isn't it?
It is.
Amelia Clark will be there, Nikki Chowdhury will be there when Hampshire take on Essex at the Utilita. Durham, I don't know what their next game is, but I'm sure somebody at Durham will tell you.